We are so back as LPL English continues to roll on into split number 3. We continue our journey into Shenzhen with 2 more Group Ascend matchups coming your way today. Welcome everybody to another stream here on LPL English. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Melvin for the second day of week 1 of split 3. A lot of numbers thrown in there, but all the numbers add up to what hopefully is going to be a great time with us here today.
Sum total is we are in for some more LPL banger action. We have got some crazy meta developments coming out from the end of Split 2 and MSI, and now it's all about where exactly do each of the LPL teams fall into place on that. Who's going to be giving some of these strange bot lane developments some credence, and who's going to say, actually, let's just keep Leave on ADC.
Our first matchup is going to be between 2 teams that are really hoping to be at the top of the table by year's end, especially in contention for Worlds. But before we dive into that one, take a look at the schedule for this upcoming week. A reminder, we're going to have more 3 series days throughout this regular season just to jam everything in. See a couple of Group Nirvana games sprinkled throughout the weekend, but for the most part, we're here in Group Ascend. Started things off with 2 2-0 sweeps yesterday, hoping we get a little bit more competition here today, starting with
I'm not gonna lie, every time I look at the schedule and look at the Leaguepedia to just get in the right headspace, I have to do a double take whenever I see teams like LGD versus EDG and going, right, that's not Nirvana anymore. We're in the serious business now. And then seeing that after our first series of the day, we have BLG versus Thunder Talk, it's a crazy world we live in. I'm very excited to see how these teams actually hold up here.
Yeah, got some interesting things to discuss once we dive into BLG. But again, just a reminder, here is the format. Everybody in Group Ascend will be in contention for postseason play, except if you're at the bottom 2, you'll play against the top 2 in Nirvana in the play-in stage to eventually get into that double elimination bracket. But we're a long ways from that, so we're still in, of course, our regular season. Just starting that one off and seeing 2 teams making their Split 3 debuts today. Let's start things off by talking about JD Gaming taking to the Rift first. Again, a team that made it to first stand as the 2nd seed from the LPL, then struggled a little bit down the line in the playoffs of split number 2, finding themselves on the outside looking in.
Yeah, we've seen, I would say, variable form from the roster is the best way to put it. Coming into the year, we expected to see Junja and Hongkyu coming in and having some kind of gangbusters performance breaking out in the LPL. And sometimes we saw that, sometimes we saw Hongkyu hinting on side lanes. I would say, personally for me, it's been the sides that have really dictated this roster when it's been successful, and that's why we've had that middle 2 stack gravitating towards utility, finding Xiaoxu on these carries, finding Gala on these carries, and trying to give them more resources to accelerate the map.
Yeah, I mean, teams with Tabe like to play fast, like to play, you know, spicy with the drafts, which is going to be a fun thing to watch, as of course we got a bit of a meta shift during MSI. But a big highlight for this team is always the bottom lane. Gala and Vampire really had a strong Split 1. They had a strong regular season in Split 2, I would say. Then the playoffs came, and they did not look necessarily as strong, in my opinion. So we're going to need to see them both, Melvin, step up here if they want to make that jump and make that transition into a world spot.
And to put it lightly, I would say MSI was pretty much solely defined by the bot lane. That isn't to say the ADC role. That is to say the bottom lane as a holistic. But we'll talk a bit more about the specifics on that later on. Just keep these 2 in mind because they are going to be essential for the success of JDG coming into today.
Yeah, absolutely. And with, you know, I think Vampire being that younger piece coming in, potentially the meta helping him out a little bit more now that he has some more flexibility. He's always one of those spicier players back when he was on Team WE as well. And Gala even, maybe transitioning into some of those mages with still the big signature 80 carries in the mix as well. Hoping that they have a good time against AL today. But going back to the discussion about both of these teams, and their journeys throughout the Split 2 playoffs, I think, Melvin, both of us expected them to be a little bit more competitive against the top teams, as they have proven to be able to do in years past, in splits past, like AL winning Split 2 about a year ago, and JDG making it all the way to the grand finals against BLG in Split 1. But if you take a look at their playoff journeys, both of them very much struggling against TES and BLG specifically. And you also can note that AL 3-0 to Team WE, who went on their miracle run.
definitely the blue shell in the room that particular series, because otherwise, I mean, technically if you summarize it as both of these teams beat the Nirvana promotions and lost to top 3 teams, it doesn't sound as bad. But when you put in the context for AL in particular that it was WE, even though we saw that they were clearly on some crazy stuff throughout this playoffs, it doesn't make it feel any better, especially coming into the split and seeing how WE performed yesterday in very mixed fashion. Again, it was against top esports who were a bit of their kryptonite even when they looked super good. I don't know, for both of these teams, you really do want to be surpassing them and being the best red logo team in the league right now.
A lot of red logos here in the LPL. I guess that makes sense given the significance of that color in the Chinese culture, but definitely something to keep an eye on if we continue to move past into split number 3. And taking a look at Anyone's Legend again, this is a team that has seen a lot of success over the past 2 years. Not so much in the playoff bracket, and so they decided they're going to make a bit of a change. You see Breathe slotted into the top lane. Flandra currently out. Seems to me at this point, there's a lot of rumors going back and forth. We're going to get to BLG later on today. For now, it seems like a 6-man roster for AL, and they're experimenting by trying out Breathe here for this first series at the very least.
Yep, with the Shy coming back to IG, Breathe left teamless and then brought over to AL for reasons. We'll discuss them a bit more in depth later on, but right now, it's all to be seen. We'll have to find out exactly how this comes together and if it helps the team find a more strong identity or if it's just the same as what they were having with a different guy, weak side and top lane. I'm personally not sold on it, but we'll give him a chance and we'll have to see. We know Breathe, he's a big name for a reason, but also he's stepping into Flandra's shoes, so I'm like, is this going to make much of a difference? I'm not sure yet.
Flandra, I actually thought played pretty well last split. Not necessarily in the laning phase, that's never been his strong suit, but he's obviously always one of the best team fighters that we have in the league, and his ability to play a bunch of different champions I think really helped out AL in the draft phase throughout parts of their season. But he always was kind of relegated to that weak side role, and I think for AL, seeing their bot lane maybe not perform as well as we were hoping to see them, or seeing as they maybe underperform their expectations, getting somebody like Breathe who maybe can be more of a strong side threat, somebody that Tarzan can play alongside or play with alongside Shanks, might be a benefit for Anyone's Legend. At the end of the day, we're going to have to wait and see if that actually will be the case. And it is a little bit sad to see this move if you have been a fan with us here on LPL English for a while, because this AL roster kind of was born and raised with us here on the stream, starting off in Demacia Cup 2024 when we made our first ever debut. They made it all the way to the grand finals, winning that tournament. They had been one of the longest running rosters that we've had in the LPL.
Yeah, 7 months away. 7 months away from matching the amount of time that the ZOFGK 5 stack were playing together. And not anymore. Obviously, it could just be 6-man rotation, and maybe Breathe only plays a series or 2, and then Flandra's back in, and whatever on earth was going on in the team suddenly comes back together. It needs to be seen, because again, it's not an official stat. Technically, there were plenty of minor swaps when, Faker had wrist injuries, so maybe this is just AL having some growing pains, and coming into this split and wanting to maybe try and redefine their identity, find something different, and get the rest of the 4 stack working together before bringing Flandra back. We don't know. We have absolutely no ground to stand on here because it is before they've played a single game together on stage.
I mean, you can see it in the decision-making processes of not just AL, but some of the other teams that we have in the league as well. Top Esports making a change at the support role after making it all the way to MSI. Also seeing changes from teams like IG, LNG, NIP in a way, even though maybe it wasn't all their decisions. But all that to say, these teams really are feeling the pressure right now going into split number 3. They know that the first 2 splits were their time to try things out, but now is the time to qualify for Worlds here in North America. If they want to be able to do that, they got to start by winning now, and if they don't think the pieces are up to snuff, then they got to make some changes, and it seems like many teams are really feeling that heat at this point. AL, one of the first teams that we're going to get a look at with some of those new roster changes.
I mean, with the group ascend culling that was last split's playoffs, It looks like a group of death in Nirvana, like truly, just off of the rosters that we see in there. And then, if you then think up to Ascend, it's like, okay, well, up in Ascend, the bottom two teams then have to play against them. So it's going to be just pressure on pressure on pressure for everybody. And that is all compounded by the really odd metagame we find ourselves in. If you've watched any of MSI, you may have noticed that there was quite a lot of Mages bot. Wasn't 100% of the games, but it was enough that it became overwhelming. And part of the reason for that is we've had absolute wackiness in the support role. Yes, it's Camille's fault once again. She is currently playable as support, and that really sends everything into utter chaos. So, I did a bit of research. I wanted to look up, okay, what's Gala and Hope's history on the Mages? You might be unsurprised to guess the one mage that both of them have played quite a lot.
You want me to guess?
Yeah, it's the obvious answer.
It would probably be the Ziggs.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
That's the one game that both of these two quite important pieces for their teams have been really focused on. They both have 60+% win rates in their career on the Ziggs. Now, a much more difficult question. I will give you this one. Last split, Gala played Ziggs and Mel, one game each, both lost. Hope did not play a mage. Each of them have one other career mage in their history. If you can guess either, you don't need to guess it by player because they are both so obscure. I don't have a prize to give you, but we'll give you a prize.
Are they both the same mage, or are they different?
They're different mages.
Okay. I think I remember Hope playing maybe a Seraphine game last year. I don't know if that counts.
I'll need to check the history, but...
okay, could be wrong on that. For Gala... I don't know. Hey, I'm thinking back to like the season 9 days when the mages were really popular, like the Victor bottom days. Is that?
Oh my God, he got it. Gala's debut LPL game was on Victor. It didn't go well. And you actually were kind of in the right theme because Hope's was in season 9 and it was on Vladimir. Both of them losses.
Okay, makes sense.
So, will we see it? Probably not, but there's got to have been a lot of cooking, particularly of Tabe in the coaching room for JDG. Like, something weird has to come out here. I highly doubt both of these teams are just going to rely on Ziggs and then ignore the meta, because that will not last you well if this continues.
I mean, yeah, one of the big talking points with Tabe when he was with AL last year was the ability to draft creatively for some of their players, specifically Flandre in the top lane. Tarzan was able to play some fun stuff like the Zed jungle in the grand finals, ended up clinching him his first ever trophy. Maybe JDG can whip out some of that stuff as well. Maybe Big Way on AL can tap back into some of that, as AL are matching up against their former coach that they haven't been able to find the same level of success with since he has left the organization for JD.
It's funny you bring up that finals, because I believe that's where I have this stat here, that Hope's highest damage per minute game in his career was on Ziggs in that finals against JDG. So
wow, really did your
crazy
research
that you
for
brought that one
these
up
mage bot lane
diegetically.
discussions. I love it.
I was hoping they had something, you know, like substantial in the history, but truly it is just barren for both of these ADCs beyond the most like niche of trivia facts behind them.
Yeah, I guess everyone in season 9 was playing those weird bot lanes all the time.
The awesome dudes.
Yeah, that was the awesome dude meta. Wasn't I even like Viper was playing like Vladimir back in the day with Griffin. So
Viper was the GOAT of the awesome dudes meta. Like, it was not close.
So that's kind of where I go with that. Gala to me definitely is not the mage bot lane player. I would guess he really
but I have an asterisk.
Loves his marksman. Sure.
We did see some AP Kai'Sa starting to spring up again. And Kai'Sa's definitely in Gala's wheelhouse. So I do think that's a potential adaptation, because, I mean, we saw yesterday Jackie Love on Xerath, which, while it's happened before, is not something I ever thought I would see with my own eyes again, but still, it's something that I think AP Kai'Sa can be a really scary answer that kind of weaves the line of you still get to play an ADC, but it matches, if not exceeds, most of the poke ranges of these champions, and most of these carries already have proficiency on it.
Speaking of Gala, he might have popped his Kai'Sa empowered E. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm seeing them coming out on the stage differently with the walkouts. Okay. Hopefully they're all feeling all right, but it looks like they potentially could be playing with a little bit of an ailment of some sort. Taking a look at the walkouts here in Shenzhen as well.
This is so cool, by the way.
See what AL's got. Come on, show us something good, baby.
What have we got?
Anyone's legend.
It's really hard to cast when you're trying to watch all the cool B-roll on the side, by the way.
Well, it wasn't anything too special.
Some swag, that was swag.
That was classic esports pose. As you see, the first look of Breathe in an AL uniform as well, making their way towards the stage. Captain Hope at the center of things. It was Shanks last year, or last split, so interesting to see a little bit of change in that dynamic. But as we still get ready to begin our split here for both of these teams, you know, Melvin, that both of these guys, both of these squads, really hoping to be at Worlds this upcoming season. And starts with wins against each other right here, right now, and that's kind of what each of them are going to be hoping to do here today.
I mean, the higher up you start off in the playoffs, the better, and it is honestly going to be a disappointment for both of these teams if they don't make it to Worlds. That's like I would say the ground level expectation for these two rosters, particularly coming into the year. If you told me that one of these teams didn't make Worlds, it's a failure. It's a failure for AL, who's been together for so long, and this JDG project that came in with so much just speculation, but also it's Tabe, so you give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, I don't know. You look at both of these teams, and they should be contending with BLG at the top. And I think we really need a team that can go international and re-push it to the next level. Because TES, damn, they were amazing in the split, but damn, they were TES at international. So give me somebody else that goes up there with them, and at least that way we have, you know, two teams representing us in a really strong fashion minimum.
Yeah, if you look through that playoff bracket, it did feel like both of these teams kind of let us down in a way, going up into that playoff bracket. But for JD Gaming's side, like, all they did was lose to Top Esports in a relatively close series, and then lose to BLG in the lower bracket. They thought they'd be able to go on that lower bracket run, and then they had to run into literally the best team that the LPL has seen in many years, I would say, at this point, in BLG, just in terms of their domestic and international success. So tough luck for them, I suppose. AL, on the other hand, that loss to WE definitely doesn't feel particularly good. So hoping that they get a little bit of a step up in their play. Maybe Breathe provides a little bit of fire for them as we get set for draft of game number 1 of this best of 3 series. I believe lock is enabled. It was not played in either of our series yesterday, though.
I'm pretty sure he's been getting hit in the ban bench relentlessly, and rightfully so. This champion is stupid. I was almost just reticent to bring him up at all and only acknowledge him when I saw him banned. But we are already through the bans with only one left from JDG. AL do have the first pick. Are we going to let this through? And if we let this through, are we going to be first picking it for Shanks here? That is enough that I'm just going to sit here and wait until that happens.
Shanks and Honkyu, both players that enjoy the Assassins at times, so could be definitely up either of their wheelhouses. We'll see if they've been practicing this champion just yet, or maybe just not prioritizing it as much. There's the Vyvanse. The lock is available. First go, AL, it's your turn. Your call.
Okay. I mean, we won't go into the depth of why he's so disgusting until he gets picked. Because at the end of the day, Ziggs is still open. And that is the highlight, premier, major bot lane mage that both of these teams do have the proficiency on, are ready to pull out of nowhere. And I mean, with the Kai'Sa already off the table, the Camille, as talked about, is the one that makes it happen. So AL saying, no, we have more than one option to go bot, even if you take away the Ziggs right now.
Yeah, I mean, the pick that the Camille was traditionally associated with is the Mel down there in the bottom lane. Ziggs also a great combination. Combining those two ultimates gets you some guaranteed big damage. Kyle most likely piloting this Camille down in the bottom lane. It should be exciting to see from a player that really has been thrilling to watch, especially on some of these roaming supports. We think about Kyle's Bard. Camille's going to take that to another level.
Okay, we get the Syndra, presumably for Gala. We'll have to see if it does end up becoming a flex later on, but it's one of those answers into the Camille where at least pre-6, before that Hextech ultimatum is on the table, Syndra can just say, you are not jumping at me. And that is enough to get you through the most dangerous part of the lane phase, because if this Camille gets onto you with the Hail of Blades, it's lights out. It's lights out for like 90% of the bot lane champions.
And a Shen at the support position. Could go towards Xiaoshu as well, but maybe not expecting that to come through blind. It's a great matchup into the Camille. You can cancel out a lot of that damage by using your Spirit's Refuge. So potentially a bot lane set up for JDG in the first rotation. We're going to get that Ziggs instead of the Mel here for Hope, with Tarzan locking in the Neferi as well.
Wow, I really like that for the damage distribution, and just in general, Neferi is one of those champions that both of these junglers have had really disgusting games on, especially against each other. And so I think that it's really going to be important for this time to set up that bot lane for success, because one of the main reasons that this meta is so weird is supports basically get to level 3 and then leave lane. And they will just leave their mage on their own bot to get solo XP, which means that you're not missing out on those extra ability point levels, which is why mages typically were played mid for so long. And then the supports come back bot after about 8 minutes or so, when catch-up XP kicks in for them big styles, and they will just skyrocket from level 3 up to level 6 in no time. So that's the main abuse pattern that we're expecting to see with this Syndra Shen versus Ziggs Camille bot lane that we're expecting.
Syndra historically, maybe more of that lane bully, but also now can scale very much into the late game as we enter the second phase of bans. You can see some mid lane targeting still by JDG. No lock, but it seems to me that they are expecting that Ziggs to go down in the bottom lane. No surprise there. On the other side, Junja's Olaf getting taken away as well. Still waiting to see where exactly things are going to be landing. There's a lot of picks that could be flexible, but there's also an assumption that we have locked in the bot lanes and the jungles for both of these teams and are waiting for those solo laners.
Absolutely, and then it comes down to the fact that we have JDG with the last pick, which I think has become even more scary right now. Obviously, the first pick to try and guarantee something like that Camille is big, but having last pick means you get the agency to flex lanes around. If suddenly AL locks in 2 champions, then you're like, actually, Syndra would handle that quite well mid, and we have a secondary option to throw bot. It gives you that option to kind of adapt to the completely weird meta that we find ourselves in a meaningful manner. And when you have somebody like Tabe behind you, that is the kind of person who will take advantage of being on that red side.
Another ban towards Xiaoshu, this one being the Vayne, as now JDG get an opportunity to probably lock in a top laner here, if I'd have to guess. You want to most likely keep that flexibility option with things like the Syndra. However, maybe you just lock your mid lane or bot lane in here, guarantee that you get a good matchup for one of the better top laners that we had in split number 2 of regular season in Xiaoshu. Gonna be the Gnar though, locked in. A lot of options that could go into that one, but it is something that Xiaoshu is very comfortable on.
Yeah, last split, it was actually Xiaoshu against Breathe when he was on IG that he debuted both his Tryndamere counterpick to Jace and his Tristana counterpick to Gnar. So I imagine if this doesn't necessarily go well for JDG, they're probably going to try and get him another big counterpick in Game 2. We'll have to see with the Ambessa being hovered. Very standard. Triple, completely disgusting dive champions. Honestly, AL, I could really see them just slamming this with lock right now, because you've got everything to dive in. If you wanted to pick something that has a bit more defensive capability, the Galio works quite nicely here for being that follow-up dive with them. Cassio, that's okay for a different kind of philosophy of being ready for JDG to dive in, but it doesn't exactly follow your divers as much as I would personally like.
Gives you a little bit more damage for Shanks, and also a bit of that peel still available for throwing out the miasma to prevent somebody like Hope from getting dove by the likes of Junja or Vampire. Waiting for that final pick of JDG to fully understand where that Syndra is going to be headed. Not a bad matchup into that Cassiopeia, and it looks like JDG are potentially leaning towards an actual AD carry selected down there for Gala. You see the hover of the Tristana, maybe a nod to the Gnar counter, but it will be the Jhin locked in here for JD to wrap up our Game 1 draft.
Okay, I'm very curious if we see Hope and Shanks swapping to send the Ziggs mid to have a better range profile against the Syndra, because we've seen plenty of Cassio bot and that's been doing incredible as well. So I'm very curious. This is kind of the trap that you can fall into, where if you don't pick two champions that can flex between mid and bot, it gives the other team the agency to pick the matchup. So far, it doesn't look like we're seeing it. We're getting pretty close to that 20-second mark, so we will be getting the standard draft of what's on the screen. Where do you want to start with talking about it?
The bot lane obviously will be an interesting one. The Ziggs Camille always can be a bit of a threat in the early game, but then it really becomes powerful once, as you said, Kyle hits level 3, should be able to impact some of these other lanes, potentially match up alongside Tarzan on the Nefiri, which is a champion that really can snowball into depths that are beyond any other champion in terms of the strength that level that she can get if an early kill, an early invade ends up going their way.
And one of the things that the Camille support is so good at doing is enabling a jungler with damage to get onto the enemy jungler or onto a laner. We've seen so many times that a Camille will just leave lane at level 3, run mid lane with the jungler, and just completely clown whoever's in there. So I'm going to be a little scared if I'm Hongq this game. You've got to play super respectful around those timers because this is an explosive game waiting to happen.
Jungle support's going to be very important for both of these teams throughout this series, throughout this season, and certainly in this game. Debuting in split number 3, it's JD Gaming and AL taken to the Rift here in Shenzhen. As Gyos go, we have an early play here for AL. With Kyle, level 1, going for a hook shot onto Hongq in the mid lane, pops the Ignite and forces the Syndra's flash. So Melvin, we wanted some bot lane shenanigans level 3. You're going to get him level 1.
I love that. It's a very solid adaptation. It just means that now Hope has to play surviving. I believe he's managed to pick up all 3 of those minions' XP, which is the main thing. As long as he keeps on parity of levels and gets that satchel charge, Hope will have the ability to just chuck it down and bump Vampire away when he goes for the engage, which is where most of this JDG bot lane's threat will come from, particularly in these early levels. So, at the moment, definitely benefit to AL. We see both junglers starting on their red side. We do get Junjia going for a recall along with Tarzan. Probably going to pick up a longsword control ward and then skedaddle onto the opposite side of the map. Does mean that it is going to be AL once again with support roaming agency if Tarzan wants to do something with his Camille.
Yeah. Only problem is that they are going to be pushed in for the time being because, of course, Kyle sacrificed that level 1 to make a play towards Hongq in the mid lane. Has worked out well for Shanks, though. So we'll see the bot lane continue to play out just a little bit. As you say, both junglers picking up their longswords and going for their opposite sides of the blue quadrants. As looks like Tarzan's finishing up that right now. Maybe getting a little bit of assistance from Kyle as they're starting off the roam game early. That's the thing about playing this Camille. You could burn the flash off of the Syndra, but then you got to punish it by returning to that original play. Looks like they could be looking towards doing that now.
But part of the reason that you don't want to do this until level 3 in an ideal situation is at that point you stop having reduced gains from missing out on XP. Right now we do have Kyle just matching Vampire on the roam, leaving the air quote control mages of Jhin and Ziggs on their own. They should not really have much going on in the foreseeable future. Now it's all about watching the junglers and where their supports go to make a play. And there are 6 people immediately around the mid lane at 3 minutes. That is the world we live in right now. This is standard issue.
Perhaps the kind of gameplay that got the LPL on the map back in the day as well, right? Some of that aggressive early game skirmishing. Good to see a bit of a return to that style of play as we now see Kyle hunting out Junjia, who is maybe looking for an invade on that second spawn of the Raptors on the red side. Tarzan should be able to pick that up, and Kyle will end up returning back to the mid lane. I think this is going to be a common trend that we see throughout today, Melvin. The bot laners are going to be on a bit of an island here today.
And it does add that extra emphasis on that jungle support communication.
Oh, they don't know that Kyle was here. Miasma comes down to the Hongq. He doesn't have his flash anyway, and Shanks is hunting him down with the Twin Fangs. One more would have been able to kill him, and he's burning down. But he will not be able to be killed. Hongq able to barely escape. Actually going to reappear in the mid lane. But Vampire doing a good job body blocking to make sure that Kyle cannot go forward again.
Being very respectful, that ward saving Shanks, who was very much considering flashing after Honkyu for the kill, but realizing it would have been just a straight up trade, opting to instead just take the crash and then get a favorable reset, as it is, again, both junglers just continuing their clear. Nothing too special, just posturing the supports back in front of each other like very aggressive chess pieces that they are ready to throw away for anything.
Vampire cancels the base. Not going to get punished, though, by it, as Kyle not able to fully connect that hook shot. Finally, our Camille does hit level 3. Came at a bit of a delayed timer, but it means that Shanks is now going to get a little bit of opportunity to push this wave in himself, get a back, pick up a little bit more gold, and actually result in First Blood not being given over at this stage.
And the reason that Vampire was being so greedy by the looks of it to cancel that base was it meant that Honkyu did not miss out on any of the XP and was able to get that extra stack. Shoot. Oh. I think he would have flashed for that if he had got the stun. It was definitely feeling that kind of way. Yeah, we all saw the cannon. Tragedy.
The little zoom from the observers. They know what's up there. As Xiaoshu, unable to find that kill on Debris, has picked up a decent gap in CS, though. But on the bottom side of the map, it is Tarzan picking up the first dragon of the game. See both of our supports once again skirmishing around the Raptor pit. That control ward also valuable. Is Kyle able to pick that up? And now, once again, go back to the mid lane here. This is just chaos where you never know. It's like you're watching a horror movie, Melvin. You never know when you're just going to see a Camille or a Shen randomly in your lane.
Yeah, and those are definitely intimidating champions to have just show up with the threat of a flash taunt or flash hook shot. Pretty much meaning death for most of the champions in the game. And now, as we look, it is just jumping in. Junja taking the Raptors. Tarzan did secure the first dragon, though, and it was an Infernal Dragon. And in a game like this, I think they're going to be very, very happy with getting one of those on the board. And with Chemtech being the next one, that means there's a lot of very solid souls on the table if we can get some dragon stacking coming out.
Yeah, we'll see what exactly that lines up with in a few short minutes. But now, Vampire in the mid lane once again. Both of these guys almost like playing to cancel each other out at this point, right? Neither Kyle or Vampire are going for plays in their own right, but they're both there to respond to the other. Do like the Shen support pickup in this composition specifically. Obviously, there's the specific counter with Camille where the precision protocols get canceled by the Spirit's refuges, but in general, that W ability going to be very valuable against what AL has to offer, as well as the Stand United to try to protect some of that dive. They're going to try to dive this, though. It's Honkyu once again getting focused down by that hook shot flash. In goes the call to pack here for Tarzan, and the ignite from Kyle will pick up First Blood. Tarzan looking for another, gets Vampire just barely in range for that first proc of the ultimate. He survives with less than 25 HP, and anyone's legend are off and running in game 1.
You'd think he was on Zinzao because that was an audacious charge forward under the turret there. I cannot believe instead of walking away, he turns around to kill Vampire. I really thought the flash taunt was going to be enough to secure Tarzan, or at very least force him to walk away. But again, there's a reason we highlighted this Neferi champion in the draft that AL prioritized. It's something that you can do stupid things on. And my god, if this is not exactly why Camille's support is ridiculous, I don't know what. Because pairing it with the Neferi, that is such an incredible 3 screens long engage. Vampire does everything he physically can to save him, and it does nothing.
Honkyu was saving his flash, knowing that, hey, I'm going to hit it by the hook shot, but I still have the ability to escape. And then we just go 1-for-1 in summoner spells again. Did not expect that dog to be running right in with the flash ulti as well, just barely able to tag Honkyu and take him down, make it a double here for Tarzan to open up this game. It is the Void Grubs taken on the other side by JD Gaming, but overall, AL are going to be very happy with that 1,000 gold lead belonging to them.
Yeah, Xiaoshu should be able to make some work done with the Void Grubs, but denying it from Ziggs is one of the biggest things. If the Ziggs get Void Grubs, it's all over from there. You cannot expect towers to stand as JDG just forcing Breathe away from the tower, and again, invading a camp. This is one of the things that Vampire has been enabling his jungler to do, just constantly be walking forward. However, it's level 8 and a 0/0/0 Lee Sin. this is usually a very bad sign. Oh god, I didn't even see Gal's HP.
Speaking, you know who's not 0-0-0? That's Tarzan, who's going for another play, this time in the bottom lane. Nice job by Hope to chunk him down low enough to allow this dive to be easy peasy. And it's 3-0, anyone's legend. A good start from a team that desperately needed a bit of a bounce back here going into Split 3.
Honestly, didn't even remember the bot lane was there. Like, they've just not panned the camera down at all, so I hadn't even thought to look at the HP bars. Hope really using this Ziggs to get most of the poke down. Okay, it's not poke. It seems to be just one heavy trade where he did all of the work.
And then he ults there too.
Oh,
nice
no. Yeah, all right, that's enough. That is enough. Wholesome Ziggs champion.
And hey, he's done pretty well for himself. I think in general, Hope has been comfortable with playing on a bit of an island at times on this Anyone's Legend roster. You know, we think of Flandra as generally that more weak side player, but there were times he was getting a lot of attention in the draft, getting some of these funky counter picks. So Hope's been comfortable playing kind of both playstyles. That's why we're excited to maybe see situations where now with Breathe coming into the roster, this roster can now be even more flexible if he's able to play at the level that we have seen of him when he was on Weibo, even parts of last split on Invictus Gaming. It's like right now he's struggling a little bit just in this matchup against the Gnar. Maybe we'll get dove again by Junja as he's looking for another play.
And that's why I think it comes a lot to the philosophy of how you want to play this current meta game.
Gonna get public execution as Junja also has a Shen on top of him as well. There goes the taunt, the resonating strike. Xiaoshu getting the kill, and JDG are on the board.
It's not often we get to say just play safe top lane, but just play safe top lane. That was a exertion of resources from JDG as Honkyu is in danger.
Yeah, just play safe mid. Yeah, Miasma on top of you. There's the hook shot as well. That's another kill going the way of Anyone's Legend as Kyle has made a really good number onto Honkyu in this one. It will be just another trade here, top for bottom lane.
Tower.
Gets power potentially taken down by JDG first. Just barely ahead of that satchel charge from Hope. We also have that second dragon taken by Tarzan in the bottom side. It will be a Cloud Rift here in this first game.
A lot of pressure is going on to Xiaoshu to perform this game. If this Gnar is not able to absolutely run over the side lane, it's not looking amazing for JDG right now because the Jhin, I mean, you know, they're going to be doing utility things. But who are they going to be providing utility for? Honkyu, as we saw, also getting bullied in the mid lane by the super divers. And I think by indexing so heavily into the dive with 3 champions that can threaten you from, well, 2 screens away, AL has made it really difficult for JDG to do anything other than all stack together. And then that means Xiaoshu's probably alone in a side lane or is standing in a team fight. And you don't really want either of those things to be happening. So, thus far, AL piloting their comp, I'm going to say, significantly better. While Vampire has been doing a good job to mitigate some of that pressure, it's just straight up not been enough to survive Camille plus the Fury.
Yeah, I mean, you slip up one time or you're not in the right position one time if you're Vampire, and all of a sudden Honky's 0-2 in this game because Kyle just continues to put the pressure down. Still making plays alongside Tarzan in this one, but now Vampire can go for one of his own onto Shanks. Junja, oh, he ward hops over the petrifying gaze. One more auto will do it as Honkyu ends up getting the kill, but here comes Tarzan, a really nice scatter once again coming through from Honkyu, canceling the dash forward with the ultimate. Hope throwing out some bouncing bombs, but I don't think JD Gaming are going to be too unhappy with that as a curtain call. Also coming out to teleport in for Xiaoshu, and all 5 members of Jindong looking to try to even up this game, get a little bit more kills into their pocket. There goes the dash forward from Xiaoshu, lands the boomerang and forces the flash away from Tarzan.
God, it feels good to do a caster curse again. It's been a little while. That was fantastic timing as JDG just perfectly collapsed to punish the play. Shanks just getting caught out on his own. Breathe gets a little bit of plate gold on the other side of the map, but it will not be as much as Xiaoshu is going to secure on this bottom lane. Very respectful from JDG to make sure that AL couldn't get away with, honestly, what would have been a super turn right then. If Tarzan's ult is allowed to connect and he gets that first kill, suddenly this is a very different fight.
Oh man, that was a pretty sequence there for JD Gaming. Unfortunately for them, it only results in 1 kill, but Junja jumping over the ulti. Then you see Honkyu canceling Tarzan's ulti. Just really good execution. You talked about how JD Gaming haven't been using their team composition as well. They definitely did it well in that sequence. Now Vampire looking for a little bit of play on to Breathe. Not going to find it. See the Rift Herald going to be spawning in about 30 seconds, so both teams making their way towards the top side.
And the thing I think I love most about the LPL above any other region is when you have a fight and you get important summoners, i.e. Junja, Tarzan, Shank Splash. You punish it and you get something done.
Oh, got Honkyu Splash, and that's going to be another kill as well. Ooh, it's been tough to be a Syndra in this game, Melvin. I think it'll continue to be, as you see the dive composition of AL once again punishing him. Goes down for the next 20 seconds. Rift Herald now available. Don't know if JD Gaming can do too much about it, but it looks like AL actually waiting for their full reinforcements to arrive.
Yeah, Honkyu definitely could have flashed that better, but Brave, excellent line to take, quite literally in that case, as the Rift Herald should be enough to swing the game heavily in AL's favor with a Ziggs in pocket. That's at least 2 towers that need to be dying when you use that. And by the looks of it, with a lot of the key cooldowns gone, both teams are actually very reticent to look at the Herald seriously. Maybe that's because the Dragon is up in 30 seconds, and if a fight goes wrong here, you lose both. So AL deciding Dragon stacking will be a way we want to accelerate the game.
Yeah, looks like AL opting not to take that Rift Herald fight. Maybe they feel like they have enough turret damage already in this game just with the Ziggs helping out alongside some of these other champs. But for AL, just a reset. Yeah, maybe just looking for that Dragon instead. Vision control on the bottom side. Now purely belonging to JD Gaming, and they have a lot of crucial ultimates still available for them to go for this fight.
And we take a look down the board. It's mid-jungle flashes, both unavailable from either side. All of the dive ultimates available for AL. Will they even look to approach, though? It looks like they're just going to say, no, give it, we're a bit too slow. And I think that not being prepared for that Dragon and then not responding with Herald is a bit of a blunder for AL, because part of the reason we have seen Baron kind of just fall to the wayside of importance in the current version of the game is having Mage's bot usually means you're rubbish at Baron. You have a Cassiopeia for AL, so you can take it somewhat quickly, but for JDG, Gnar is your best Baron damage, so you really do need alternate win conditions, whether that be securing the other purple objectives to have better siege, or Dragon stacking to get to the Elder with an advantage. And so leaving an extra 10 minutes on the clock is something that I feel like AL may come to regret.
Yeah, I mean, they feel comfortable in this game right now, but would really probably have preferred to continue to push that pace a little bit, get to that soul point. As you say, Cloud Soul in this game, very valuable for both teams, but I think even more so for anyone's Legend when you have players, champions, I should say, like Breathe on the Mbessa, the Nefiri for Tarzan, Kyle's Camille that really want to dive into that backline. Getting that extra cooldown or an extra movement speed on the ultimate abilities is going to be very, very important as we continue to progress.
And also on top of that, when we look at the kind of damage profile in the game, one of the biggest problems that people have with the Jhin champion is they often suck when teams have any tanks. There's no tanks on AL, so this is going to be an explosive fight. Keep an eye on them.
Yeah, the Herald going to get secured here by Junja already, but Breathe comes in with a TP, maybe looking for a fight. AL just a bit late to the play again, but it does generate some priority in the mid lane. Maybe they can try to take down this tier 1. Gala opens up the curtain call. Kyle already chunked down to health, half HP. Shouldn't be able to get too much more. And nice job by JD Gaming to reset towards the mid lane as well with that help from the Jhin ultimate, making sure that nobody was able to even pick off the crystalline bracers of this mid tier 1.
A colossal win for JDG because they also got 2 teleports out of AL. That gives you the agency on the map and means now with the Shen, you can force a play on top side before the next Dragon, or bot side if you want to then threaten Baron, and then rotate 2 people straight over. Whereas, the Ziggs TP is up soon, but I don't know if it's going to be a meaningful difference when we take a look at the Baron on the table. Let's see if Kyle goes for another force on Gala. These traps are you know, they're helpful against champions that don't fly at you from a screen away, but we'll have to see if it actually keeps him safe in this current situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing that's happened to Gala so far is he's had a Syndra on his team as well, and she has taken the brunt of the dive in the early game from anyone's Legend. Looks like Hope gonna get even some more chip damage on this tower, not in that satchel range just yet. Mid-prio continuing to be important as we await that third dragon for AL, potentially second for JD Gaming, spawning in less than 2 minutes. Take a look at where the compositions currently lie right now, though, Melvin. Xiaoshu actually having a big advantage in the top lane in that gold over Breathe, this new addition for anyone's Legend. That could be big once we get towards some of these mid-game skirmishes.
And he may not have had the counter pick, but it certainly feels like he had the counter pick with how the game has been going. JDG sending a lot of the early resources up to that top lane to keep him in the game, and playing respectfully here to not walk up to a tower without knowing where the Camille is. And that's the thing, when there's so much mobility from the AL divers, it does make you really hesitant to ever walk up and secure that crystalline overgrowth. You don't want to overstep and end up in a position where, oh god, I've just died, I've just had to blow a big summoner, dragon's up in a minute, we're not going to be able to posture around it. Securing this bot tower is going to be big, it's going to give Xiaoshu a lot more area to play around, and lets JDG secure some safety for themselves to play around the dragon.
Yeah, a bit of a breakout from Xiaoshu last split even, though it was his third split on JD Gaming. I think the best one that we'd seen from him after being on some of these lower tier teams for a number of years, really turning into a player that was able to generate leads on his own, team fight well, and so far having a good time against Breed, much like he did for a majority of his time in Split 2 back when he was on Invictus Gaming. Talked about some of those, you know, funny counter picks that he was able to whip out against him in the playoffs, or during some of those, or not the playoffs, I guess, but during some of those games at the end of the regular season, things like that Tristana. It's been a fun player to watch grow as a part 100%. Of this team. Him and Vampire, those young pieces here on JD.
Really feels like it's added some life to the team and just fed back into the ingenuity and the creativity that we expect from the JDG team as a whole. Now with the dragon up, we take a little summoner review. Basically everything combat summoner wise is available, but it looks like JDG just aren't even going to walk up. They say, alright, we bought 5 minutes, that's the best we needed.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to pick up Soul Point. JDG looking for a bit of a response. The Kyle's in for hook shot over the wall. They pop the Herald, but maybe a little bit too late as the Honku is getting targeted. Goes Golden to try to deny himself from that Mega Inferno Bomb and ends up burning the Flash to survive. A little bit dicey there for Honku, but will end up living.
Hold on, Xiaoshu is a bit far up in the bottom lane. I think he's left just safe enough timing-wise to rotate out of here. A Syndra without Flash, a Syndra without Seekers. I mean, that's target number 1, surely. Like, Gala, you have Exhaust. Like, that's giving you, like, 5% of survivability against some of these divers. Enough that you don't want to do it. Ooh, I love this.
Ooh, an early Stand United on Vampire. Looking for this Ambessa here as Breathe already has popped that public execution. Xiaoshu approaching Mega, not able to find anything, so it is just that Shen ultimate used for not a whole lot, honestly. Big cooldown that potentially AL can take advantage of their opponents not having.
Now, the real question is, how do you leverage that? The number 1 way would be to start Baron and then force Xiaoshu to have to TP out here, but TPing to defend the tower from Breathe, I don't think I'm the biggest fan of it, because now threatening that Baron is realistically completely off the table, because you know for a fact that the Gnar can TP over there with advantage and then equalize the numbers. So I think it's just another one of those weird moments where we're in a slow, I'm going to call it a lull state. We've got 7 kills at 23 minutes. This is, you know, not that high on the grand scheme of things for LPL. And I'm expecting it all to blow open in front of some objective, but thus far both of these teams have been a bit scared to pull the trigger.
When you look at what these compositions like to do and how they function at this portion of the game, AL actually have a lot more wave clear than JD Gaming have, right? You have Shanks, who's able to throw down that miasma issue at the Twin Fangs, Hope on the Ziggs just naturally as that champion able to do that. Syndra and Jhin maybe not as much so, right? And so I think we saw that really nicely when AL was able to push mid and actually even ignore the Rift Herald from JD Gaming to get that third dragon. that's going to be another really big opportunity for them to try to claim that soul if they're able to utilize their pieces in that right way. And I think JD Gaming are going to have to instead look for more scrappy plays before those objectives spawn, like we're seeing here. Public Execution does not connect here for Breathe, and Junja's already down to half HP, but he gets taunted up by Vampire, and they're going to be able to shut him down. And it's going to be another stun landing with the Scout of the Week on to the Nefiri. Tarzan at the flash away, but the crit will take him down. It's a double kill in for Gala, and JDG find the scrap they're looking for and have a 3v5 in the next 35 seconds.
That should be enough to at least threaten the Baron, but with the Ziggs blowing up the mid lane tower, you have double mages, and the MR shred from Baron is no joke. There's a real world where AL can dissuade this.
IL still has his ultimatum, uses it onto Vampire, try to burst down the JDG support, but the Baron's already at 5k, no ability to smite it away. Shanks still hunting, looking maybe for a 3v5 outplay, but he's not going to find it. The Scout of the Week connects from Honku and that all but secures the big purple worm here for JD Gaming. They were on the back foot for the last couple of minutes, but finally they have found their fight.
Really nicely done, and let's look at what on earth this started off. Just support or combat at the very beginning, and JDG just pulled in the numbers faster, simply put. I thought that this was going to be an easy Mega Gnar, but it times out while he's flying through the air. Doesn't matter though, Breathe doesn't have the tools to escape. Even if he flashes that wall, he's getting followed by two people. That's the same result. That shouldn't have happened. Tarzan shouldn't be getting hit by those.
Yeah, a little bit of Riot Games action happening there. Look, all good though. If you're JD Gaming, happy if you're a Honku. Honestly, Honku, he deserves that after getting punished so much in that early game by Kael. A little bit of a get back against that jungler who ended up taking him down for first blood. Now JD Gaming have that Baron power play for the next 2 minutes. They're going to be pushing here in the mid and the bottom lane. Xiaoshu once again just continuing to assert his dominance down there. Now a 2,500 gold lead over Breathe. And you remember that teleport that he used down in the bottom lane here? Xiaoshu was able to use his to actually join the fight that got them that Baron.
And now we have a series of play where AL is looking to try and scare JDG off of the mid wave. It's the thing, Ziggs, even through Baron buff, is doing a pretty decent job of clearing the wave, which makes it so hard for JDG to go to the side lanes because of how far away AL can engage from. It's just a lot of threat that is super intimidating, because if you're not a 5-stack, you could just blow up immediately. And now it will result in JDG getting the dragon. No Ziggs bomb to steal. Nice attempt though. And what's really going to come from this Baron? One dragon and a bot lane tier 2 tower? It's like something, but nothing substantial.
Have to just look for more plays, more fights like the one that opened up this game for them. Led by players like Vampire and Junja hunting together as one. Tarzan jumps away from that Scout of the Week as the mid lane tier 1 turret still available for JD Gaming to take. They're not going to be able to find it as they take some resets with the Baron buff only being available for 40 more seconds. Scout of the Week landing here onto Kael. They might be able to one-shot him. Unleash power not actually used by Honku. That should have guaranteed the kill. Instead, they were hoping that the curtain call from Gala would have finished it off, but it only hits onto Shanks, who did a nice job blocking.
Should at least give them some time on this tower, though. It might be enough to kill. It looks like AL's not going to put up a strong defense to hold it, so doesn't result in a kill, but does result in getting that tier 1 tower down. So important against these control mages to kill the first tier tower mid. Just opens up the map and means that Ziggs can't be as big of a nuisance.
The big thing here with this Baron buff and with that last fight is that now Gala really is online. He was behind about 1,000 gold, and you're seeing him continue to rack up the stacks, finding the kill onto Shanks underneath the mid lane tier 2 turret. This Jhin with that Infinity Edge fully online now in this first game, and JD Gaming continuing to stack their lead. A big swing in the gold, now up almost 4,000.
I hope we get a replay of how that happened. I'm curious if it was Shanks overstepping or a bait coming out.
Another scatter, another taunt. Oh my goodness, JD Gaming finding angles every which way. Junja flashes forward, forces the Hourglass from Hope, but he's only going to be delaying the inevitable demise of his champion in the mid lane. Another kill, another scatter. Oh, Honku is on fire in this one. A double kill for Gala. Make it a triple. Breathe taunted underneath the tower for the full-on ace for JD Gaming. What a swing here in this game number 1 as JD Gaming turned one single pick into a massive lead for themselves.
And it's just a single scatter. I see. Oh, he flashes forward. I thought he flashed away. Oh, Gala, that is beautiful timing to match Shanks. And it looks like it should be enough to secure the game.
I know, we got the replay. The game might have already ended by the time we go back to live. Shanks goes down again. Kyle in with the ultimatum, but he barely is able to dodge away from that forced shot. Honkyu is very low, and we have Hope coming back up in 5 seconds. Don't think it's going to matter, though. That second Nexus Tower is already going down. It'll be 1 kill. It'll be 2 for Hope, but the third won't come before the Nexus drops. It's JD Gaming opening up Split 3 with a win.
That was a bit stressful at the end there, but at the end of the day, JD do walk away with it. Wow, that really did just explode out of nowhere, and it was off the back of several incredible scatters, followed by those deadly flourishes. Gala making some merit behind the Jhin as something that can survive against the mages, and when you don't index into a tank at all, still get pretty good work done. I'm very impressed of how he actually managed to do so much on the Jhin once that 3-item point was established.
Man, the just decisiveness and ability for JD Gaming to just find these picks. It was AL who was doing that so well in the first 10-15 minutes of that game with the help of Tarzan on the Nefiri, with Kyle on the Camille. But then in those last 2 sequences, it was Honkyu on the Syndra finding those Scatter the Weeks. It was Gala following up immediately with a deadly flourish, a forced shot, anything that he had available for them. And those 2 big carries for JD Gaming were able to deliver them that win from basically what was an even game state just about 5 minutes prior.
Importantly though, we couldn't have got there if Junjie and Vampire hadn't snowballed Xiaoshu ahead. If this Gnar is not just beating Ambessa down in the side lane, suddenly it gets a bit scarier, because that's 1 extra diver who can really push past those breakpoints and give AL the confidence to force some of these plays. But the Gnar just getting ahead early made it so difficult for Breathe to breathe in this game. He didn't actually get to dive in unless it was with the whole team, and even then, it didn't result in a lot. He was kind of just a spectator for a good amount of it. If the team was diving, the team was diving, but outside of that, the Ambessa really didn't have as much impact as we would have liked for a champion who, you know, is meant to be 2024 level design. Like, we've got to be going in and we've got to be blowing up everybody.
Bit underwhelming from Breathe to open up his debut with anyone's legend. I saw that gold graph just completely spike in that last few minutes, and it seemed like, Melvin, anyone's legend was almost out scot-free from that Baron power play. It was about to expire, but then it was just pick after pick after pick. Those are mistakes that cannot happen, especially at that stage in the game. Just too late into that power play. It seemed like anyone's legend saw that the 3-minute timer was coming up and kind of just let their guard down at absolutely the wrong time.
Yeah, these mage comps are very fragile, because if they go down, or if you misstep even slightly, you're gone. You don't get a second chance a lot of the time. There's not that super reposition ability, or the ability to dodge CC like Tarzan really should have done in that clip on there. I think if he doesn't die in that moment, it's not remotely as out of AL's hands from that point. But again, just not respecting the range advantage. When you have Hope, you generally should be winning the range war, but you can't be walking up as 2 people to hold a mid lane tower when the entirety of JDG is representing off map.
And I know we're going to get to that player of the game in a little bit. You could throw it a lot of different ways. I'd be shocked. I'd have to give the vote to Honkyu here. I know he had a really tough early game. I think a lot of it not his fault, but those back-to-back-to-back Scatter the Weeks single-handedly won them that game.
I could see it going Gala for similar reasons, but I do agree that it's those initial disengages, including in the early play that did end up going JDG's favor. It was Honkyu hitting that scatter to stop Tarzan going in and getting Reset City. So I think that would be plenty deserved. I could even see Xiaoshu getting it, honestly. This is one of those games where it was everybody pulled their part for JDG. It was a tough early game, but they endured. They managed to find those isolated picks and just play better on the map than AL. So I'm not going to be surprised anywhere it goes, except for maybe Junjie, I guess. That would probably be one where I'm like, fine, I guess, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaoshu did get a big lead. I don't know how much he ended up doing with it other than just, you know, taking a couple of towers. Those big team fights definitely belong to the main carries, but he is going to get that player of the game. Hey, the stats look good, but it seems like one of those big number player of the games, in my opinion.
Definitely big number one. I still think that by putting the Ambessa so far out of the game, it mitigated a lot of the pressure onto Hongkyu and Gala and let them get that scaling, because AL showed a real tendency in those first 10 to 15 minutes to throw all the tools forward and go in. But they kind of just stopped doing that after a point, and I think that's because they wanted one other person in the fight with them to get through the Shen shielding, the extra just peel tools from the Syndra, make somebody force it and everybody else. And it looks like it was generally a pretty decisive vote from, you know, all the humans that voted.
Well, it's a big can of worms that we could dive into, but instead we're just going to congratulate JD Gaming on taking that Game 1 win over anyone's legend. Going to take a short break before we head into Game 2, but before we do that, we want to give you all a big shout out that are watching here on LPL English. If you'd like to continue to support us here on this channel, you can consider to become a coffee member. It is the best way to support the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly into the show. Bit of a potentially teaser for what we're going to see later on today. A lot of the initial payments for coffee go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and us content creators, so you can subscribe to that coffee. It is linked in the chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. World's coming to NA soon. I know a lot of us are based over there. We'll see how that ends up going through. Game number 1, a JDG win. We'll see if AL can bounce back after this short break. Back here on LPL English, Grapes and Melvin here to take you through game number 2 of JD Gaming against Anyone's Legend. 2 teams in the hunt for worlds as we enter our final split of competition in 2026. It's a close start to the game, Melvin, and then JD Gaming broke it wide open, won 3 straight team fights, and cruised to a sub 30-minute win.
Yeah, it definitely didn't feel like the trajectory of the game was in JDG's favor, but some kind of mix of the Cassiopeia not being able to contribute to diving forward, Breathe being put down by Xiaoshu in the side lane, and some of that strength being gone. It felt like AL just lost all of the fuel in their engine and stopped trying to force fights, which, when you're indexing into Camille Neferi, what else are you gonna do? Watch?
I guess so. Gotta fight fire with fire, and that's what JDG ended up doing. Specifically, once we got towards the mid game, maybe their early game had a little bit left to be desired. But shout out to Breathe, who was able to generate a nice lead up there with the help of his jungler. Not Breathe, to Xiaoshu, who got a big lead against Breathe with the help of Junja up there. All these new players on new rosters. It's gonna take us a couple of minutes. Honestly, the LPL roster is changing every day. That we don't even.
Yeah.
Breathe wasn't even on the roster when we started talking about this series going into our.
Nope, that's why we had the graphic prepared as it was. It truly comes thick and fast, but you know, we're doing our best to keep up with everything, and so far, this was going to be one of the few matches we had in the first week where there were no roster changes until there were. So we have no idea what's coming at you for the rest of the week, but now, for this moment, we have to see if AL can get back in the driver's seat, because they weren't able to take down JDG at all during Split 2. It was 2-0 and then 2-1 in JDG's favour. In Split 1, JDG knocked AL into the losers bracket during playoffs and then made their way to first stand. And in the regular season for Split 1, it was a 1-1 record. So AL really not been favoured in this matchup this year so far. And I'm going to be honest, is it a Tabe diff? I know we talked about it at the start, but is it a Tabe diff?
I mean, that has always been the conversation, that Tabe's been able to elevate some of the teams that he has been on throughout his career. Obviously winning those MSI titles back with RNG, then coming over to Anyone's Legend, doing very well with them. Now on JD Gaming, getting them to an international, perhaps a little bit ahead of schedule with some of these younger players like Xiaoshu, Vampire, and Honkyu. But now looking to potentially bounce back a little bit. RAL, a little bit of something to chew on here, Melvin, as we get into this draft. Felt like Breathe in his first game really left on an island. And I feel like if you're AL, if you want to leave your top laner on an island, you should just play Flandre. So I would like to see some more resources towards the top side of the map for Anyone's Legends here in this game.
It was one of the strangest things about that particular player swap that it made me very much wonder what AL were thinking. If the plan was, let's put a different island top lane and then send all the resources bot or mid, I could understand it, but we haven't seen that materialize. Locke, by the way, did completely pass through the bans in the first game, is available. We have confirmed it was banned yesterday. Really curious to see if it comes up this time around. I felt like it would have gone exquisitely with what AL had drafted last time instead of a Cassio, and now we have to see if Mel soars in priority. You know, as far as the Mages bot go, that's the only one that in the past, 6 seasons either of these two have any experience on, and it is Gala in the previous split. So we'll have to find out if that is something that these two teams value, or if they're more in the camp of, let's go back to normal. We don't need to think about mages anymore.
Still some decent 80 carries available for the taking. Victor going to get selected in response to that Vi. And the Jarvan, so a very quick 1-2 here for JD Gaming. Remember, this Jarvan was banned against him in game number 1, so going to take that while it is available. A very strong mid-jungle to open up this game for JD Gaming.
Yeah, having the ability to buffer out of the Vi ultimate is quite important, leaving her in a cage of her own. And now the question is, well, do AL match here? Do they take solo lanes? It looks like instead we're going to be swinging it over, probably, Lucian Milio. Very standard issue. Your ADC can get out of the Jarvan cage. Your support cannot. Just means that Kyle's going to have to play at a very respectful distance. This is one of his most played champions with the Bard and the Seraphine from last split. So very, very experienced on it. It's something that can get an incredible amount done. Very much a pivot from the abandoned lane go elsewhere of game 1.
And when AL locks solution, it almost always goes with the Milio, especially with some of the changes to Nami in recent splits with Imperial Mandate update. It's going to be the finishing off of that hot pot duo with the Rumble locked in for Xiaoshu, one of his most played champions throughout last split as well, pairing alongside that Jarvan very nicely. Looks like JD Gaming going for that full-on team fight here in this second matchup.
Does very well for the champions that want to run at you. The Victor in particular is super, super good for that. And now as we pan over to the bans, it's getting rid of those standards counter picks. We already got rid of the Galio in the first rotation. I'm expecting something like an Ornn also taken off the table by JDG to protect Xiaoshu in the top lane. Then it comes down to a more niche, what do you think is your best chance to survive the Rumble in lane for Breathe? A lot of these tanks off the table. Sion is still up, but not one of the favorites. Actually taking away the Akali. That is an interesting one to try and buy Hongyu a bit more safety in the mid lane and the side lane as the game goes on.
Spanned away from Shanks in game 1-2, so not surprised to see this mid laner for AL take a lot of that attention here in the draft. Maybe another ban towards Gala, or just for Vampire as well. The Nautilus, in a way, kind of disincentivizes a pick like the Kai'Sa, but there also are other matchups that you can go with that duo lane. A lot of different things have been kind of this answer to the Lucian Milio. Wonder if maybe something like a Senna lane pops up here for JD Gaming to wrap up their draft.
I could also see a Braum angle on the table, something that can eat up a lot of that Lucian's pressure. And the fact that you've got the Vi as well, AL have already pretty heavily committed to diving in. Caitlyn, decent for leveraging the range gap, and at the end of the day, while there was a very minimal chance that the Victor could have been sent bot, when you've already got this double AP damage profile, having an AD bot is something you're going to be very happy to see. I was expecting something like the Aurora or the Ahri being two things that I would really be looking at for Shanks to take here. There are some good Sylas ults, but it's going to be a bit more dangerous in the lane phase. Will give Hongyu a lot more breathing room and require Tarzan to be a bit on the ball to send that attention in the mid.
It's going to be that Sylas, though. Very volatile playstyle here for AL compared to what JDG have in store, which is maybe a little bit more focused on generating some leads in the bottom lane and then getting to those team fights. Final pickup here for Breathe. Generally into Rumble, you see things like the Ornn. Maybe a little bit more aggressive of a play, though, could be in the works. But with things like this Lucian Milio, like this Sylas already proven to be volatile, it looks like another game where Breathe will be on weak side duty.
It gives you plenty of places to pay attention to. I mean, if you have Lucian Milio and you're not playing towards it, that's a big mistake in the first place. So I think this all feels natural. It will actually be Kate Lux, instead of a disengaged champion, opting to try and bully the Lucian Milio out of the lane. I am going to be focusing on what Junji is doing on that first clear, because Vi, not really a champion level 1. Jarvan, not much of a champion level 1, slightly better than Vi because of the ability to share that attack speed with his team. Is a very good level 2 ganker though, and with Caitlyn Lux, I could see some kind of aggressive angle to break the AL bottom lane before it has a chance to exert that pressure onto the Kate Lux. Definitely the focal point of this game.
Yeah, and especially with, Rumble is going to be fine on his own. Victor's going to be fine on his own. Both have winning-ish matchups in the early game. Those can obviously turn once their respective opponents hit level 6. But for the first 5-6 minutes of this game, would love to see Junja really get involved with this Kate Lux in the bot lane, try to snowball Gala into a level that he was not at in game number 1. Remember, he was down about 1,000 gold at the start of that first game, was eventually able to turn it around, but if you can really hone in on this bottom lane that has been a good part of JD Gaming's success throughout 2026, potentially resulted in some good things happening for them. Maybe close out a series sweep.
Yeah, it would seem pretty on the cards for what we've got in the draft so far. It's a very, very fragile dive comp coming out from AL. It requires them to be hitting the same person and getting those targets knocked down one by one. Really, all of the pressure is on Hope, I would say, this time around. And now we're going to have to see if he can hold it up.
Well, here we go. Back in Shenzhen, game number 2, JDG versus AL. About to get underway. I want these gyos to keep going, but again, we're seeing some weird level 1 stuff here, Melvin. It's going to be Shanks running down level 1 on the Silas. Hesiev's gone abduct, finds it on a Vampire, chunks him down to half HP. Both of these teams, namely AL, going out for these aggressive level 1s.
Big summoner lead in the AL favor, but Honkyu trying to rapid push this wave, get it dead to the tower. It's going to put Shanks slightly behind in XP, but only 1 minion. Wow, very lucky of which one took the aggro there. Basically losing nothing. We do see, though, what I was expecting, Junjie going immediately to invade and split the map. Even with both of those defensive summoners down, if you let them have the range advantage and there's pressure, you still don't really get to play against the Kate Lux. Lucian not got that much threat until the level 2-3 marker, and the Milio is kind of like, he's there, but he's not going to do a lot. As with the bot lane pushed in, Junjia's in a really awkward spot of wanting to go further forward, but not really having the confidence to.
Yeah, the ward from AL does spot out Junja going for the invade in the vertical jungle setup. However, Hope and Kyle can't do much about it because they are still level 1. It's a 15 CS gap that has generated despite the level 1 that was set up by Shanks critically there on that play, Melvin. Did not burn a flash onto Gala or Vampire. That's going to be a very important cooldown that we'll continue to watch over these first few minutes.
Oh, absolutely. Flashless Caitlyn bot lane is absolute suffering to play. It is truly just awful because you want to be standing exactly here, and that is the most gankable place in the game on the scale of things. We do have Tarzan just matching the clear, taking away all of the top side. Does have the angle to look for a gank here. Honkyu is quite far up.
And Tarzan going for the Q flash already. Honkyu just ticking down, almost able to fall. But he will actually be able to survive at that point. Nice job from him. A nice play early from Tarzan in this second game.
Bit of a whiff to not secure the kill there is going to put a lot of just pressure back onto AL, knowing that there's no Flash Vi to be afraid of. Again, gives more breathing room over to the JD bot lane because, I mean, a Flash Vi Q is very different to a Vi Q. You can net a Vi Q quite easily. You can Lux bind a Vi Q. Now there's no funky outplay potential from Tarzan. That's a big game record, oh my.
Yeah, 600. Shout out to Hope. I mean, this guy's had a very interesting career. Remember, he started off his journey actually on, a couple of teams that really made his name known on JD Gaming, actually, back in 2021, making it 2 Worlds, and then kind of getting dropped for Ruler, which is expected because Ruler is Ruler, but then perhaps had a bit of a tough time getting back into the swing of things, eventually finding himself onto AL with that original core of him, Shanks, and Kyle. They made it all the way to top 6 in 2024 with Zika in the top lane. Then they brought in Flandre and Tarzan, made their big run all the way up to a championship. And Hope has really put himself back on the map. Maybe struggling a little bit last split, but he's been a very solid AD carry throughout the last 5 years, a staple in the LPL at that bot lane position.
One of those versatile players is happy to go forward on stuff like the Lucian or play a bit more reserved. And it does play wonders when you pair it with Kyle, who is also one of those flexible masters of the role.
Fortunately for him, down 15 CS. Actually had to take a back early in this laning phase as well, which is going to continuously put him further behind, both in gold and experience. As Gall and Vampire have had the better of this 2v2 so far. Which again, bit of a difference from what we saw in that last game. Love to see JDG continue to try to funnel this bottom lane duo. Gall and Vampire, if they can get ahead, the rest of the team will be in a really good position once we get to team fights.
And I'll counter that by basically saying the same thing but differently. If they get behind, it's not good. It's really not good.
Sure,
you don't want to be running Lux Kate and not having them at an advantage.
Ooh, Tarzan. Opportunity to make something happen here. They go on to Vampire. He still has his flash, but is immediately followed up by Hope, who lands the piercing light. And that's first blood for anyone's legend. Gala the next target. Another Vault Breaker comes through, but Gala will be able to flash away. As AL get on the board, finally able to punish this bot lane that was pushed so far forward the first 5 minutes.
an absolutely divine flash from Hope over the light binding, as now Tarzan is potentially going to get aggressed on here by the mid jungle.
Flag and drag here for Junja. Neither jungler level 6, but this grub, or this crab I should say, would get them closer to doing so. Stolen away. Cataclysm comes through from Shanks, and they're going to funnel in all the damage onto Honkyu. It's 2-0 again for anyone's legend. Tarzan will live with less than 100 HP as the rest of his team forces Junja to flash away.
The threat of Hope cancelling the recall to come back in there is enough. Will
Oh, he almost got it.
Was that Scorched Diff? I think that was Scorched
I think so, yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. Using the barrier to try and guarantee the reset and then having it cancelled is a very, very worst case scenario. Should allow Gala to knock that plate down. Yeah, he'll get that plate pretty reasonably, as it also unlocks Junja to aggro onto the dragon.
Good start here for this anyone's legend composition, specifically Tarzan, but it's still going to come at the cost of this bottom side. Still being in a good position for JD Gaming overall. Junja securing that first dragon, hitting level 6 first. And more plates continuing to fall. It turns out, even though you get a kill here for Hope, you are still going to be the beta in this lane, at least for the moment, as Gala and Vampire continuing to rain down hell onto this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I'll remind the audience of the champ select discussion, and if you're picking the Ornn to have a weak side top lane, then you need to be playing quite heavily through the bot lane to accelerate the Lucian Milio. That's not really been allowed. JDG have done a good job of denying that with Junja's initial clear and then just constantly keeping the pressure up. And despite that big fight in the river, like you said, there's still basically equal gold between the bot laners. By the time that Gala gets back, it's going to be all but negligible. We do have the grubs spawning in 20, which it looks like AL is going to be on the back foot for. We do have JDG last second pivoting Gala up to this top lane. And I think the grubs, when you have a Caitlyn Lux, absolutely essential to try and pick up. If you can't get 2 of them, it really does mute a lot of that power. It's the same thing as not having it on the Ziggs in the previous game. You could see it meant that when we had Hope get to a tower on the Ziggs, he just wasn't able to kill it. The Caitlyn is a very similar thing. If you need to be rotating this Kate around, oh my god.
Almost got that one stolen away, but Tarzan still going to have his share of this one. At least JD Gaming get one. It's not going to result in both of them going down.
Yeah, it's not good. That's not great.
Now the question is, what is going to happen here is for AL, who are now stuck in the pit, maybe forced to fight their way out. There's a cease and desist. It goes on to Junja. Call the Forge God. Gonna knock up 2. Cancelled by Junja as he jumps over with Cataclysm, but he's going to die all the same. First kill going over to anyone's legend. Still Honkyu having a lot of damage, though, with this Arcane Storm. There is the ulti from Gala. Ace in the hole, chunking Kyle down to 100 HP. Won't be able to find any more, though, as AL once again come out with a win.
Wow, yeah, that is a massive win from AL, denying the little grubby spawn, and I mean, securing it for yourself, but in all honesty, AL's not going to be hitting turrets this game unless they're killing the turret in most situations, so not going to complain with denying that from the Caitlyn and getting out like bandits with a kill in the pocket, really leveraging the just sheer tankiness of Breathe when it comes to standing there face tanking, I think 2 full rotations of Honkyu plus the entire Arcane Storm. That is the benefit of being a tank top lane when you are against double AP solo lanes, and one-shotting Junji at the start of it. I mean, what were you supposed to do as JDG?
So, weird situation for JDG Gaming, because they peeled away to try and, you know, not die in an all-out scrap for the grubs, and then after AL took the grubs, they were like, actually, maybe we do want to fight, because they saw Tarzan and Breathe maybe stuck in the pit, but it seemed like anyone's legend happy enough to just continue to go for that play. And it meant that they now get Breathe on the board here, really going to make Xiaoshu's job even harder to try to take down the Ornn, as he already hasn't been able to do so. And now opening up the rest of the map, as well as Tarzan could be looking for a play here on Honkyu again. Also have that dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. That has been JDG's stronger area of the map still, as the bot lane continuing to press their lead.
And taking control of the area, there is the potential for a flank TP. That one ward behind the dragon pit is available for Breathe. I do think, however, AL are going to find more success front to backing rather than going for flanks with the Ornn, because dashing into Victor right now is okay because Honkyu doesn't have a first item, but after he starts to get a bit more gold in the pocket, after Gala gets to that first item, then it becomes quite intimidating to dash into these champions. You can get one shot quite quickly. We don't want a double lift experience.
You know what? That hurt a little bit, but that's okay. I'm gonna... It's okay.
Don't worry.
You know what?
I'm from Europe. You guys got Leon. Like, it went well.
Yeah, I know. We've been trashing on Europe for the last like 3 weeks. You deserve a little bit of a shot back. Fair enough. Anyway, yeah, Honky's going to be strong later in this game. Really, wow, really is the same two champions. I'm just looking at it now. Sorry.
Foreshadowing is an excellent literary device, as Ginger might figure out from that one that there's a ward in the bush. Not going to be making a play here, and it does mean that AL know that he is on the exact opposite side of the map to do this bot.
Yeah, throws out the calling. Actually not doing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah.
It is only the Caulfields in terms of attack damage right now for Hope in itemization. Not going to be able to chunk Vampire out too much. Will be both ultimates traded here in the mid lane, as well as we have that dragon spawn in the bottom lane. See the prioritization here for AL to try to use those ultimate abilities to get push in both mid and bot to try to fight around this dragon, but it has come to no avail as once again the push comes through from the Caitlyn Lux.
We do have to keep an eye on Shanks. He has half health on the Silas, but with Tarzan can definitely do some skirmish nonsense here. Honkyu, it's really, really difficult for him to approach. Otherwise he'll just get turned on, as now JDG's boxed in.
Yeah, no ulti here for Hope, remember. And now Junja in melee range essentially lands that flag and drag, but a dive going forward onto JD Gaming instead. Gala and Vampire are annihilated. The hot pot combo comes in and forces Shanks down very low. Xiaoshu flashing in, he overheats, but he's not able to find a single kill. It's 5 members of anyone's legend collapsing upon the dragon as they go 4 for nothing.
Will it blend? No, they will not. AL completely tear apart the JDG flank and would just walk away with it. Honestly, that was just domination. I can't wait for the replay of that one, because every single thing that conceivably could go well went well. Honkyu, as stated, couldn't approach this play. Tarzan gets the Q onto the Caitlyn and then the ult onto the Lux, which knocks back Caitlyn as well. Just one shot at both bot lanes. And by the time that Xiaoshu joins the play, he's already in enemy lines, has only the choices of running away or trying to get a return kill, and doesn't even get that. Really nice from the AL squad to protect Hope. Very nice message behind it.
Oh, and now they're going in for Gala as well. You remember what you said, Melvin. Once the Caitlyn starts to fall behind, it's not going to end up turning well for your team and anyone's legend. Really making note of that right now. They're up 8 kills and 2,000 gold at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I played a lot of Caitlyn games, and at this point, Gala's he's having bad thoughts. It's not a fun time being the Caitlyn against a pretty decently ahead dive pair. Oh, trying his best.
Now all of a sudden, with that Essence Reaver, this Lucian's doing a little bit more damage, forces Honkyu back. And man, AL really just blowing the game open with that last fight. Obviously,
like
there's still good team fight abilities and skills for JDG, but with the Caitlyn lane, all of a sudden being even, it's going to be much harder to play out these 5v5s.
It's like you look at the scoreboard and you see 8-0, and then you look at the gold and it's only 2k at this point. Majority of the gold lead is onto Tarzan. Now, having a Vi who is quite survivable is a incredible nuisance for the Caitlyn and the Victor. If you aren't one-shotting the Vi when they go in, it's just one extra problem you have to deal with. That means you can't turn around and one-shot the Lucian. Because you saw there, Honkyu on his own did a majority of Hope's health bar without even having a fully completed first item. And that's kind of a weird line you have to be able to weave on Lucian in these fights. You have to eat up a lot of the aggro, but make sure that you are low enough that they want to focus you, but not low enough that you actually are in threat range. Having Kael with that melee ultimate should be enough to buy the buffer room, given the lead the team has. But Rika focus on whether Tarzan finds that right target and if Breed is in range to follow up.
Anyone's legend going to try to continue to snowball their lead now around that Rift Herald. But Junja still hunting, still aggressive on this Jarvan, though it hasn't resulted in any kills. Maybe over-positioned here, as now the cease and desist going to come forward, canceled by the Cataclysm, but again, forces Junja forward. Equalizer not doing a whole lot, and now Tarzan will shift his attention over to Xiaoshu. He flashes in to make the play, and will survive after taking the kill. Ace in the hole going to get blocked by Kael, and Shanks looking to continue the engage. Flag and Drag barely able to allow Junja to escape, but AL find yet another kill and go up 9-0 with the Herald up next.
Tell you what, that's what 29 months of synergy will do to a team. Tarzan in a dangerous spot there, but calling the play, everybody collapses to turn around and one-shot the Rumble, which enables you to get this Rift Herald off the back of that. Like, just incredibly winning at the end of it. And what really is going to happen in response on the map? Absolutely nothing. You can't do anything as JDG here.
I like how you said the synergy on that play when Breathe was on the bottom side, just doing nothing.
Precisely.
That is that's pretty good. Herald secured here by AL as well. HongQ looking to make a play onto Shanks, but shouldn't be able to chase him down. AL feel good at this point, obviously. The gold lead's still only 2,500 though. That'll clearly start to progress as we get more Orin upgrades and things like that once the towers start to fall down with the help of the Herald. But HongQ is still in a good spot. You still have this Jarvan Rumble combination. It just seems like the 5v5s haven't worked out in terms of JDG finding a good angle for them to take a full-on fight.
And as far as like the miracle angles that JDG are going to look for to take those full-on fights, it's truly going to be getting the fight in a choke point and having Xiaoshu layer an amazing equalizer. Because HongQ and Gala can do some damage right now, but the Caitlyn is in a bit of a trough. Until she gets to that 3-item point, she's not going to be remotely as scary as Hope on the Lucian. And so we do need, if JDG are going to take this to a 2-0 and come back in this game, they need to kind of just slow it down, probably sack a dragon or two, and then at best maybe look to play on Breathe in the side lane.
Playing on this Ornn, though, going to continue to be more and more difficult as he already has his Kanik Rookard looking for the Jock Show next. Maybe HongQ going to be the bearer of bad news onto that one. There's that play out of the mid lane that you were asking for. Don't know if they have the damage, though. There's the equalizer, or sorry, not the equalizer, the Cataclysm coming out from Junja. Still not resulting in anything. They're going to look to continue the chase, though, as Xiaoshu now enters the fight, flashes forward. Flag and Greg gets canceled by the Volcanic Pillar, but it's not going to matter. Still, the kill eventually goes the way of JD Gaming, but it's going to come at the cost of a lot being burned in the mid lane. The Rift Herald has been popped. Should be one tower, maybe even parts of a second.
I mean, that is a desperation play through and through. AL
Vampire?
knowing exactly how to punish, securing that mid-tier 1, chunking out the mid-tier 2. They can rotate straight over to this dragon. You know that JDG just burnt so many important tools there. It's going to be quite sketchy to run up and contest.
Does a lot of damage here onto Shanks, though. Forces the Proto Belt away. He had his flash, but Shanks also did. Still should be if this dragon started up by anyone's legend, but perhaps maybe a little bit disincentivized with Shanks being low. Nope, should still be. That Drake taken down. It's Ocean Soul not going to be super impactful, but Soul important all the same, as AL get one step closer to it.
I mean, if you manage to get to Soul at this point, then by the time Breathe gets there, he's going to be nigh unkillable. He's just going to stack up so many resistances at that point. And he does a pretty good job of making this play last as long as possible. Pushes his way out of the tower there to try and get the knock-up and trade some damage. And he's just walked the entire way home. So many tools committed, though. And, oh my god, that volcanic rock shield was just beautiful to look at, honestly. Just beautiful to look at. It made me want him to live. That was truly like, yeah, Breathe, you've earned this. You should have got out there. No, that's rubbish.
Sometimes life ain't fair, man. It's been for Breathe a lot here in this game. This series, he's been just the weak side guy on an island. Hey, just soak up waves for us. Be that tank. Be that player that can maybe be helpful for us later. Wasn't very helpful for them in Game 1. In Game 2, certainly can provide that value. As you can see, the upgraded Rookern in his inventory right now. That means that the rest of the ornaments are on their way soon.
Yeah, just hit over to that level 14 off of the next wave, and then it'll all who is getting those early upgrades. I imagine you probably want to leave Hope until later when he's got that Infinity Edge in inventory. So it's just about maximizing those stats. Something like the seashells for Shanks would be quite big.
That, or maybe try to snowball Tarzan even further with an upgraded Sundered Sky. I think either option would be good. Gold lead surprisingly still low at this point. You can see the win probability on the bottom of your screen as well, according to our JD bot down there, who's gotten a bit of an upgrade or a bit of a change in model from last split.
Bring back Blitzcrank.
Still puts them in a pretty good spot for JD Gaming to maybe come back. We'll see if that ends up happening here on this skirmish in the mid lane, but Junja already taken very low, so will go down to the likes of Hope. And it's
Baron.
a 1-for-0 already with the Baron now available and no jungler available for JDG.
There is Arcane Storm, there is Equalizer. It's not unplayable for JDG, but they caught, for just a moment, they saw Shanks going for a walk around the side. Vampire barely catching that, gives away the fact that AL isn't looking to start it right now, they're just looking to have you run into them. And nothing. We fall into a point where AL's saying, nope, we're going to rely on dragon stacking. Junja's not going to have a GA for the foreseeable future, so we can continue to rely on him being the one that has to walk up, send all the cooldowns into him, and then rinse repeat.
Hey, you know what? One kill, not the worst thing to give up for JDG, as it turns out it doesn't result in that Baron going down, but it just feels more and more hopeless for them at this point in the game. You know, that was a fight they were looking for, and it just results in their jungler basically dying for free. Now Shank's going to have the better hand here in the mid lane against Honku. He flashes forward for the Kingslayer, looking for the solo kill underneath the top lane tier 1. Nicely done by Shanks to make it 11-1 for AL.
Crispy clean. Trading the flashes there means that Victor is now a very, very killable target, particularly for the Vi, as the fights will likely unfold around the dragon next. As Shank's going to happily reward himself with some top lane plates. Might even end up upgrading that Medjai's if he wants to put the Knight cosplay on for a bit. And, I mean, I think he's in good stead to do so at the moment. When you're 11-1 as a team, I feel like you can be confident that you'll get that last stack to get the move speed boost. We'll have to see, though, how JDG try and respond with the resets coming out from AL here. Do you attempt to threaten a Baron when they go over to the Dragon? I'm going to assume this is just, yep, just a big chain hits, and then he probably just does it again. Nice proto belt outside of the Victor W to avoid getting stunned up. He's going to be able to just walk away very happily for Shanks.
It's been a fun back and forth between our mid laners so far today. You know, I think everyone can agree we know who the best mid laner in the LPL is. He's going to play next series, right? And he's not Harry. But battle for second is really up for grabs between a number of players, but I think really when people are thinking about it, it's Honku, it's Shanks, and then you throw Cream in there as well, who had a really great split 2 on top esports. And so always fun to see these two players face off against each other. I think Shanks may be slumping a little bit back in the playoff bracket. But Honku, you can make the argument for some inconsistencies in his own right. So a lot of opportunities for them to both make their mark here in Split 3 to try to send their team to a World Championship. JDG actually going to get their first hand at a Dragon. AL, though, positioning well for a fight.
Ready for this Ornn ultimate. He's got such a good lineup here.
Nice trap line, but not going to matter too much as Breeze can just walk over it. Already the Dragon at 3,000 HP. You see the Vi on a control ward, but not going to matter. He dashes in. It's at 2,000 HP. Junja gets cancelled by the Ultra Mega Fire Kick, and that means that the Dragon will get secured by AL. Tarzan and Shanks diving onto the back line as Gala will go down. Vampire next, but the dive on the other side going to benefit JDG. It'll end up being a 1-for-2. Right now, it is JD Gaming who actually have the advantage at this point. Both bot lane members from AL died in the scrap, the like of Junja and Xiaoshu, and it means they actually end up with the numbers advantage.
Oh, with Gala dead, JDG really don't want to look for the Baron right now, but they might be able to kill Shanks. Nope, he's gone.
Yep, no crowd control for Xiaoshu. Means
Two
that
TPs,
it will
though.
be Shanks getting on out. Yes, will make it difficult for anyone's legend to try to fight for a Baron. And again, you see the kill score at this point. That gold lead isn't really getting much larger. The soul will help, right, Melvin, but it's not necessarily a done deal just yet.
No, and that's part of the thing that changed at the start of this season between Crystalline Overgrowth and some other just changes to how minion waves spawn, the speed of them. You can really equalize a game where you're behind, and if the enemy team who's ahead doesn't accelerate, you can't just lose your lead. Like, it just falls away. Breathe with the, I think it's a field goal. I don't do sports, but yeah, field goal will call it.
You got it.
There we go. Yeah, nice. I know what I'm talking about. Does not end up getting any of the knockup, and it means that we just have Hope getting completely dived on the back line as the Lucian. It does get responded with the AL divers taking out Gala, and that means neither team is comfortable to look at Baron by the end of it. But now, with it being the only objective on the table for 3 minutes, I think we're very comfortably at the point in the game where it should be a real threat, especially considering both of AL solo laners are without teleport. I think JDG can reasonably look for a hard play and then force the enemy team to approach them at Baron if they want to, if they don't want to wait until the next Dragon to have that final team fight.
All of a sudden, look at this! Look at the goal graph on the bottom of your screen. Xiaoshu with those 2 kills, one of them being a shutdown that he picked up in that last fight. Now 2k gold over Breathe. The story much like we saw in game number 1. Now it's going to be much more on to Xiaoshu, with the rest of his team not in as good of a position to really take the reins here in the next few fights. Get JDG back into this one. Have his work cut out for him though, as the rest of AL still a very scary sight. No Baron taken just yet, but now AL just going to make sure they are in a good position to fight for the soul in 2 minutes. Shanks actually dashes forward. Oh, he goes for the ultimate. On to Gala. The Cataclysm plus the call. The Forge God from downtown going to be able to secure the JDG AD carry.
Crazy dive angle. AL knowing that they are at the disadvantage on the TP front, so they force the play themselves and just completely take away the agency from JDG to do anything.
I'm surprised that ended up working. I gotta go back and check the vision here. Speaking of, it looks like Vampire was looking for a little bit too much vision there. He burns the flash too. An unlucky timer there as Tarzan gets another one.
Hold up.
As JD Gaming looking to make a response on the other side of the map and force Shanks into a 2v1. He hijacks the equalizer, looks for a play, ends up popping the hourglass, but it's not going to be enough. He goes forward. He finds a trade kill onto the Rumble, but it'll eventually get taken down by Honkyu. The 1-for-1 from Shanks, though, buys enough time for anyone's legend to finally go up to the top side of the map and claim their first Baron Nashor of the season.
And you can see what Xiaoshu's thought process was there. I have teleport, I can save my ultimate here, and then TP over and force them off the Baron. But by holding it, it gives Shanks the window to get the kill, trading the 1-for-1 like you said, and completely denying any threat over to the AL Baron. With this on the table, and the Dragon Soul spawning soon for them, all of the agency is with the AL divers. Where do they want to play now? Do you want to have Breathe just stand in a side lane and make it so that JDG has to split? Or do you want to just walk it down and use the Baron stats to try and win this fight? Ocean Soul again, we said it earlier for Breathe, makes him nigh unkillable. At this point, pretty good for Tarzan and Shanks too.
AL gonna really try to put that icing on top of the cake with the help of this dragon. Last dragon fight, though, didn't fully go their way. JDG, again, remember, we're able to get a 2-for-1 off of that play. Both of those kills on to Xiaoshu. Honkyu now has a death cap as well. Could still be an interesting fight to watch. Both teams want to dive their respective backlines. Which backline will be able to hold on the longest? Dragon started up. It will be Soul here for anyone's legend, as already Hope is taken down very low with the help of the Arcane Storm. And Breathe has just dashed in the middle of the entire enemy team. Forced to flash away. He's going to go down right as he issues the call. The Forge God, a shutdown, finds the way of Xiaoshu. And they're going to continue to look for the play. 2-man flag and drag comes through from Junja. They take down Shanks. Tarzan goes into Guardian Angel. And Kyle and Hope are now on the run. Goes the buy, and down he goes once again. Dragon taken, Soul denied. It's JDG stay alive.
But the Baron is already dead because it's on AL's sleeves right now. And it means that what can you really get off the back of that? Maybe a mid-tier 1 tower? I mean, denying the Soul is big, but you're going to be left with just scraps. It is, though, equalizing the tempo of this game.
A 10-0 kill lead, not going to be enough for anyone's legend to secure a Game 3, at least just yet. JD came in clawing their way back in, and we are at an even gold position 30 minutes into this game.
Alright, let's see the replay of how on earth JDG managed this, because Breathe whiffs the knock-up here, and simply put, is kind of just in no man's land alone. And then it panics Tarzan. He has to go in and try and get something off the back of it, but once they realize it's all completely cooked, Shanks and Tarzan back off to try and one-shot Honky, but an amazing stopwatch does all it needs to. And the bot lane of AL's just been standing off to the side, chunked out, because they haven't had a front line to play the fight. They simply just didn't get to play that team fight. And if you don't have the Lucian pumping damage, you simply don't have enough to get through the JDG comp. Like, it's just not there.
Yeah, Hope being at half HP even before the fight started makes it even harder for that fight to go AL's way. Especially, of course, when Breathe just kind of sends it into the full enemy team before the rest of his team ended up being ready. Some of those growing pains we might see with a new addition to this AL roster. A roster that had stuck together for so long up until today. Of course, we still have Flandre as part of that 6-man, but Breathe seems to be a big part of that puzzle that AL are trying to solve going into Split 3, and so far hasn't necessarily been the easiest start.
That's definitely putting it lightly. It was a tough game where AL were running it for a lot and then just dropped the tempo entirely in that first matchup. This time around, I mean, there was a ridiculous lead. You said it was 10-0 at one point. Like, the scoreboard looked like in any other moment you would just expect the game to be ended. Didn't matter. Just didn't matter. AL have not been able to break through JDG's resolve. And at this point, the Caitlyn is up to 3.5 items. She outranges the Lucian by quite a bit, and even with the ornament in pocket, if you run forward and get double headshot, it's lights out. There's no Emilio shield that's going to keep you safe from that. You really do need to play super respectfully, but if you have to play respectfully, you can't pump the damage into these skirmishes that JDG have.
AL still feeling confident enough to push it down here on the top side of the map, with Xiaoshu balancing things out down bottom. Another thing I just want to point out here, correct me if I'm wrong on this here, Melvin. Actually, hold on, we're going to have to hold that thought as Junji's getting targeted.
No, you're good,
here.
you're good.
The Ornn upgrades here from Breathe. I'm looking at Shanks,
like
I'm looking at Hope. It's on the rocket belt for Shanks instead of a potential death cap coming up next. And it's on the quick blades, or the flicker blades for Hope instead of the IE.
Yeah.
That feels to me like a bit of a misutilization of that resource.
100%. They put it on Hope first, and I was kind of just passively looking at it, shaking my head, because when you know your ADC is getting IE, you can hold off to upgrade one person's item late. 2 if you're behind, but Breathe at least was on XP parity the whole game, so you can either hold off for Shanks to get a death cap, or for Hope to get an IE. He didn't either. Does mean that they are missing out on some of those extra stats. Is it enough to push them over the edge right now? I would say not, but every little bit matters, and it is another one of those synergy things, as we do have Baron spawning in 14, Dragon up in a minute. I think now we should review the items since we're already talking about them. It's a very tanky Ornn. We have Rocket Belt, Stopwatch, but no. Oh, he does have Rabadons. It's just loaded. Shanks does have that, so he is going to hit like a truck. Lucian, no notable active items. And then we pan over to the other side. There is Zhonya's for Victor, Zhonya's for Rumble. Abyssal Mask, really funky adaptation from Junji. I do quite like that this game. Yeah, but importantly, all of the summoners are up. This is going to be explosive.
And it looks like not a fight around the Baron, but instead this potential Soul Dragon again might not be easy for AL to take. That was already Tarzan is at half HP, hit up by the final spark. Call the Forge God lands on the Xiaoxi, but there's no follow-up as the Arcane Storm forces AL back. No cooldowns there for this Dragon that still has not spawned. AL now have push in the mid lane and will force JDG to eventually respond.
They have the push, but they don't have the Ornhorn, so their main threat
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and desist on Gala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're going to give it over. A pentakill in the first series of Split 3 for Shanks on his Silas pick. He teleports into the mid lane and will force a decider here in our opening series.
Done and dusted. Right there, the entire game explodes. The thing that AL could not get done in the first is done in the second, taking us to an all-important match point. Closest they have been to beating JDG since Split 1. Essential work here from the man in the mid lane from AL. Whoa. That was out of nowhere.
Tarzan with the alley, Shanks with the oop, dunks down JD Gaming with his first competitive pentakill in the LPL. Evens up our series at 1-1. What a way to open up our day here, our second day of Split number 3.
And that was so narrow, that dive there, because I saw that Shanks went around the side and Vampire actually walked back in to body block the Silas chains to keep Gala alive for a little bit longer. But between Tarzan and then stealing the Jarvan ultimate, it was enough to take the ADC out. And then we saw on the other side, it's just 2 AP boys sat in Zhonya's while the entire team is dead around them. So, AL, excellent threat evaluation. And maybe it means that game 1 and the fact they weren't able to push the ticket over was the exception to the rule, because they did find the angle this time around and were as decisive as ever. What we expected from this long-standing AL roster.
That was a fun game to watch. It seemed like AL just had it in the bag, and then JDG slowly but surely finding angles back in. Remember, it was that first dragon. It was that dragon fight that really evened up the game, made things very close, and then Shanks shut the door down. I'm excited to watch back that last team fight because there was a lot of things that ended up being very close to swinging the other way. Obviously, you had Xiaoshu and Junja diving onto AL's backline. They were able to stay alive for just a little bit longer. And then, specifically Tarzan on this buy. The cease and desist, just the vision to see that through an entire line of traps. He flashes forward, barely is able to finalize the channel of the ultimate knockdown before his Guardian Angel gets procced. And that alone, knowing that he's going to die, but allowing for Shanks to dive in and do the rest of the work, was just brilliant to watch.
And overall, JDG just did more damage that game. There was obviously an Ornn that they were hitting, so some of those numbers are going to be a bit inflated, but I mean, at the end of the day, JDG did drag it back from the brink, and it looked competitive, but AL finally able to get that death blow in at the end there. And one hell of a blow it was, as this kind of team fight here was where we see the reason for the Jarvan into the Vi as a theory, but in practice, it never really got to do a lot. Like, yes, you would cancel out the Vi ult, but then you would still be landed on top of the enemy team and killed. And with the dual dive of the Vi and the Silas, AL just accelerated so well this time around. It felt like what they wanted to do in the first game, but they actually actioned upon it this time around.
Just play the team fights better. That's something that AL has always been known to be able to do. Not always, you know, with Breathe as their top laner. I think a lot of the time Flandra really was able to excel in these team fights, but it's also Tarzan and Shanks picking up a lot of that weight. Kyle had a big fight here as well to try to keep hope alive. And at the end of the day, results in AL being able to hold on even after bleeding slowly and slowly throughout that mid to late game.
It gives us some hope for Game 3 being competitive. Because with it going 1-1 in such weird fashion, it feels like AL are generally quite good at dictating the pace of the game. It's just whenever they lose that confidence or don't feel like they can push for the win, JDG are very good at knowing, okay, let's stabilize this. Let's find our angle to come back into it. Let's find a miracle fight where we pick up a couple shutdowns, get our rumble to 3 items, and suddenly it doesn't look done and dusted anymore. And this fight in particular, where it's just counter dive on counter dive, it really looked like AL had fumbled what was an incredible lead to this point.
And that would have been I mean, just the difference in one team fight going one way or the other. If JDG end up winning this series in this game, going for that 2-0, I think a lot of people would start to be questioning what AO have up their sleeves. Here's that ultimate again by Tarzan, able to find it on Gala right as the Guardian Angel gets popped, and then the stolen away Arcane Storm from Shanks just does infinite damage, and Hope's able to survive the dive from Xiaoshu and Hongqiu as well. But yeah, I mean, we'd be asking a lot of questions about AO if they got swept in this one. Thankfully for them, we're going to play another game of League of Legends.
I mean, high key, I thought it had to be a stolen Jarvan ult because it perfectly pushed Gala right back into melee range of the Sylas. So seeing there was not a stolen Jarvan ult is not fabulous. And as for where the heck the MVP goes this game, I wonder if it's going to be the guy with the pentakill or literally anybody else.
I think we have a good guess at this point. Show me Shanks! There he is. Shout out to him.
Is it
I believe the graphic there on the bottom of your screen as the game ended. First competitive pentakill in Tier 1. We'll confirm that. Make sure that ends up being true. But a shout out to him. Player, again, also has had a bit of a journey of his own, trying to turn things around and make a name for himself here, send his team back to Worlds.
Yeah, and it is a pretty high mountain to climb for, but I mean, you know, we saw that T1 can lose internationals to LPL teams. We knew it could happen at MSI, but we hadn't seen it in a hot minute. So maybe there's some hope if we can get some of these teams up to Worlds again, get a bit more competitive instead of having to go to 5 games and then feel that sorrow in our stomachs at the end of it.
Oh, don't remind me. Oh, gosh. Well, it's, hey, both of these teams have Worlds on their minds going into this Split 3 as we hit our first Game 3 of Split 3 between JD Gaming and Anyone's Legend. We'll see who ends up winning their first series of the Split when we return from a break here on LPL English. Back here on LPL English for our first Game 3 of our Split 3 of 2026. JD Gaming and AL going the distance in a battle between two teams that we expect to be close to that top of the table once we get towards that qualification for the World Championships. It's a long way away, Melvin, but for these teams, that is their end goal. That is the one thing that they sign up for at the start of the year. And now is the time to go. Obviously, one game in the regular season not going to mean everything, but it certainly would be a very welcome sign to get your season off on the right foot.
Definitely doesn't mean everything. And I know that there's a trap that you can fall into of like building end of season narratives at the start of the season. But for both of these teams, they have been going head to head for basically the exact same placement of top 3, that kind of range. They're both fighting to get into the top 3 at any given moment, and they really should be. Like, until we had the TES roster that got put together for Split 2, these two should have been, by all intents and purposes, 2 and 3, without fail, because AL finished Split 1 in first place until we got into the playoffs. And so the fact that they haven't been able to make it to an international as of yet this year, big disappointment. That's probably part of the reason why we saw Breathe get picked up and subbed into this team, breaking apart that 29-month streak of all the same players. And so far, I'm going to say it's been mixed, because he really has just been weak side top lane, and Xiaoshu has been having a hell of a time up in that top lane.
Xiaoshu's been really good so far. I think continuing his strong performance from Split 2 into Split number 3, especially with some top lane shenanigans happening on anyone's Legend side. I want to just take a step back as well. I want to give AL a little bit of credit. I don't think this is necessarily them just like forcing a change and like taking Flandra out. There are some other external factors at play here, notably that AL want to make sure they have a top laner at all in a couple of weeks, as there have been some rumors floating around that Flandra might get moved over to a team like BLG. Maybe they're just trying this out for the moment, just trying things out in general. Because for a team like AL that has had a lot of success and are no longer finding it, making a change could end up being that spark. It looks like so far, though, it hasn't been Breathe, because Xiaoshu has played so well so far in this series.
Getting the advantage in the Gnar and Bessa matchup despite picking the Gnar first, winning the Rumble on as to be expected. But now, as we get into this third game, something to remember is when Breathe was on IG last split, Xiaoshu pulled out 2 really funky counter picks, the Tristana into the Gnar and the Tryndamere into the Jace against Breathe, and absolutely slapped around both of those games. So now, as we get into it, and we see that JDG have opted to take the last pick this game, I am hoping we see a bit more of that priority into getting Xiaoshu a strong counter pick, something that he can really run over the top lane with, because he has been the point of power in the early game for JDG, where the rest of the map has kind of fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, it seems like they are once again opting, with right of first choice this time, over to blue side specifically. You wonder if that means that they prefer specific setups around objectives like the Baron Pit. You get earlier access, easier access into that for the early game. Varus has been maybe taken down a bit in the tier list, but still a strong champion, especially now that we've entered Game 3 of Fearless, and also notably still a flex pick, can go up to that top lane if desired.
That is true. It is something that we know that Breathe can lock in. We'll have to see if it can have a bit better of a performance than last time around, where it lost in that third game against Thunder Talk in the... was it the playoffs? Yeah, it would have been playoffs. So, as now we're seeing where JDG want to focus the draft. The Jace, we have seen it come up again in the jungle, something that we saw Monkey have mixed success on yesterday, and Melanie, Madara, mid-bot lane flex. Paired with the Pike, it has been a hell of a nuisance in the bottom lane. It is something that Gala and Vampire have tried, didn't win on, but I would not be surprised if they bring it back, or, better said, just keep it as a flex as late as possible to force that Varus up into the top lane.
Yeah, still a lot of flexibility available for both teams, which is going to be an exciting thing to continue to watch. Might get shut down, though, as it's just going to be that Cassante locked in for Breathe. Could end up forcing the Jace into the jungle to get a more advantageous matchup at this point. But we'll still wait and see. Most likely, though, also means that this Varus will be going towards Hope.
And it does now give JDG agency of whether they want to slam something like the Pyke in on this third pick to really show that they have that level of threat bot lane. Because if you don't, and you instead want to opt for securing yourself a counter to top lane if you do want to commit to sending the Jace jungle, it leaves you in a bit of a weird spot now. Because if you leave the Mel's support to second rotation, Pyke's gone, a lot of those other aggressive champions are going to be gone. I don't think you can risk that if you want the Mel to go bot lane. She does need to have that good kill setup, and having it paired with the Pyke is the best way to do it, especially since Camille's off the table. Poppy is an interesting choice. Does lock in kind of that the Jace is going into the top lane, but it could be a Poppy support flex. So far, JDG's champions technically tell us nothing.
Poppy support certainly possible, but against the Varus, not necessarily the biggest synergy or anti-synergy down there as we head into the second phase of bans. Still some flexibility on the table for JD Gaming. That is exactly how Tabe likes it. Maybe we get some spice for Xiaoshu up in the top side against the Cassante. Only time will tell. We definitely know is that there's still some mid laners that need to be picked for Shanks, who had an incredible game number 2, getting a pentakill on that Sylas, and the lock still has not made its tier 1 debut yet in 2026. Wonder if this is the time to strike with that pick.
I mean, it's been doing absolute gangbusters over in Kesper Cup, so it's something that I have been honestly astounded that we haven't seen LPL mids, particularly these two, representing as something to pull out. Maybe they're saving it for here, because I think the idea of a Lock Kiana diving on top of you is a absolutely haunting prospect for any ADC, Mel or otherwise, but we'll have to see. Kiana did get buffed pre-MSI, but didn't actually show up as often as we were expecting. And so Tarzan, being one of those players that we know can absolutely run a map on an AD assassin, as we saw with the Neferi, can he get it done and actually push it through to a win, though, in this time around?
We shall see. Of course, Tarzan played a lot of Kiana in his time here on AL and has done pretty well for himself. Things like the Neferi also right up his wheelhouse. You see the Akali banned away this time by AL against Hongq.
What's it going to be?
Now await a couple more answers as to what this draft from JDG beholds.
They have to confirm something here. Like, whatever they pick here is going to confirm something. And this very well might just be the thing that knocks all of the dominoes down in the order, because while you could pair Mel and Alistair together, I wouldn't say it's the most common of pairing by any merit, so it probably means that we're looking to send this Mel to mid. It's feasibly still flexible, but Poppy jungle, Jace top does seem to be the way that JDG's dominoes have fallen. Now, how will AL respond to that is a bigger question, because technically Shanks is still blind picking, so picking something a bit safer, a bit more generalist like the Annie is something that has fared well for his team, pairs up nicely with the Kiana, and generally will give you some playmaking, so I'm quite happy to see that.
Annie generally pretty good into the Mel, so not surprised to see that one here for Shanks. We'll see if maybe that'll send the Mel to the bottom lane. I think in general you're okay with Mel Alistar, because the Alistar is just going to roam on his own. But still, you know, not the strongest in terms of a 2v2 specifically. Going to be Nico to finalize the draft for Anyone's Legend, going towards Kael. Now have all of our dominoes here in place for Anyone's Legend. JD Gaming still have to finalize their composition with one last pick.
Alright, Tabe, what you cooking? I'm not even going to try and do the color caster thing of guess what he's going to pick here, because it could go 110 ways, or it could just be something boring, like Arise, or... there you go. Something boring. I guessed it. That counts. That definitely counts.
So you're right. Going to be that Mel in the mid lane. Sivir down to bot, clearing out some ways. Something that JDG did not have a lot of, you know, in previous games of this series. And I think a pretty squishy composition overall, you know, for AL, other than the Cassante. I think there's a lot of avenues for, you know, Xiaoshu's poke, Gala's poke, Hongq's poke to really make some real waves in the mid game.
And I think part of the reason that Sivir is historically such a good counter pick into the Varus is if he goes poke Varus, you can just spell shield the poke. And it's not on a 1-to-1 cooldown, but it's on enough, and especially now that Sivir restores HP when she blocks stuff, it makes it really hard for the poke Varus to get anything done. You get shoved in and you can't exert that pressure. So, going to have to find out where the map actually gets played to by these junglers this time around. That Kiana can power farm, but definitely wants to be getting stuff done, wants to be snowballing ahead in the gold, stacking up Treasure Hunter or equivalent, wherever they end up going with, as we find ourselves at match point with these teams.
One more game between JDG and AL, two teams that have battled over the last couple of years for a top spot in the LPL. AL has a title in the past 2 years, JDG does not, although they have a lot more in previous seasons. Not with this iteration though, still looking for their first one. We'll see if they can get that on that road to a top spot, to the World Championships, even the playoffs here. Locking a top spot, top seed becomes very important as we enter that double elimination bracket. Getting set for game number 3 of JDG and AL here in Shenzhen.
Oh, I love that.
Okay. Melvin, break down what's happening here.
Kiana's useless level 1. That's about all you need to know here. Kiana's one of those Vi type champions where...
Excellent analysis. That's all I need.
Tarzan is plenty aware that he can do absolutely zero to stop that. Now, flashing over the wall meant that Tarzan didn't have time to adjust early and run over to start those wolves and then look for an invade. So, hopefully, as we look over to Junjia, it should give him enough time to clear out Tarzan's red base and then be there to deny the counter invade. Tarzan cutting straight over though. It will be seen, and so now full agency over to JDG how they want to respond. Hongyu has pushed prio, but Amel chasing you down, I wouldn't say it's the most intimidating prospect.
That must be a little annoying. He might have gotten a couple of those actually. We'll have to wait for confirmation once we see the scoreboard finally pop back up. But could have been a big win for Hongyu if he's actually able to secure a few of those. Doesn't end up being the red buff start for Tarzan. He just wants to take some of these small camps, and he's going to take the -1 overall in terms of this trade. Maybe look for a bit of an aggressive play down here. He doesn't get it, which means that Hongkyu's contributed to denying a little bit more XP from the AL jungler.
Normally you need 2 camps and an edge camp, so Gromp or Krugs to hit that level 3 thresh point. It looks like he did leash a bit of XP from bot lane though, so it won't put him behind on the clear in any meaningful way, beyond the fact that he's completely missing a red side. So it will be a camp lead over to Junjia, and now it is all about where he wants to play the map for Poppy. Being so difficult for Tarzan to deal with. However, realistically, he's the only one that the Poppy is a nuisance to deal with. Cassandre, yes, does have dashes, but until he is doing some full-on Cassandre copy pasta stuff later on in the game, this counter pick is very much just an isolated, make it so Tarzan can't play the team fights type of pick, rather than something that is a compositional stomp.
I think going to be a very important thing to watch as we get later into this one. That specific interaction between the junglers as the bot laners, forcing a couple of summoner spells as well. Another good thing with the Poppy, you have that Keeper's Verdict, potentially useful to get somebody like Kael or Tarzan away from a fight right before they throw out a big ultimate. That could also be something to observe here as Junjia continues this aggressive play early on into this game. He has, again, that camp lead. He's going to try to take advantage of it with another Raptor steal. He smites it away. Mission success.
Nice TP from Hongyu to help leash that camp. Does actually cover the barest of margins. However, Junjia knows that without smite, this crab is Tarzan's if he lets him walk up. So he's having to play the weird game.
Oh my god, that's crazy. 2 TPs to just secure that crab and the Raptor camps for Junjia. They are really trying to set this Poppy up for success.
As a jungler, that warms my heart to see. Solo laners, take notes. Be like, I hope JG win off that. That's truly just honorable behavior. You've got to protect your jungler Skullcrab. You can't be letting the enemy take your Raptors. AL, you got to learn something from that. But no, in all seriousness, it's a good tempo lead. At the end of the day, both of these solo laners time their resets so they'll be able to get away with it. Kael is fishing for a play mid. It's Mel.
Yeah, Hongyu seemed like he knew all along that that was going down. Both supports making their way mid lane. We've seen in Game 2 a bit of a turn back to the more traditional League of Legends that we have been used to over the last couple of months. This is a bit of a hybrid between that all-out Camille Shen style of support gameplay in Game 1, and then the more, Lucian lane versus Caitlyn lane that we had in Game 2.
Yeah, there's still plenty of explosive factors between the Kiana, and honestly, the fact that there's a Mel that can reflect the Kiana, I think matches that in a quite nice fashion. The poke from JDG should be pretty hard for AL to fight against as the game goes on, so it's about trying to secure that lead, get Hope ahead, so that you can at least match the poke wall rather than just having to sit there and take shock blasts.
Tibbers hit early here for Shanks. He's going to try to use it to force Honkyu out of lane, get a small advantage for himself. Also noting it is the poke Varus for Hope. Not really a surprise considering some of the more squishy backline members that are available for him to try to take down. But it is something that can be matched up nicely against, as you mentioned, Melvin, by the Sivir and also the Mel with the rebuttal.
It's something that also, because Gala has opted for the cleanse plus the spell shield, it means that if these two ADCs do get left alone in isolation, as we have seen happen quite a lot with supports roaming, post level 6, Gala could just right-click down Hope, and it doesn't look good. It's not a favourable matchup for the Varus after a certain point. Even if you throw your ult and throw your Qs out, Sivir just eats one of them and suddenly half your damage profile is down. So, something that we do need to keep an eye on the mini-map when plays like this happen, particularly in a minute and a half's time when those grubs are up. Very curious to see where AL and JDG play their pieces to try and get some prior around that. We do just have supports kind of vibing. Like they're just there trying to equalize the pressure on the map. They're doing the same thing, like you said, from first game of, okay, I'm here. All right, Kyle, good to see you. I'll be here too.
Yeah, not as explosive pre-6 for Kyle on the Nico than he would have been on the Camille, which means that it's a little bit more difficult to just force plays all the way down, force these summoner spells, unless perhaps one of your opponents gets a little bit out of position. Maybe Vampire is right here. Trying to collapse on him is Hope, but they won't be able to close that gap as the Dragon has still been available. Nobody really opting towards taking that. I think our first fight might come around those grubs.
And that's the thing, when you have a Sivir versus Varus, these waves often do get one-shot, and so both ADCs are in a position to roam to the objective, and that makes it really awkward for either jungler to feel comfortable starting it. I'm not the biggest fan of the Poppy this game. I know I said it was mainly just to tell Tarzan off and not let him engage. Technically, once Kyle has the Rocket Belt, that'll be another dash you can block feasibly. But the real reason I don't like it is between a Cassandre and a Nico with clones, you can intercept the Poppy ult quite easily and make it super hard for Junja to actually get value out of that Keeper's Verdict, which is what brought Poppy support into Poppy jungle, into such prevalence years ago.
Sure. Well, something to keep an eye out for. That I mean, if he is able to turn, fight sideways with that ulti, will be big for JDG. But again, AL, as you mentioned, have the tools to try to deny that a bit. We now hit the 8-minute mark. Grubs about to spawn. Crucially, neither support is level 6. Those are some big-time ultimates that will not be available if a full 5v5 does end up breaking out. Junja getting to the pit, but Tarzan actually is there first. Heroic charge sends him into the wall. Keeper's Verdict knocks him up. Exhaust already on a Tarzan who's down to 40% HP, and they've already taken down one. It is first blood over to Honkyu as Kyle flies too close to the sun. Traded back though as Hope makes it an even trade. Breathe with the all-out, goes on to Junja, forces him down, flashes for the final and Topo strike to make sure that AL will secure the win in the grubs.
JDG knowing the play they wanted to go for and sending it with full force, but at the end of the day, they didn't have the numbers, and it was that rotation coming out from Hope that made the play feasible. Gala should be able to barely get a second plate bot lane to equalize, and...
Oh, we cancelled auto.
Dude, that's a yikes. That's a yikes.
He'll get it. He's going to push one more wave, I think, but it'll
Even
delay
then, because
it.
of the kill, Hope's ahead.
He's in a good spot. That sucks.
Yeah, unless he dies. Whoa, I hate this Mel champion so much. Oh, it's unbearable to watch the gameplay, truly. And we do now have JDG securing the enemy blue buff. Should be aiming to start that dragon soon. They do have Hope TPing back into bot for AL, though, to really equalize out that pressure and deny a sneaky dragon take from the JDG side.
JDG still actually up in gold slightly just based off of some of the CS leads, but at this moment, AL control the kills, they controlled the grubs, and are in a good position to continue to move forward in this game. Taking a look across the map of where this gold is situated, of course Hongq a beneficiary of that kill. Hope on the other side though, also being pretty happy with where he is at this point in the game. Both those players will be crucial for their teams as we get further and further along this decisive game.
Most definitely, and if you have a behind Poke Varus, it's possibly one of the most useless champions I've ever seen. Absolutely just not able to contribute in fights beyond chucking the ultimate in. So it's important that Hope does manage to secure some level of resource lead. Shanks going back for a trade to clear the wave. Is chunked out though. Does have the Swifties, importantly. Hongq, instead of matching, which is normally commonplace in mid lane, when you see somebody go for the Swifties, especially knowing it's got to upgrade to Swift March at a certain point, you usually see the other mid laner match it in return. Hongq, in this case, actually saying, no, there's far too much crown control for me to W it reliably, and I'd much prefer to be able to get out of the Annie Flash Tibbers combo and then be able to reflect, then be able to flash, presumably Rocket Belt away at some point. But we will have to see how that develops as the game goes on. We do have the Dragon available now. Both teams posturing, but neither actually willing to start it, which means Tarzan is getting to just kind of run wild and farm the top side of the map relentlessly.
Yeah, a very big delay in taking this first Dragon. It seems like neither of these teams view a soul as their win condition, perhaps instead playing around some of these full-on team fights as we get later into the game. Junja scouting around the area, but again has allowed for Tarzan to claw his way back in the CS department, as he is actually going to be the one to start the Drake up.
Hey, you say later in the game, I see Nico ult, Kiana ult, Tibbers, and Varus ult. AL should want to take a fight here. They just need to not get evicted by the Poppy.
I see the teleports burned by both top laners. They definitely want to make this a 5v5, but AL have full control over the pit, and JDG just going to give it away. That is the first Dragon, secured essentially for nothing on AL's side.
Excellent TP from Breathe there, just having Cassante stand there and threaten the fact that he could just path make it in front of the Poppy ult meant Junja had nothing. He couldn't do anything to approach that objective. If he walks forward, he gets all outed and taken away. He can't flash over the wall because he doesn't have it. At best, he could have thrown his life away.
Play talent thrown out by Tarzan, going to throw Junja back into the rest of AL. Shanks gets the gold. And another kill goes the way of the Pandas. They're up 3-1 at this point, and are feeling pretty good about where their game is at, with Hope picking up some more plates in the bottom lane.
Following the trend of the series so far, AL doing a pretty good job of making sure they get some lead in the early game. Now we've seen their ability to push that over the line waver between game 1 and 2. I'm hoping, for AL's sake, we see a bit more of the game 2, where they actually were confident enough to pull the trigger eventually, is the big thing. They have a whole lot of triggers to pull. I just listed them out before that Dragon not fight happened. But they have so much agency from AL to force things, and you brought it up last series. When AL were at their best, were fighting for title contention reliably, it's because they were the best team fighters in the region, hands down. They were so good at it, and they have so many good tools for it right now.
We saw it work to perfection. Just the threat of those tools being available forced JDG away from that Dragon, could force them into worse situations as this game progresses. Taking a look around the rest of the map, everybody just being solid on AL's side. Even Breathe, kind of in his best position as of yet. He's gotten counterpick in all 3 games and hasn't done much in the first 2. This time, at least he's hanging even. You see some ultimates forced by both Hope and Vampire. Vampire is going to get away from that Chain of Corruption.
Standard cooldowns blown. We do have Rift Herald spawning in 50 seconds, but based on how long it took teams to do anything about the Dragon, I don't expect that to be an instant fight over it. We're also in kind of a... I'm going to call it a lull state again, because we have all flashes up. And for the LPL, that is our equivalent to a lull state. If every single flash is on the table, we are just waiting for something as explosive as the game ending from 2, where The team fight felt like it was done in maybe 15 seconds flat, and everybody was dead for JDG, and the game was just won for AL. I don't think we're at the damage break points yet where that'll happen at such speed, but with all these cooldowns up, a flash Tibbers, a flash Nico ult, even a flash Varus ult. I mean, it can win a world championship, so I'm pretty sure it can win a regular season LPL game.
Definitely. So, we'll wait to see how exactly that works out. On JDG's side, in terms of how they want to win this game, though, Melvin, has to be with the poke, right? And, you know, Xiaoshu's getting there. Hongqiu is picking up his first item. Gala is as well. But in the full-on 5v5, it's going to be difficult just in a raw situation before any initial poke has been thrown out. And speaking of poke, that's exactly what happens to Junja around this Rift Herald. But it looks like JDG want to fight for it. A teleport about to come in. Pop Blossom from Kael does find Hongqiu as vampires in the middle of anyone's legend. It will be the Herald secured by the Poppy, but the supreme display of talent finds 3, and Xiaoshu's forced to flash away. He does a lot of damage, able to take down 1, and now breathes on the backline, looking to hunt down Gala on the other side of things. Anyone's legend dominating the back end of that fight, despite the Rift Herald going JDG's way.
And that's the explosiveness that we were expecting. All of the flashes up and almost all of them down now. JDG will not be allowed to pick up the Herald despite securing it, and will leave AL with the scraps across the map. It is now just about gathering as many resources as you can. Hongqiu trying to push out this wave and fish for a plate, sending Xiaoshu straight down to the bottom lane to secure a tower. I believe this is actually first blood tower. Take a look at it, so it will be a bit of an extra gold injection into the Jace's pocket.
I'm going to look at how this one opened up. JDG hard committing for the taking of this Rift Herald, but they were all out of juice by the time the fight actually broke out.
Like, watch Vampire here. It's really good recognition to know my Mel is about to land. They want to jump in and one-shot them. But that means that the Alistar has burned all the cooldowns, like you said, before the fight actually starts. And now there's a Cassandre hot dropping between a Mel and a Sivir. One of them is absolutely finished. And today, Gala is the one that is going to be all outed.
Yeah, Breathe got sent away by the Keeper's Verdict and said, all right, I'll just TP in instead. And actually had a bigger shield, bigger damage, bigger opportunities to kill Gala in that fight. Anyone's Legend up in gold at this point, looking for a little bit more of a play as the fight is once again broken out, and Junja's caught out of position. The Tibbers from Shanks seals his fate as it's another jungler down on JDG's side. AL should be able to claim this second dragon of the game and put themselves in firm control of Game 3.
And not having a true frontline champion into the just constant barrage of pick tools that AL have is showing to be the thing that is falling apart for JDG's comp. Yes, Poppy, very good disengaged champion. If the enemy team only relies on dashes and doesn't have unstoppable or a lot of ways to get away from the Poppy ult, but we're just not seeing that value from Junja this game so far.
Tarzan lands with a stun onto Hongqiu. Shanks looking to hunt down the Mel as well. Knowing the rebuttal's up though, always going to be a little bit dangerous and force Shanks away. He's at half health, and now Tarzan and him might wait in this Triburst to try to hunt out Junja, who's looking to continue this chase at this point. Lands the buckler, but that is all he will. Looks like JDG is struggling to find anything at this point.
Sigh. I mean, it makes sense for Annie, but we're going to see the double rocket belts on the mid lane. It did get budged over to be a bit more health rather than AP, but nonetheless, we still have double Chovy belts. It is the world we live in.
Hey, these fights have been just, you know, neck and neck at this point. Who knows how much that mobility could end up helping. You know, the counter argument is how much will that little extra tick of damage end up helping as well. Certainly, I see your point. But yeah, it seems like these teams valuing the utility at this stage in the meta, thanks to one of our Gen G mid laners that is over in the LCK. And at this point, anyone's Legend feeling pretty good about the state of the game. Goes down to the soul laners again though for JD. Xiaoshu still even to, you know, slightly ahead in the CS department at this point. Hongqiu for getting his second enda before Shanks does. These two are going to have to be the drivers here in a game that the jungle bot lane has really struggled on JD Gaming's side.
And as if it couldn't get much worse, we have to acknowledge the Ocean Soul in the room. Every time we have talked thus far about how JDG win fights, it has been about poke. If AL get more Ocean Dragons and an Ocean Soul, that is the hardest counter to poke that exists realistically, short of a Soraka on the team, so JDG have to really put up or shut up around these next 2 objective fights, because if they aren't able to force AL off, if they aren't able to secure at least one of these dragons, the game just slips away from them. Like, their main way back into it is just going to fall.
Chain of Corruption again onto Vampire, forces that Unbreakable Will, trade that you will see quite often in a game with both of these champions in it. Have the next dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. If AL can get that Ocean Soul, as you mentioned, Melvin, will be very big. And again, just thinking about how different this series and its outlook between these 2 teams could have looked if AL weren't able to pick up that final team fight in Game 2. It could have been a 2-0 sweep for JDG if they were able to get a comeback of their own there. But now AL firmly in the driver's seat, looking to change the narrative that has been harping on them throughout this season, that they will not be that same team without Tabe. Well, now they're doing it against Tabe himself on his new team.
And so far this year, Tabe's had the winning record. Only 1 series out of 5, I think it is now. Yeah, in AL's favor since losing Tabe. JDG wanting to extend that record, but currently not having the means to do it. We discussed it last game, though. AL got a massive lead and just stalled the game. They didn't actually progress towards a win condition for a very long time. And off the back of that, it gave JDG miracle fights that could let them back in the game. Now, as far as miracle fight champions go, AL have a ton of team fight abilities that are really good. But if the Poppy ever does land a good ultimate onto 1 or 2 people, it does not matter if you have 3 wombo combo tools, because if you don't kill 5 champions, they will just numbers diff you and be able to take away one of these dragon fights. So again, AL need to show that they can actually finish out the games from these leads. They did it in Game 2 after a long wait. I would love to see, for the sake of the confidence in this team, a decisive take the next dragon, force a fight, walk it to Baron, force JDG back, take control of the map, and then really just win the game off of the soul fight. Because right now, feasibly, JDG could sack the fight and say, fine, we're not ready yet. But if you're letting soul go, it's all over.
So it might be not at this dragon, but maybe the next one. JDG still at least feeling out the possibility of going for a fight. Vampire hunting for Tarzan right now, who has that grass Q available to get himself a little bit of extra slipperiness. Breathe, maybe going a little bit too far as he gets hit up by the root of the Mel, forced to flash away as the teleport has come in. Okay, there's the poke, there's the damage we were talking about for JDG. Can they turn that into a team fight win?
Shanks is on the flank with the flash tibbers. He is backed off though. Keep an eye on this Annie. They are the one that's going to be the force for the play.
It'll be big to try to deny that soul point. Oh, the Keeper's Verdict is beautiful from Junja. It sends the Kiana away. Tarzan has no ability to smite, and it will be that first dragon picked up for JD Gaming. Supreme Display of Talent comes out. Vampire flashes away from it, and everybody will get out with their lives.
Expertly done by JDG, and that was exactly what I was saying AL has to be afraid of. The Poppy is a champion that this game should be getting one shot every single fight, and we've seen it. That's why Junja is 0-4. But if they ever get to stand at long range and get the poke onto Breathe, make him have to back off, then suddenly the person who's meant to be face tanking the Poppy ult can't do it reliably. And the fact that he managed to land that eviction onto Tarzan was exactly the only way that JDG get to walk away, denying the first Ocean Dragon to AL. And now, pressure starts to build in the AL comms, because we saw this last game. They stalled us out real long, and it was about the same level of gold lead then too. It was 2k gold lead at around 25 minutes-ish. That's not enough to really wallet diff a team, as Vampire's fishing. Okay.
Forces a spot, forces a heal. We'll take it. It's spellbook on this Alistair. He doesn't care.
No, very happy with that one. As perhaps this is part of the reason that JDG opted to take the blue side away, was because it gives you so much better access to the Baron pit. It's really hard to sneak Baron on red side. Much easier to do it on blue side. Shockingly, to no one. It's why T1 was favoring blue side so much, because it lets you get to Baron bit and get away with some really cheeky stuff. And JDG stalling out the game here. They just can deny any attempt for AL to rush Baron. They have a poke Varus. That's not that quick. Their rush is quite slow on the grand scale of things, so AL are in a bit of a weird position where if they don't find an angle to force a fight, then they're just going to get it slipped away from them again. All the flashes are up, bar Vampire. Something needs to happen for AL, or they're just going to get stalemated.
Who's going to pull that trigger? Will it just be around that next dragon? And if it is, what's to stop JDG from just running that same formula again? Waiting for Junja to have that Keeper's Verdict, sending Tarzan away. Still a lot on the table here for JDG to try to get their way back into this series. These compositions, these champions, they certainly scale. The big carries in Sivir and Mel will eventually be dangerous and will be able to outdamage some of their opponents. So for AL, finding their opportunity for a fight will be crucial in these next few minutes. Might come around this dragon, might be around the Baron, might be somewhere else. But more aggression is kind of what we need to see from this team at this point.
I mean, Gala is closing in on that Infinity Edge, and at that point, if you're not one-shotting the Sivir, she's one-shotting all of you, because part of the thing about AL's comp is they want to wombo combo, they want to all jump in and do their abilities, but guess what? That means you're stacked up, you're close enough for those ricochets to tear through your health bars. Cassante is the only tanky member of the team. If Gala is allowed to free hit, oh boy, it's going to hurt, as now AL posture in front of the Baron, but I don't think they're even going to consider starting it. The Dragon's up in 1 minute and 30, and now, I mean, Vampire's rocking the cleanse, but still, all summoners being up, realistically bar heal on Kael, like, I don't know, I don't favour AL in a fight where all these cooldowns are up, unless man of the match Shanks from last game can find a big flank. He was fishing for it at the last dragon fight, but didn't pull the trigger, didn't have the vision control. And you can see it, JDG have been doing such a good job of denying an approach into the dragon side, because they just make it look like, oh, maybe we'll force Baron. We have a Sivir, maybe we'll look at Baron. And AL just chucks all their vision over there, and now they aren't able to get in and secure stuff for the dragon.
Because when you look at the composition for AL, they're not really a team that is able to, take a Baron very easily if JDG decide to go for a dragon. So putting all of the vision there, very much more of a defensive play. Also means that AL gonna have a tougher time fighting this dragon that is about to spawn in 30 seconds. They send a teleport in from Breathe, has that upgraded shield for the next little bit, and that'll be enough to force JDG away as Honku TPs on his own.
He does not have the Rabadons yet. Still quite scary on the Mel, but not as scary as he could be. Shanks, same
IE
position.
Gala with the Infinity Edge. Going to be a big threat. AL need to find a way to get onto the Sivir or the Mel. More preferably both. Dragon about to spawn. Now available as mid lane control going to be the priority. Gala wave clearing like a madman here. Getting that wave pushed in as Vampire's forced to pop the Unbreakable Will. Dragon has been started up by anyone's legend, but JDG still looking for their way in.
Gotta look now or it's gone. They're giving it up. Wow. Okay. AL were just able to get enough control over the river there and contest the mid wave. I think part of that has to be down to the fact that Honku was still clearing a top wave and TP'd in about the same time as Shanks base TP'd over. I think if he's there sooner and you can represent a bit more of a force before Shanks is in range or in like a hit shot to TP in, maybe you could do something there, but now we're back to square one. Still no meaningful like combat summoners down. Just the teleports. Does mean that JDG should have agency on the map to do stuff. They just haven't really been looking for it, and they don't exactly have the tools to do it either.
Yeah, I mean, the dragon is nice. I have to wait another 5 minutes until it really becomes impactful, when they really can put a foot down here in this game 3. Approaching the 30-minute mark. Sure, if we took a look at the gold graph, Melvin, rather stagnant for this last 10 minutes. Really not a lot has gone on, and I think that continues to benefit JD Gaming as they need to stack up items, get their carries into better positions. Now the death cap completed for Honku. A big spike now in the Mel's hands, and perhaps that is why JDG were more comfortable in giving that dragon away, knowing that in 4 minutes time they'd be a lot stronger.
Shanks isn't going to be far behind though, so unless you're going to leverage this brief moment in time where you have the Rabadons and the Annie doesn't to force Baron, I don't know. They are securing the vision to do it though. I think after this next minion wave, that is when time will tell if JDG are actually going to try and accelerate the game or if they're just happy to wait until the next dragon. But I don't know. If I'm them, I personally wouldn't be happy to wait and see what happens at an Ocean Soul point.
Every early game in this series has gone AL's way, but we still remain even. JDG able to come back in game 1, AL able to hold on in game 2. Results of this decider still up in the air as we count our seconds down for this eventual Ocean Soul availability for the Pandas of anyone's legend. JDG maybe looking for a fight in their own right. They are at their power spikes at this point, but neither side willing to pull the trigger. This is very anti-LPL, Melvin, I will have to say.
I know. Rather disappointing to say the least, but Shanks does hit base 2 by the hat. That window where JDG had the notable item lead is gone. The window has closed. The next one will be when Gala secures that Lord Dominic's regards ahead of Hope. Will put him, well, I mean, Hope's already out 4 items, but the Poke Varus items are kind of like, you just continue to do the same amount of threat. It doesn't substantially increase or decrease. It just keeps you on tempo of being able to chunk about the same percentage of a health bar down. We have nothing, though. 2 minutes until Dragon. Let's take a look at the summoners. Oh boy, they're all still there.
Well, maybe not for long as Vampire gets hit up by a stun, forces the Unbreakable Will. This time, Chain of Corruption still available. Maybe that's a signal for AL to start the Baron. They've been feeling a little bit desperate at this point, reeling, looking for a play, but they will not start it just yet. Still waiting for that perfect opportunity.
I'm on TikTok, boys. You have to get something done here. JDG, unless you're 100% confident, which you should not be.
Oh, Honkyu! Getting focused down by Tarzan. Doesn't throw out the Supreme Display of Talent just yet. He will eventually do so, but not find anybody. At least chunks Honkyu down to 40% HP. He has his teleport up to rejoin the fight, so he will be still a 5v5 if anything does end up breaking out.
It was a very funny looking trade because you don't want to throw the Supreme Display of Talent at an un-CC'd Mel because she'll just reflect at you. So Tarzan just kind of chucks it adjacent to the Mel, gets the reflect, but then there's no follow-up. So Hope not in range for the ultimate. Maybe could have flashed to throw those chains down, but AL just, again, they haven't been feeling that pressure to force yet.
All right, we're getting to the point where the game might be decided at this team fight in 40 seconds around the Dragon. Oh. Vampire already has gotten hit up by the third Antofa Strike. Remember, he used his ultimate earlier, and that means he doesn't have it now. Tarzan gets his first kill of the game, and finally, we have a kill here in this game 3. Should be the soul for AL, unless a good miracle happens to come out of JDG's hands.
They're pinging the Baron, but AL, I think, is wise to this. They are setting up. The Dragon is spawning in 18 seconds. It's not there yet. Contesting a Poppy at the Baron is a similarly awkward affair to doing it at Dragon. But AL, they are not giving the window for that trade.
What a reminder, completed for Gala. 4th item in for Xiaoshu as well. But not going to happen because it's that 4v5. They're just going to have Tarzan be at the Dragon to try to claim the soul. JDG now pulling the trigger, but will it be too late?
This is sketch.
Alistar running back up from the Death Chamber. Vampire will be able to join his team, potentially on a flank angle as Shanks could be targeted by that headbutt pull. It will be a smite secure for Junja unless something else happens. No, it will be the Baron secured by JD Gaming, and now Breathe getting targeted by Gala, who's still at full HP, has that lethal tempo proc. Knockup lands onto Vampire. He pops the Unbreakable will be able to survive for a little bit longer, but finally Shanks burns him down with Tibbers. On the flank is Tarzan, and JDG know it, and they are on the run. The target going to be Xiaoshu on the Jace. Dashing over is the Kiana. Honkyu does have the rebut, waiting for it. Finally, Tarzan goes a little bit too early, but in goes Kael to finish it off with the Pop Blossom. Xiaoshu still low. Everybody on JDG's health bars are blinking, and they finally get turned to gray. Gala's on a crazy flank on the Sivir. Goes forward and picks up a 1000 gold shutdown and keeps JDG alive in this game.
Gala, I thought he had completely based there, but He is not able to get that last tap onto Shanks. It was nearly a colossal gold injection for the Sivir, but the one Baron buff does survive. Will JDG be able to get stuff done with it? I have no idea. Let's take a look at that, because Tarzan goes over the wall and was so patient. He just pumps damage into Honkyu, but he waits until the last second, does throw out the ult, is ended up knocked down by the Mel R, but really nice little slide forward here, using, I think it's Junjia, there you go, as a way forward to pick up one. Yeah, there's Gala. He was recalling and decides, actually, get me in on this action, but Shanks with a fantastic flash to live. Ocean Soul diff, by the way, that's part of the reason why Shanks lived there. Even though Gala picked up the Mortal Reminder instead of the LDR, still not enough. Still not enough. The Ocean Soul is going to make these fights all the more difficult for JDG. It's going to basically be on Gala's back to win them, but he just used both suns, so I don't know. I don't feel much confidence in a guy who's going to get ultimately jumped on by the Frozen Heart Nico and rocket belted and Tibbers by Shanks. So it's a tough game for JDG to do anything with this Baron. It does mean, though, if they don't lose the game in the next 3.5 minutes, look at those objective timers. Same time.
We get to choose one or the other. Something that often happens at these later portions of the game. JDG likely not able to get too much more out of this Baron buff, but their carries are keeping them in this one. Honkyu on the Mel. The patience to wait for Tarzan so long to throw out that supreme display of talent, ends up not connecting onto him, ends up throwing Tarzan back, getting that kill, and then just the decisiveness, the killer instinct from Gala to go for that flank, to wait things out, to eliminate Hope and pick up 1,000 gold shutdown for himself as well. Really saving JD Gaming from what could have been a clean ace and eventually the game going AL's way. Still a lot to be decided. It's 5-12. You look at the kill score, you look at the Dragon score. You think AL are in a much better position, but JDG have done a great job holding on.
And that has really been the name of the series. I feel like we've watched the same game 3 times, but in different flavors of just JDG finding a way to drag a game out that AL really should have been able to win. I mean, so far it's been a coin flip of who's been able to finish out the game by the end of it, but AL, I still think, have favorable tools. They have the Ocean Soul. I think that this should be them looking to force a play before those objectives spawn, because even if a fight goes bad for you here, if you can burn some cooldowns out, force some TPs out, then you can take control of the map before the big objectives spawn. I don't think it's going to be that deep if you have 1 or 2 deaths here, because Baron is gone. I don't think there's an end angle for it for JDG.
So both sides just trading out some waves, trying to maybe get an extra item or 2 on one of their crucial carries. We see level 20 unlocked for Xiaoshu. Hasn't done too much in these team fights just yet, but you know with that poke at a 4-item Jace with that Cyrilda's Accelerated Shock Blast going to really pack a punch once we get later on into this one. Honkyu as well with that 4th item. Gala getting closer to a 5th. Everybody here on JDG really scaling into what could be just an incredible form by the time we get to this Elder and Baron spawning in a minute 30.
And it's definitely been the quietest game for the top gap. Xiaoshu getting the better end of all 3 of the games realistically on the gold, but Breathe in these team fights has been getting work done. He has been picking up those all-essential kills to make sure that JDG carries aren't slipping away on 1 HP like Shanks managed to do in the last fight. So, especially now picking up that Abyssal Mask, I think him and Shanks should really be rolling together, looking to just get on the backline and say, no, we don't care. If Tibbers and full combo from Annie goes down onto Gala or Honkyu or both, then job's done.
You look at the champions on JDG's side versus AL's at this point. They are at really strong positions, and AL really will have to make some magic happen, find some big flanks and picks with the help of their mid jungle. Tarzan and Shanks have been able to do it throughout this series. Will they be able to do it in the final moment of this first best of 3 for them of Split 3? Nice job by observers to point out that control ward right around the Elder Dragon. It looks like that is where both of these teams will prefer to fight at this point.
You're against the Kiana. JDG don't want Tarzan being able to get to the river, because that just unlocks so many better angles for the supreme display of talent. They have the mid push. Like you said, that ward in the Dragon Pit is doing numbers.
No vision in the river, though. That means that Breed's going to get focused down immediately. Junja goes forward with the heroic charge. Forces Tarzan back. That burns the Edge of Night. That's a big cooldown on the spell shield that will not be available, as now JDG with the Sivir going to start up the Elder Dragon.
Basante TPing in. Vampire fishing for some kind of flank play here.
There's the poke. Tarzan already down to half with the help of that Shock Blast. Honku throwing out some ease as well. Neither side really wants to focus this down just yet. Junja going to get targeted by the Supreme Display of Talent and the Pop Blossom. He's a tanky Poppy, but not going to be tanky for long. Breathe goes forward. Will be able to eventually take it down. Junja's still alive. Finally, it'll be Tarzan to seal the deal. Elder at 5,000, but it's stolen away. It's Honku that takes it, and the burns are going to start to come it down. 2 for 2 already, but it will be Vampire going down next. It's a 3 for 2 overall for AL, but somehow JDG, with their superstar Taiwanese mid laner, steal away the Elder Dragon.
I have absolutely no idea how Honku was able to get the last hit on that dragon, but it does mean that now AL can't even reasonably look to threaten Baron. They're spam pinging it, but that's an Elder Dragon, Sivir, and Mel. Gala going to clean out the vision. We're going to have TPs up. Let's see what actually happened there. This was great by AL to force onto Junja, because they know if this Poppy is left alone for a second, he can channel ult, as he starts to do as soon as he comes out of this, evict people and get the winning play. So they send everybody, all the CC, to tear apart the Poppy. But on the other side of the fight, it means they don't have the DPS to one-shot the backline, and it's just a Melky.
Doesn't smite it.
It's just a focus on the fight. He's not paying attention to the Dragon HP. It goes down a bit too quick for his expectation, and good capitalization from JDG to pick up on Tarzan's rare smite mistake is, yep.
Tave is me throughout this game, just begging for someone to take that advantage. It hasn't happened yet. And now JDG have the Elder Dragon buff. Again, they have the scaling composition. They're going to go for Baron to make it just the double whammy in this decisive game. It's at 5,000 HP. Tarzan not in a position to steal just yet. Looking to jump over the wall. Keeper's verdict gets canceled, but he will not be able to find a steal. Baron secured for JDG, as at 42 minutes, they are in now the driver's seat all of a sudden. Gold lead belonging to them.
But they have to get that foot down on the pedal. The Elder Dragon buff has barely a minute left for Honku and Gala. They must get forward and try and pressure. I don't like Gala taking this red buff here. Like, it's nice to have. It's an important buff to secure, but I don't know. You're on the clock. You'll have the Baron for the siege, but you want to be able to threaten a play. Because while that Elder is available for the carries, AL have to be exactly like this. They just have to give. As soon as it's just Baron, they can at least think about a fight. But right now, if they don't give, they could just lose the game in a second.
Potentially an angle for Tarzan to look for a flank. You can see the Elder Dragon buff ticking low, now running out. No more burn, no more execute available, which means that now AL can really play this out to their own liking. Tarzan would have been spotted out of a ward placed by Vampire, as JDG now shift their attention towards the bottom side. Right now, AL not really in a position to try to stop this, so it's just going to be another tier 2 going down.
Just whittling away at the AL defenses. Now does have the flash, does have the rocket belt, does have the stopwatch available. Can look to force it, can look to dissuade JDG if they step too far up. I mean, fighting in a lane against an eco ultimate, you're basically going to have the entire thing covered by it. Alistair can mark someone, but he can't mark everyone. Vampire's got a very difficult job here to keep these two people next to him alive. If either die, the fight looks almost unwinnable.
What a way to kick off this season for both of these teams. JDG and AL have a lot of high expectations, and their first matchup is just an absolute grueling battle against one another. It has gone the distance. Game 3 approaching 45 minutes. Certainly the longest game we've seen this season at the very least, and maybe could even go longer at this point. And anyone's legend, I mean, we have to say it at this point, Melvin. They've gotten outscaled. JDG now, despite the kills, despite the soul, have stronger champions on their team. Question is, can they play it out right? AL still find the flanks. If they still are able to find that perfect team fight, they still are in a position to be able to win.
And it is an important game in the sense that they both have matches tomorrow. Both of these teams are playing first thing tomorrow morning. So it's going to be big for the mental to be walking away with a win here. It'll be a hard-fought, exhausting win for whichever team can secure this. But with the Elder spawning in a minute 30, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but if we pan down the summoners, it's everything except for Shanks' flash is available combat-wise. Honq still no teleport, but at this point, you're playing so stacked up, it's nigh irrelevant. Split push is something of a foreign word to this game. Nobody has been heading to the side lane, because if you leave your carries alone, somebody's getting dived on.
JDG have done a really good job of denying that, though. They've stayed group up as 5. Tarzan, despite how excellently he's played the beginning to mid-game here, really has been boxed out of any opportunities to find these big flank angles because of the way JDG have been playing out these 5v5s. Now, after taking that Baron buff, taking that Elder Dragon, they have really wrestled control back into this one, and you can see the way they're positioning, setting up aggressive vision into AL's own jungle, knowing that they now have the control, they now have the say in who starts a fight.
But they still haven't cleansed that Dragon Ward. Like, there is a control ward behind them. AL will be out operating with perfect knowledge. They know when they have to walk forward and walk back, because they'll see when JDG is actually threatening the objective. Shanks is making his way down. It will be a 5v4 in AL's favor if they can find something quickly. But my god, is it hard to find.
Piercing arrow lands onto Gala, but he should be able to heal up nicely to make sure he is in a good position for this decisive team fight. AL, though, regenerating control in the pit, as they know that Xiaoshu on the other side is just going to try to burn down the base of anyone's legend. It is still 5 members of AL here. They're eventually going to have to go one way or the other. The inhibitor in the mid lane will drop, as now Xiaoshu will get responded to by Shanks. Both of these players have their teleports as AL start up their second Elder Dragon.
Incredibly winning so far from JDG, but so far is a very limited time span. There is a big top wave accumulating for AL. If this fight goes poorly, they have a TP into end angle with 2 teleports available at this point.
Tarzan.
But numbers. It's all about the numbers. JDG have more right this second. Can they force
Tarzan
with
is
it?
hunting, and Shanks also looking for a flank, although with the wave in the position that it is for JDG, make it more difficult. Instead, turns his attention onto Vampire, who already pops the Unbreakable Will. Xiaoshu flashes forward, looking to go to the skies as Vampire will flash on top of him as well. Tarzan is forced to peel for his mid laner. That might result in the Elder getting peeled away from both teams, but it will be 2 kills going the way of Shanks, as JDG might have dove too far forward. Gala is able to shred through one, maybe another, but the Pop Blossom denies him, and the Chain of Corruption lands on a Junja as well. Tarzan closes the gap and takes Gala down. It's Hope that lands the final blow. The Antofo strikes onto Junja, and the game and series belonging to anyone's legend.
I don't know about that one. We've got the objectives on the table, but AL don't have the TPs. They're kind of just floundering around the map, trying to figure out what to do. Baron's about to be up, Elder's on the table. AL's definitely got the control in their pocket after that dominant display, but I don't know if it's the Nexus quite yet. That's the thing. They need to finish the poem. They need to dot the I's, cross the T's, and end it out, which has been so difficult this game. That's why we're crisping on to 50 minutes.
My goodness, let's take another look at this one. Vampire and Xiaoshu, they thought they could one-shot Shanks off of an aggressive play here, and then Tarzan just peels right back to save his mid laner.
Oh my god, Shanks with a perfect stopwatch, matching Xiaoshu's flash perfectly there. It gives Tarzan all the time he needs, and as we have JDG collapse over, Gala, the raid boss, arrives, absolutely destroys Shanks without having anything defensively, but it's Kyle sliding across the entirety of the mid lane to barely get that knock-up and deny Gala the free hit time to tear through AL. Once again, we have a Sivir with no summoners, but as we look at the map, this time it's AL wearing the double super buffs.
You can see Gala selling that Guardian Angel, going for the QSS instead, knowing that might not have that cooldown back up in the next 5 minutes. Meaning that, or, you know, at the time that the fight that will decide the game ends up happening. So just getting as much value as he possibly can. A full build Sivir, but as you mentioned, without any summoner spells, could be a very juicy target for any one of these Anyone's Legend players. They now have the Elder, they have the Baron. They're going to send a TP in for Breathe to try to close this game out through the mid lane.
You have a Sivir. You can kill these waves, but AL have to keep Gala from hitting. Breathe is doing his best. He's trying to stop the Sivir getting in range of those cannon minions. He's been doing a really good job in these past fights of zoning the Sivir off, of getting to free hit. And this time he needs to do it again. He needs to make sure that he adds to this team. He is the piece that has been put in this puzzle. Will he turn it into a complete picture, or are we going to be throwing it to the floor?
Honkyu's still very strong as well. JDG don't have the buffs, but they definitely still have the champions at their disposal to make this a close fight. You see the shock blast from Xiaoshu really doing a lot of damage. Hope was chunked down to about 30% based off of just one empowered Q, and Breathe taking a lot of damage as well. You can see the boomerang blades from Gala doing some work. JDG are doing a great job at defending at this point. Anyone's Legend are having a very difficult time breaking open the base.
And that's a big, big minion wave accumulating bot. If AL botch this play even slightly, there is a double TP end angle for JDG. It's not over yet. The super buffs, one is about to be gone. No more Elder. Suddenly you see JDG's confidence start to spring back up. And AL shrink away. They're going to secure one inhib tower. And that is all off of that. They managed to push that far in, but it's not that much. The game ends off of a single lost fight. As Kyle, he's standing there. He's not going to kill that wave. There we go.
At this point, might as well get a little extra gold onto your support. Most of everybody else is at full build currently, as the buffs about to expire. About 40 seconds left on the Baron. No more Elder, so AL unable to even get an inhibitor with their play, but they might be looking for Junja, who overstepped a little bit for that crab. Teleport coming in from Shanks, but he might have just TP'd to his doom. Gets stunned up by Junja. Eventually will get taken down by a golden eclipse. Still going to be alive though. The pop blossom comes through from Kyle. Xiaoshu looking to try and go for a flank. Takes down Shanks. Dives on the Hope, but the Varus will flash away. Already the Nico will go down, and now Breathe and Tarzan looking to peel for their AD carry, but the AD carry is down. Honkyu and Gala stand strong. They look for a kill onto the Kazante, and JD Gaming find a fight with Junja being the beautiful bait. All Out comes through in from Breathe, looking to try and stay alive, try to keep his team in this series, doing a lot of damage with these empowered Qs, but Gala continues to throw boomerang after boomerang after boomerang, and will eventually pick up the shutdown. JD Gaming have massive death timers on their opposition, and with 3 members strong, will try to push for the win.
A fight that lasts 200 years isn't forced out by the 200 years. Breathe collapses at the end of that. 3 people strong from JDG. A teleport for Xiaoshu will be up at the same time as most of the AL respawns. The minion wave is collapsing. I don't know if Tarzan has ult. I'm waiting.
They're not going to go for... Oh my God.
Goodness! Oh,
they had Kyle coming up. They had Shanks up in 4. And they knew that if they failed to take the Nexus, then AL would have taken theirs. So instead, they back away. As we get closer and closer to that coveted hour mark. Junja, again, just staying alive for so long, baiting Shanks into this TP that ends up costing him his life.
That was Gala getting the spell shield on the Kiana ult and then immediately cleansing away the Tibbers stun. Lets him pump out that damage. Xiaoshu realizes the Annie has a second stun walking forward. Flashes in to try and complete the play. And while he trades most of his health bar with Tarzan, he does fall. And this is the part of the play where I'm unsure. If Gala and Honkyu walk down mid, can they just end? I don't know. I think this may have been a misstep, but I'm not 100% because at the end of the day, we see how scary Breathe is, but maybe we could have just timed out the all-out and then just had the fight through Breathe in mid. I don't know. It's going to be one of those things that are going to get VOD reviewed to the moon and back. But until then, we've got Elder number 3. Now we're in the LPL, boys. Let's go.
And guess what? A lot of those summoner spells still available. Flashes on Honkyu and Gala will be crucial for JD Gaming. Shanks also has his if he wants to look for a flank. Junja with the heroic charge in to Breathe.
Gala's looking
so accelerated shock blast takes Shanks down to about 60%. this second Elder for either team will be even more impactful than the last as we get closer to 45 minutes. Oh, Gala almost gets one shot by Shanks with Flash Timbers, but he uses the QSS to stay alive. That's a big cooldown. Now not available for AL, and Gala can head right back over to the Raptors and heal back to full.
Oh my, and he's going to have the Flash, and the Cleanse is coming back up soon. That was the Merc skin burnt. Dragon available. Gala, if he free hits onto this, he's going to get very, very healthy.
Almost up too. Yeah, he's going to be in a great position for this fight. And now Shanks doesn't have the Tibbers. Was that the last breath on AL's chances in this third game? The Elder Dragons now started up by JDG. They want to go for the fight. Breathe uses the Blast Cone to get back over as the Super Minions, as you mentioned, Melvin, in the mid lane here as Xiaoshu maybe looking for a push. Shanks going to be there to try and deny him. Going to be a 4v4 around the Elder and a 1v1 plus some supers in the base of AL. Still going to be Junja, slowly but surely tickling and taking down this Elder Dragon. AL are going to have to pull the trigger, otherwise Xiaoshu might just be able to end the game. In they go, Keeper's Verdict not going to connect, and now AL have the initiative. They have the push. Shanks takes down Xiaoshu in the enemy base, and now can potentially rejoin the fight with a teleport once the wave ends up getting cleared. It'll be the Kiana securing the Elder Dragon as Tarzan this time lands the smite. Vampire will get burned down by Hope, and a teleport in might just seal the series.
All of the collapses. Honkyu is back in the base, but there's still minions in the AL base. If they don't do this quickly, the minions will do the work for JDG. And Gala's alive. He does have the flash. Clear. Gala has
a 5v3 for the next 50 seconds. Both Nexus Towers still available. One Nexus Tower is up in AL's base and has now been destroyed. It's an open Nexus on the other side. Will the minions be the Winions? Honkyu flashes out. Junja getting burned down. Shanks going golden. First Nexus Tower under fire. In goes Tarzan. Forces the Guardian Angel to be popped. And now the second Nexus turret will be the topic of conversation. It'll be the Nexus exposed. Gala trying to win the game, but the Nexus will go down. And AL will hold on to take their first series of the split. Ain't no way the third Elder's what does it. Oh my god, that is unbearable. That is exhausting. But after enduring so much torment throughout that, it's Shanks in the base. We have no idea what happened. We didn't get to see it, but Shanks won the 1v1, killed the Jace, and it relieved all of the pressure in one fell swoop. JDG realized, oh god, if we don't fight this Elder right here and win, it's over. We need to get the Elder. They miss the smite. 3 of them escape. It's a terrifying escape out of the pit, but at the end of the day, even with an open Nexus, with minions knocking on the door, AL's minion wave spawns in the nick of time to buy them an extra 20 seconds to last hit the Nexus. I wonder
god.
If Honkyu teleported to the enemy base instead of AL's base, Gala would have had to do a lot to try to cancel the resets, but just maybe that would have been enough. I'm curious to see what the HP on the Nexus was at the end of that game, because both towers were down first on AL's side, then not on JDG's side. But of course, when you're in a 5v3, should be pretty easy for you to eventually take the win there. So maybe that base race could have been the difference maker for JD Gaming, a heartbreaker for them as they end up falling to 0-1 in this first matchup of the regular season. Still a lot of League of Legends to play, and these two teams will face against each other later down the road. But you really wanted to take this first one, especially after a 55-minute Game 3.
And not only is that big for just AL as a squad, it's big for Breathe. Because the first 2 games, relatively invisible. This game, massive impact on the Cassante. And it's the Cassante as well, something that we really associate with Flandre as well. And the fact that he was able to push it through and get those last hits in the early team fights, be that brick wall that stalled out the game. If he doesn't kill the Alistair when he is skirmishing in the enemy red buff jungle, I'm pretty sure as 4 people they feel confident enough to walk forward and right click the enemy Nexus. But there was the gold graph doesn't even tell the full story. It was so many mere moments where both teams could have snatched the opportunity, and neither gave the other the angle until that last possible second.
a game on a knife's edge basically the entire time. We thought that maybe, Shanks missing the one-shot opportunity on the Gala would have allowed for JDG to win that fight. We thought that they had the better scaling composition with the Mel Sivir backline. Xiaoshu was a beast by the end of that game as well. But it ended up being Xiaoshu who maybe cost the team a little bit. Who knows if going for the backdoor would have been the right play or not, or obviously now we know it's the wrong play. But if he stayed around and tried to play out that fight in a 5v5 without Shanks having the ultimate, would JDG have been able to win? We're never going to be able to answer that question fully, but it's something that potentially could have changed if Xiaoshu opted to not go for the hero play, instead joining the rest of his team.
It's telling that on the B-roll clips, we're on our second clip and people are level 17 and 19. That is just how long this game went on for. I'm really hoping we get to see what the hell happened in the base, because I don't know how Xiaoshu dies to a no ult Annie there. I simply don't know, and I need to know, because that was the thing that lost the game. Was this Elder Dragon 1, 2, or 3?
No, this is the Mel steal here.
This is 1 then. Okay, good. Oh my, just observe it. Like, honestly, it was such a long game with so many just wild twists and turns that... What do you take from this? Like, going forward...
You don't take any... I think if you're both of these teams, you're like, guys, we'll VOD review that next week. We both have a game tomorrow. We will lock in for that one and then deal with whatever happened here later. I feel like that's what you got to do at this point.
Yeah. I mean, all things going to plan schedule-wise, I believe we're covering JDG's next match tomorrow against WE, and that is going to be telling for the form that they managed to hold after an experience like this, because this is the kind of game that leaves you tilted for a week if you're playing it solo queue.
55. I haven't been a part of a 55-minute game in a while. I will say.
Not this season, not last season.
Riot has made it so situations like this are harder, and both of these teams still managed to accomplish it. So in that way, shout out. It was very entertaining, obviously. But for AL, they're going to feel a little bit better after that one because they end up with the win. Take a look at how this fight ended up unfolding. JDG, with the help of Xiaoshu here, get a really big flank down. But then AL win this next fight around the Elder.
Gala just did such a good job in a lot of these fights. Oh, good, we get to see it. Does he have Tibbers back up then? Or is it just... There's no way, it's just
he has it back up.
Okay,
wow.
That's the Malignance. The Malignance plus everything else he had was enough. Because I was just thinking, there's no way an Annie without Tibbers has enough damage to kill Jace. But that's it. That was the moment that sealed the game, was Xiaoshu either being too slow or just Shanks stalling it out. At the end of the day, a battle of inches.
I think the big thing there was that Shanks was ready immediately to go back and respond to Xiaoshu. You could see on the map as Xiaoshu was walking up, simultaneously it was Shanks following him. If even a little bit more time was wasted there by AL, maybe Xiaoshu could have ended the game. Really nice response by AL. They played that last sequence out perfectly to be able to secure themselves that Game 3 win. That's going to do it here for this first series, though. Got another exciting one up next. Thunder Talk make their LPL Split 3 debut in Group Ascend, and they'll be facing off against our MSI representatives and defending LPL champions in Billy Gaming. We'll be right back on LPL English. Day 2 of the LPL continues here on LPL English. We've got our second series of the day after what was an insane first matchup between JDG and AL. Maybe not the expectations that this one will be as close, but still a lot of things to discuss as there are two teams here in Group Ascend that make their Split 3 debuts. It is ThunderTalk up against our defending champions in BLG. Grape's still here, this time alongside Bloxer. Bloxer, glad to have you here for what is going to be an interesting discussion, at least over these first few minutes, as we break down what these two teams have in store for this split.
Oh, absolutely. Two teams with very different previous splits, but I'd honestly say two teams that achieved their goals in the previous split. The idea for BLG was always going to be to win it. That is what this roster is constructed for. But for ThunderTalk, getting themselves out of Group Nirvana, being able to play as well as they did in that split, I'd say that that was also a massive success for them. So coming into this split, right, raised expectations potentially for both of them. Let's see what they can do.
Let's start off with ThunderTalk, as they again are a new addition to Group Ascend here in the top 8. Taking a surprising 3-0 sweep over Invictus Gaming to make it into the playoff bracket.
Indeed, things sticking around, as you said, right? I'm not surprised by this particularly. This was a roster that, when we put it together, they were like, okay, we think this could be pretty good, but we have to also talk about the expectations we had coming into split number 2. Bringing in Arn was expected to be a big step up, but not necessarily the level of step up that we ended up seeing. Him and Feather ended up coming through massively and just having a really solid split together overall.
I think On competing with 1xN, in my opinion, for the best bot laner, maybe the best player in Group Nirvana from last split, really showed it in that series against IG, where also we saw players like Junhao and Haru step up against their respective opponents. There you see the schedule. Again, this was a ThunderTalk team with a lot of rookies entering the 2026 season. Not a ton of expectations, but they ended up finishing second in Group Nirvana's regular season. They then sweep IG and then play a very close 5-game series against LGD, another team that just picked up their first win of the season in Group Nirvana as well. So when we take a look at the expectations for ThunderTalk here, perhaps a little fluky in terms of the IG series. IG were really down low, but I think that 5-game series against LGD proves that this is a legitimate team to watch here in Group Ascend, despite some of the expectations that are initially coming in.
Absolutely, it would be a real mistake to discount this whole squad, and the fact that they've been able to keep all 5 pieces together again is massive. You see a lot of turnover when it comes to these Group Nirvana teams. New players in, old players out, bringing back returning faces, picking up players from the higher teams that they haven't wanted anymore, to actually get some real continuity coming through from one of these mid-level teams is really nice to see, and the fact that it was working so well for them is really nice. Of course, you do have to temper that a little bit, right? Coming into that final day of Group Nirvana, they could, if they'd have gotten 0-2'd, ended up being knocked out, not being here for this split number 3. So that was still a little bit up and down. It wasn't all plain sailing for them, and they definitely do have a tough test coming in, starting off with BLG.
Yeah, almost no tougher task that you could face than facing off against the back-to-back-to-back defending champions in BLG, who just came off of what was also a pretty successful run at MSI. The Golden Road, unfortunately, was snapped, but this team overall had really good performances. They took a 3-1 series against HLE, overall won the game score because that finals went to 5, and also taking down really strong teams along the way like T1 and Lion. Take a look at their overall run at MSI. Again, you see basically running the table up to the winners finals, where they eventually lost in the grand finals to Hanwha.
Really kind of devastating that they weren't able to actually pull that one together in the end. The fact that they were able to beat HLE in the previous round 3-1 and then just, I mean, a nail-biter, a back and forth for the ages. But like you said, they beat some incredibly good teams. They had themselves a brilliant run overall. And this is a BLG who the expectations couldn't be higher. We're talking about expectations coming into this split. It's going to be winning again. It's looking to win all 3 of the splits here. It's making sure that they can keep themselves on top of the LPL. And I would have thought they'd have taken quite a lot of heart from the way they were able to perform on the international stage.
Yeah, they certainly looked very good all the way up to that grand finals. Even in that grand finals, some really good moments from them. Really was just that final game. You can question the draft, you can question some of the decision making in the mid to late game for them, specifically around that Baron pit that I'm sure many of us LPL fans will be thinking about for quite some time. But again, just the level of play that we saw individually from a lot of these players. Viper getting to really show off some of his more flexible natures on these mage picks that really define the meta. Knight still looking like one of the best players that we have in the league. Fortunately, didn't end up going all the way their way, and I think for them, BLG somehow that is maybe tampered with their mental a little bit, as there has been a little bit of drama that has gone on after that eventual loss at MSI.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure that if you're on Twitter or any of the socials, Weibo potentially, you will have seen what has been happening here. We will not be joined by Bin here today. We're instead going to have Wenbo playing up in the top lane for them. And you can see the statement right here from Bin. Haven't been feeling the best lately, so after discussing with the team, decided to take a temporary break from the competition and recharge. Thank you to my team's understanding and support. Thank you to everyone who's been worried about me, and hope everyone can continue supporting BLG.
That Weibo post says one thing. Some of the rumors that we've seen from other insiders on Weibo and through some of our really valuable translators that end up cross-posting over to Twitter, so us LPL English fans can also take a look at what's going on, tell a bit of a different story, where there's been some arguments and back and forth between Bin. Some people are talking about how his family has been getting involved. It continues to be a bit of an issue with Bin. You remember in Split 1, he had that kind of break with the team as well before locking in for the eventual end of that tournament where they ended up winning. Ended up not missing any games in that split. This split, he will be subbed out for Wenbo in Game 1. And taking a look at some of the other rumors, BLG is also looking for what could be more permanent solutions, which is really shocking to see from a team that has won both splits in the LPL, won first stand, and came one game away from winning MSI and continuing the Golden Road.
Exactly, and it is not like Bin himself has been underperforming. If you look at his specific performance during MSI, he was not the problem in their losses. He was a big part of their wins. The whole squad has been looking great. Now, it hasn't necessarily been the Bin show, right? Viper's been having some great performances, and we're going to keep saying his name all throughout today, all throughout this split. Knight has been just on a tear, honestly looking like one of, if not the best mid laners that we've got in the entire world at the moment. A truly incredible player. So it hasn't been that Bin has to carry the team, but still, he's been playing really well, and he's been an integral part of this overall squad. So to see him subbed out right here for Wenbo, who by all regards looks like a pretty good player, but not actually at the same level at all. And of course, bringing someone up from your farm system rather than from within the LPL already, there's a reason the guy wasn't already playing on one of these top teams.
I think part of the reason is definitely because he's behind Bin, and we'll see what he looks like here on the LPL stage. But yeah, Wenbo, for anybody who is new and does not know a ton about this player, 19 years old, played on BLG Juniors for the last year or so, part of them team in 2025 as well, and is actually a very similar player in terms of style, at the very least, to Bin. Some of the most played champions are things like the Ambessa, the Gnar, Gwen is a bit of a pocket pick that we'll be continue to watch as we go throughout this series. Lot to you know, carry for this guy on his shoulders, right? There's a lot of expectations to try to replace Bin, to be a part of this top tier team in BLG. We'll see if he's able to match up, and for him, almost a tryout to see like if he's going to really be the sixth man for this team, or, you know, there have been rumors that BLG are also looking elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. You've really got a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. He's, you know, been called up once or twice to sit with the main squad. Hasn't really been able to get any proper playtime for anyone. As you said, having been ahead of you is always going to be a bit of a roadblock ahead. So being able to put yourself in as good of a position as possible right here, beating your opponent as much as possible here to really show that, hey, even if BLG don't want to stick with him, potentially find his way onto one of the other squads in the LPL, it does put a lot of pressure on the guy, so I hope he's going to be able to perform with it. Like I said, quite similar to the style for Bin. Can pull out some pretty wild, aggressive picks occasionally. You know, we've seen some of the Veins out of him, we've seen some of the Fioras, even some Aurora top lane pickups coming on through, so it doesn't necessarily just sit with the meta, but does seem to just be sort of in the standard meta, but more on the aggressive side.
And I think this will come into play for both Wenbo slotting in and potentially some of the other replacements that we've been hearing BLG could potentially throw into their roster down the line here in Split 3. Notably, Hoya and Flandre are names that have been circling the waters at this point in time. What does this change for BLG's playstyle, right? Because throughout this split, throughout this year, they've been a very jungle support heavy team impacting the solo lanes, right? Get On and Shun to really focus on Knight, really focus on Bin, get those guys ahead. Viper's been on a bit of an island, and that's why his stats in the early game don't look as good as his stats in the late game. Yeah. Now that Wenbo, or a different top laner, is in here, that could mean that more resources could be thrown bottom.
Indeed, and that could be really interesting because the bot lane meta at the moment is in a truly fascinating position, right? We've got quite a wide range of pickups that we've seen people going towards. A lot of aggressive picks have been sitting very high up in the meta at the moment as things that people want to be playing, want to be taking to their opponents. But we've also got just a ton of, hey, play the Ezreal. Sit back. Don't worry about it. We'll get involved with you later on. We need some safety. And a lot of that is because we're getting these engaged supports coming back into the meta. Throughout the beginning of Split number 2, it was really just enchanters the whole way through. And it meant we were seeing a lot of actual play around the bottom side. But as these engaged supports are coming back in, all of a sudden the supports are roaming around with the junglers, getting involved on the rest of the map. And it's leaving the ADCs on an island again. As we said, BLG were already kind of playing that style, so they could continue leaning into that. But if they do switch it up, I would love to see some more aggression into the bot lane, just because it's always fun to see.
Yeah, I know right now the meta doesn't necessarily call for Viper to be the main focus of the team, but maybe the way the composition of players around him has circled and formatted could be an angle they look for down the line. You talk about BLG bringing in a new top laner. ThunderTalk, on the other hand, have some other players that have been previously part of BLG's academy system now coming up and facing off against BLG for the very first time. That's right, their soul laners in Keshi and Haru both were a part of BLG Juniors in 2025. They are now joining the team of ThunderTalk alongside Junhao, who was a part of BLG Juniors in 2024. So it's full topside of former BLG players making their way onto ThunderTalk, a lower tier LPL team, and proving that they are worth their shot in Tier 1, making it all the way into Group Ascend and now getting the opportunity to play up against their former team.
And it's really good to see how much they've really been able to stabilize, right? There was a little while where you're looking at Junhao specifically, it was like, is this going to work out for him? Is he going to be able to stick it out? And he's been able to turn that one back around. And Keshi and Haru, I think, were perfectly good solo laners down in Group Nirvana, and they showed up in that best of 5 versus IG versus LGD as well. As we've been saying, right, it hasn't necessarily been about them specifically. It has really felt like Arn and Feather were the main focuses. For me, Feather was a really big part of what the improvement was we saw for ThunderTalk between Split 1 and Split 2, but that has been also helped by the fact they've had stable solo lanes that haven't been running it down, have been giving to that bot lane what they need. And in a matchup we're talking about where it could particularly be about the bottom lane, having those stable solo lanes will be really important.
Curious to see how they'll match up against these kind of players that have been alongside them in Wenbo, and then players that they probably have looked up to throughout their time in the mid lane for Knight. I know Haru had a good time in the playoffs, specifically in that matchup against Nya and IG, but Knight's going to be a bit of a tougher task for him to try to take down. I think the bot lane is probably the closest matchup that we have in terms of individual players. Obviously, Viper on are out of this world as well, but On and Feather, on the other hand, also have been delivering in that 2v2. Maybe an opportunity for them to shock the world a little bit. I mean, we were actually talking about this pre-show here, Blocks, before we went live. ThunderTalk and BLG had a bit of a history last year. Yeah. It was TT that took a best of 5 against them in Split number 1. So, maybe there's an opportunity for Lightning to strike twice.
Yeah, as we were talking about, right? One of the wildest formats that we've ever seen for a group stage, right? Round robin, best of 5s versus 3 other teams. But, hey, they were able to do it. ThunderTalk were able to beat BLG. They topped out that group. They had themselves in the upper bracket. They faced BLG again, took them all the way in that series as well. So, this squad, very different look, a lot of different players than they had at the beginning of 2025, almost a full year ago. But like you said, there is that little bit of history there, potentially that little bit of extra spice. Still, coming into today, we'll both be honest, we do think that this should be BLG picking up the win, even with the drama. They do just seem like the more quality team. They've got such pedigree behind them at this point, and the fact they've got something different going on in the top lane, I don't think necessarily is going to cause them too much worry.
I think it goes back to a larger scale conversation that you can have, talking about the LPL format, and where the teams currently are placed, right? Because Group Nirvana obviously had some major shakeups based off of Knight's rivals with Weibo, IG, LNG, NIP all the way down in there. And then you have teams like ThunderTalk, like LGD, that are, maybe surprisingly here. EDG as well, after winning that upset series. I think if you still ask a lot of people right now, especially with somebody like Jue coming in for Weibo, the Shy returning for IG, if you ask them the bottom 4 teams of Nirvana or of Ascend versus any of those teams in Nirvana, which is more likely to have a team make it to Worlds, I think some people would definitely choose the Nirvana team still.
Yeah.
But this is an opportunity for some of these younger squads, like ThunderTalk, like LGD, like EDG to try and prove those people wrong and prove that they belong here in Group Ascend. I mean, what a statement it would be for Thunder Talk, even if they could take a game off of BLG, even in their maybe more dilapidated form.
Exactly, and it just truly was an incredible happening in those play-ins. All of a sudden, everybody who you thought was going to lose ends up winning. The only team that we thought was going to end up winning ended up losing. W, who had one of the worst splits we'd seen from a team, managing to scrape their way into staying in Group Ascent. Just a crazy set of happenings right here, and it was really good fun to see. Like I said, so much on Thunder Talk right here, just to prove that they belong in this situation. We don't need them to win, but if they don't get stomped here, I think that sets me up with a lot of hope for this team going on forwards.
And again, don't want to kind of push this as far away, but this is the grand return of our LPL champions in BLG to the LPL stage after they had a great showing at MSI. Runner-ups for them, hoping to maybe turn that into momentum for Worlds down the line. Of course, they will be with a new top laner in Wenbo, who you see second to the right of your screen at the moment, alongside Knight. Pretty good company to be alongside as you take a look at Thunder Talk's walkout as well.
Absolutely. It's really, really fun as well. I'm enjoying the new walkouts that we're getting here. A lot of extra hype compared to what we had in the previous splits, which is really fun to see. I'm so excited to watch Knight. I think that's what I'm most excited for coming in today. As much as it isn't one of your, like, you know, top of the cards matchups, Knight versus Heru, I'm still fascinated to see how Knight is looking, because if he's able to keep up this pace of 2026, he has just been the best player. I mean, what? He got MVP Split 1. He got MVP Split 2. Can he do it for a third split in a row?
I think a lot of us here clamoring him as the best player in the world. I'm still standing by that. Knight is the best player in the world. Don't care what happened in that Game 5. He was still putting on a good performance throughout all those games, even against the likes of HLE. And he's going to have to continue to prove that here, I'm sure. Chip on his shoulder for losing that MSI Finals. Has never won a Worlds title. Got so close just a couple of years ago with a very similar iteration of this BLG roster. Now, with Shun back, this could be their moment, and that is what BLG will continue to build for here in Split 3.
Indeed. Everything just building up to this moment for them. As much as we love Split 1 and we love Split 2, Split 3 is where it's at. That's the most important bit of the entire calendar year here in League. It's the split you want to win the most. It's the qualification into Worlds, which is what BLG will be looking for. As much as here today, they've got Thunder Talk ahead of them and they can't look past that. We can look past that a little bit. They want to go to Worlds. Of course, they are pretty much guaranteed locked in with the championship points that they have over the first two splits, but they want to go as that first seed. They want to put themselves into the easiest possible group once they get there, or into the best possible seeding for Swiss, whatever the actual tournament structure will be, and put themselves in the best possible spot going on forwards to win that championship.
They, again, really crashed out last year at Worlds. Don't want that to happen again. Losing in the Swiss stage. That's why they brought Viper in. They brought in Shun to try to make this next push. You know, maybe the break here for Bin can help them out. Maybe Wenbo ends up becoming a superstar. We talked about last split, Top Esports, a team that also was at MSI. Don't know what happened to them at MSI, but 369 was a part of that roster in Split 1. They replaced him for Zoyan, who went in for initially just a short amount of time, ends up playing the entire split for that team, and Top Esports looked better than they did in Split 1, mainly, I think, with the help of Jack11TN as well, but Zoyan putting on a good performance, and I think for a rookie top laner to come in, having really solid pieces around you is the best case scenario, right? You look at what happened to Zoyan. Hopefully Wenbo, in his head, is able to kind of match up and follow that suit of being able to slot in nicely, not cause too much chaos one way or the other, and just be a big, solid rock for his team to be able to perform.
Exactly. You don't need to be this big, explosive carry for this squad, because Jun and Knight and Viper are going to be on it. They are going to be able to do what they need to carry the squad through. And potentially that has been a criticism we've seen of Bin throughout the years. Sometimes he does do a little bit too much. Oftentimes it works, but occasionally it hasn't. He's given leads over to his enemy top laner and they've been able to get things going. If Wenbo can be a little bit of a rock for the squad, that could potentially really help them as well. At the same time though, if what we've been seeing from his LDL play looks to be true, and he is going to be as explosive as Bin, that's also going to be fascinating.
A lot to look forward to. The meta changes, the new players coming in for BLG as we enter Game 1 of our best of 3 draft. BLG opting for first pick. Thunder Talk over on blue side. See a lot of these champions, the Poppy, the Camille, the Vi. things that the jungle support of Shunanon really can take advantage of, like they did all MSI long, won't have any of those tools available today.
Lots of the standard things being banned away at this point. Not surprised to see that Orianna taken away by BLG. Really don't want to be giving that one over. See what the final ban they're looking to take away is going to be. A lot of teams been opting to ban away things like the Cassios and the Jaces, just taking away a lot of those high priority picks. Instead, going to take out the Lee Sin, so clearly a little bit of worry on towards this jungle.
Junhao, a very proficient Lee Sin player. We'll see what ThunderTalk want to target. Things like the lock still have not been selected here in the LPL this season. They're going to go for a Jace flex. Definitely can go Junhao's way. Keshi comfortable on it as well.
Yeah, we've seen the Jace moving around plenty as well. And so in terms of priority picks that you've now got available to you, a lot of these available mid laners are still here. Things that you really like to see, I was going to say the Syndra or the Cassiopeia would be my pickups for just grab them, immediately set yourself up for success. Works pretty well, and alongside the Jarvan too, this is a great setup for just an immediate team fighting composition.
Or just even a good mid-jungle 2v2, right? You throw the Miasma down, you throw the Cataclysm over, no opportunity to flash away from that wall. Easy pickings for anybody who goes into their grasp, and it could be a good thing to look at here for BLG. Shunan Knight linking up and having an immediate impact in this game. Nautilus for Feather, very classic pickup for him. I think a lot of these supports in the LPL are going to benefit from the rise of these more roaming tank melee supports back into the meta instead of the enchanters. I think Feather is one of those players.
Oh yeah, Feather very much was one of those players who we thought he was pretty good with the enchanters, but whenever he could get his hands on one of these engaged supports, it looked a lot better. And that Ziggs being locked in right here, obviously a bit of a flex pick. We've mainly been seeing the Ziggs down in the bottom lane recently, so that is where we'd expect it to end up. In fact, APCs have really been rising in priority in the most recent couple of patches.
See Knight doing a little scouting report for Wenbo. Some of the champions that he likes to play the most, things like that Gnar and Bessa Gwen, Fiora, and then the Yorick getting locked in. Good matchup into the Jace, something that BLG generally are comfortable with. They played a lot of Yorick compositions with Bin, now can try to do that with Wenbo as well.
Indeed, and I do like the fact that they're just fully leaning into what it is that he likes to play a lot of. Still, not necessarily thrilled to see a Yorick on somebody that isn't Bin. As much as we're talking about him as a potentially mini Bin, oftentimes if you're not a Bin player on Yorick, we've seen this champion begin to fall behind, and especially when you've got yourself the Cassiopeia and the Jarvan, would have liked to see a team fighting top laner, something a bit tankier. We'll obviously have to wait and see if Wenbo's going to play it more alongside the team, or if he's going to sit off in the side lanes a little bit extra.
So it looks like actually BLG is still thinking that the Jace could be a bit more flexible, or maybe the Jax jungle could have been an option for Junhao. So that is a takeaway. Start off our second phase of the pick ban. Looking for the bot lane of BLG to be locked in this second round of this draft. See things like the Bard now taken away. More things that On can impact the map with will now be eliminated by ThunderTalk.
Yeah, and I really like to see the ban onto the Bard right here. It's been something that we've seen On play a decent chunk of in the past couple splits and has been really, really fun to watch. Just completely taking over the map. The Nefiri ban going to come through as well. I do think that Jax ban was going to be on towards the jungle, on towards Junhao, looking to focus out some more of these aggressive pickups. So 3 aggressive junglers being taken off of the board. Still leaving something like the Nocturne over if that's what you want to go towards. Although for ThunderTalk, with this composition right now, they're going to need something tankier. They're going to need something that can give them some good engage coming through. Not so sure that any of those pickups would have been it.
A lot of focus towards On. You could argue 4 support bans thrown at them by ThunderTalk, as well as the takeaway of the Nautilus. Shen, though, still available. One of the pioneers on this pick, as well as the Anivia, the Camille, a lot of different things that On has really made a name for over this year. Looked like one of the best supports in the world as well, alongside players like Keria. Gonna be that Shen. Locked in. Potentially some flexibility, but not expecting it to go anywhere other than that support role to match alongside Viper.
The early 15 or so minutes of skirmishing and fighting out of BLG is going to be incredibly strong right here. They have got themselves plenty of gank set up for these lanes. They can get really aggressive in a lot of different places. Then once On has himself that ulti, can be moving around the map as well. So I really like the foundations that BLG have been able to put together for themselves. On the side of ThunderTalk, some strong pieces, but a little bit more disparate overall. Grabbing themselves this Akali as well will secure that Ziggs into the bottom lane. And that leaves BLG with a lot of different options down there, right? As much as the Ziggs can be a bit of an oppressive lane, alongside the Nautilus, you don't have to worry about it so much. Akali, though, obviously a big threat onto the backline. We'll see what actual threats you're going to have to it, though, because right now for the Akali, the only real assassination option will be the Cassiopeia, and that's not a particularly easy target to get on top of.
I was going to say, the Kiana would make ThunderTalk a very squishy composition. Maybe like a Jhin for Viper would have been really good. Oh, they're going to send the Cassio bot lane. I should have expected it, honestly. With the Ryze getting locked in, better matchup potentially in both areas of the map. It's going to send this Cassio down bot, Ryze into the mid lane for Knight. Very solid champion for him. And that's the standard BLG draft in 2026.
Absolutely it is. Alrighty, so looking at these compositions overall, BLG, I really like what they've got in terms of their map rotation and their team fighting. Having both the Ryze and the Shen together means that any plays that you're looking to make onto the side lanes are going to be that much harder for ThunderTalk, and that's particularly important in a situation where BLG have this Yorick. It now can sit in the side lanes, push further up than you would usually be able to, because you know you've got that rotating support to come alongside it if needs be, or you can rotate onto the other side of the map and make something happen over there. I really like what BLG have, whereas for ThunderTalk, again, lots of different parts, but I'm not so secure in how they're going to be able to play this as a straight up 5v5.
Yeah, a lot of assassins, a lot of interesting opportunities for plays, early game explosivity for ThunderTalk, but I think BLG, in terms of just their raw composition, might just have the better edge if they are at an even game state and have Wenbo just able to stay alive there up on the top side of the map. Should be a fun one here between BLG and ThunderTalk. Again, the debut of both of these teams this split. BLG debuting Wenbo, his first game on an LPL stage, and ThunderTalk, some fellow BLG junior members that will be going up against him.
Indeed, lots and lots to be excited for in this matchup, and as we've been talking about, right, the return of the defending champions, seeing how it is that BLG are going to be able to explode onto the Rift right here.
Some passionate ThunderTalk fans there. Love to see it. I know they're a smaller fan base, but hey, they got some love here in Shenzhen as well.
Absolutely, and I mean, the BLG, they were topping that mic out as well. Those fans obviously have had a lot to cheer for recently and are feeling good coming on into this split, but like you said, great to hear that ThunderTalk are as excited as well. So we jump on into this game, and immediately some heavier trading down in the bottom lane. That's not changed from the split before whatsoever.
On landing that taunt onto On. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Oh, God. Okay. Walking in for this as we get the first Cassio bot lane in the LPL since Jackie Love in 2019 IG versus FPX. Obviously, I believe Viper played this at MSI, if I'm not mistaken. It was definitely a prominent pickup in general in that tournament. And one of the pioneers of that mage bot lane meta was Viper on BLG.
Absolutely, and if you think about what it is that makes Cassio so annoying to play against in the mid lane, you know, you get hit by that Noxious Blast and then suddenly you're just getting walked down by those Twin Fangs. Well, that's extra oppressive when you're down in the bottom side of the map because it's a longer lane. If you're pushed further up, that can be so frustrating to deal with. Although potentially a gank coming through right here from ThunderTalk. Yeah,
like an early level 3 here for Junhao. Clears his bot side, then looks here for the bottom lane. On to On. They're going to force the 3 Talon Strike. Knock up, not connecting. When becomes Lightning goes wide. Oh, On. A really nice escape. Gets himself out scot-free.
In fact, he's able to just kind of walk that one out. Yes, you're going to lose out onto the flashes, but you still end up with this lane in basically the exact same position it was in before. Full wave going to get shoved on in right here, and On chunked down pretty aggressively. I like to see the early aggression at least, but now it looks like Jhin going to try for something on the other side of the map.
Well, that's the trade-off here, is that BLG's jungler and Xun cleared the entirety of his top side while Junhao went for that gank that yielded nothing. Meaning that an early invade is in the works for the Jarvan. Could look for the Wolves, could even look for the blue buff. Looks like Junhao will secure that 4th camp and then look for a play. Dragon Drake doesn't connect here for Xun, and all of a sudden, a bit of an advantage going the way of ThunderTalk.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that they had On roaming on up, and they're still going to go for this play, potentially. The shove has also come through from Wenbo in the top lane, so this should be stolen away right here, especially with the smite not quite up and available for Junhao. And it's just going to be the blue buff taken. A really nice punish, a really nice read right here from BLG to recognize that they can step up in this situation. And down in the bottom side of the map, you don't need to worry about these APCs. They're going to be just fine to sit by themselves.
Junha really wanted to go for that Gromp. Might still get punished for it as we see, again, some skirmishing between the jungle supports. The best jungle support of the world is Shun and On, and they are proving it here on the Junhao. It'll be the Shen taking first blood in this opening game.
And that's just going bad to worse right here for ThunderTalk, trying a gank down in the bottom side of the map. And it's On styling on him down in the bottom side and up on the top side right here. Now bot lane.
Flashes onto On. On has a summoner spell of his own, but another Twin Fangs will sink into him, forcing the flash out of the Ziggs. Nice play to get some tempo down in the bot lane for BLG.
This is exactly what I was talking about just before we got that gank in the bottom side of the map. The long lane makes this Cassiopeia so much more annoying to deal with than it already is in the mid lane. And now that you don't have that flash available to you right here as On, you are so much more vulnerable, not just to the Cassiopeia, but to any potential repeat ganks that could come on through from Jun.
Oh, mid lane getting a little spicy as well. Knight's very low. He should go down, but might try to make a trade here onto Haru. Dredgeline just goes wide. Oh, it's the great escape. We're in the circus here for BLG, as both their players have gotten out with less health than they probably were expecting.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a sliver of HP right there, but just about going to be able to walk this one away. And already some explosivity across the map, and only one kill still. About 1,000 gold, the advantage beginning to form right here for BLG. The vast majority of that sat on the support and the jungle at the moment, as On, he's been having himself a really nice early game.
What he does, what he did all MSI, what he did in the LPL playoffs, and now doing it here in Split 3. Shun and On once again joining up to take this first dragon of the game. And again, it's something that every team in the LPL is going to have to question when they play BLG. How do we stop On and Shun from just completely taking over in early?
And especially when On is on a champion like the Shen right here, where once he gets that level 6 through, he's going to be able to rotate around the map so much easier as well. It just makes it that much tougher of a question posed right here to ThunderTalk. Still, the fact that he has been roaming around so much right now does mean he's only level 3 at the moment, so going to be a while until we actually get to see that stand united.
Yeah, that's the one downside of going for the roams, is that you're often not at level 6, you know, at these crucial moments, like around the Grubs, maybe even around the Rift Herald in certain situations. And so On might have to wait for that, but he still is providing a lot of impact across the Rift at this point. And Viper, being the player that he is, still able to hold strong, stay even in CS, despite his support probably being closer to his jungler than he's been to him throughout this game.
Very, very much so. I mean, you get those beautiful proximity stats right here, and so far off of the back of one game, Jun and Ons is going to be incredibly high for each other. Still, throughout this early game, not too much more explosivity coming on through. Things have slowed down just a little bit. BLG sat with that small advantage though, and as we were talking about during the draft, this is a composition that skirmishes well, and they're looking to do it right here.
Yeah, going for a dive onto the Ziggs, On with a flash taunt onto his synonymous counterpart. It'll be Knight being able to take that second kill of the game. Feather flashed away from the Cataclysm will mean that there is not much more for BLG to take. Man, On did all he could in that to try to survive the dive using the Mega Inferno Bomb. Still not going to result in anything. Junhao now going in. He's level 5, but remember, Shun already used the ultimate. He flashed under his tower. Another taunt connects from On. Oh, and it's BLG slaughtering ThunderTalk in this skirmish. Haru looking to try to make something happen again. He gets immediately hit up by the flag and drag. He's in the miasma. He cannot escape just yet. Looking for potentially that public execution, perfect execution, and it will be able to take at least one down, and the statue will send Knight back. On dashes in. That's his third taunt of the fight, and it's a double kill picked up for the Shen. A double kill for On as well. Man, oh man, what a chaotic bottom lane sequence.
Absolutely brutal right there for ThunderTalk. Yes, they're able to get a couple of kills back onto On, but he now also needs to be a little bit careful. Stepping up into the bush, actually, Viper, no mana, but On is here, and On has been just playing beautifully so far. MVP this man right now.
And here's Wenbo from the top lane. Will land that cage onto On as well.
Sure.
Make it easy pickings for the Shen. Dash in there with the Shadow Assault. One more Q from Wenbo will get him his first LPL kill. And On is going to make him work for it, but there it is. Congratulations, Wenbo. You are on the board for BLG.
There we go. Interesting that he decided to just walk his way down towards the bottom side of the map. Is able to pick up a kill for it. Of course, that does allow Keshi to get some good turret plating up on the top side and giving over some extra gold to this Jace. Not necessarily the best idea overall. We'll have a look back at this one, and like you said, On trying his absolute best to stop this dive from working, but the taunts from On were just laser focused. The fact he's able to survive from this one on a sliver HP and remains useful for the rest of this fight is incredible. I do not quite understand the decision-making that we're about to see right here, though. I understand at this point, Junhao, he's always going to go down here. He's completely and utterly made a mistake. But Heru, I don't know how he gets away with this one, because the second he's caught in the miasma right here, at least he has his shroud, but still, just about buys enough time to be able to get one kill back from the squad.
They actually end up taking down Knight too, who got stunned up enough by Feather that Satchel Charge sent him back in. There it is. There's that second kill going towards the Ziggs. Could end up being impactful down the line, but regardless, it's almost a 2,500 gold lead for BLG as we get towards the 10-minute mark of this game. I believe the grubs were secured by them as well, though we'll have to check once those quests are completed. For now, definitely our defending champions putting the work in.
Very much so, getting themselves to about a 3,000 gold lead at this point. Still, first items have not quite come through. Those are going to be coming in the next couple of minutes. And once they do, if you thought the skirmishing was pretty strong before, things are going to be getting that much better still. Some brilliant late game scaling from both squads as well, though. It's not like either is on a particularly rough timer. With the first Drake going on over to BLG, let's see if they're going to be able to stack them up. With all of the bot lane pressure they have, you would expect that to be the case. And they're in fact even rotating Wembo back towards the top lane to get some more members down bot lane for this upcoming fight.
The other side, though, is Keshi getting a couple of plays on his own. Sure, Wenbo got that kill, but actually has been the other BLG Juniors top laner that got an advantage, at least in the CS department. But the thing about this York lane is that once you get trapped into a cage, it is very difficult for the Jace to play the game. And you see that right there. The Ghoul, once again, as well with the Maiden, going to once again be a difficult thing for Keshi to try to navigate. But On's going to make it a little bit easier. Throws out the satchel and takes that first turret of the game, actually, for Thundertalk.
Wembo needed to be careful right there. 4 members of Thundertalk heading towards the top side of the map, looking to take away camps, recognizing the fact that Jun was always going to head towards the bottom lane, get himself that second Drake of the game. But again, it's just giving Viper some extra time to scale up. It's giving BLG some extra time to make plays happen, and now they're looking to potentially collapse a backer down. This is the joy of having this heavy roaming squad. You can always threaten onto these side lanes really effectively.
It's going to be that second dragon picked up for BLG. Take a look at the itemization that their team has gone for as well. Double tier and rod for Knight and Viper, meaning that they're going to continue to be able to scale nicely into this game, build on what is already almost a 2,000 gold lead. With poke damage onto On, he should be alright. Now Shun gets his jungle item upgrade as well. Things are looking very good here for Billy Gaming.
Indeed they are. They've got themselves a great bit of control over this game. No real worries for them overall, it looks like. And at this point, right now you're beginning to get these first items coming on through. Sunsky, big part of what's going to make Jun an effective skirmisher, an effective team fighter coming on in. Rod of Ages as well, available for Knight. Get that one stacked up. He's going to be an absolute beast in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Until then, though, can just kind of sit back, chill out a little bit. There's no real pressure on BLG to make anything happen too explosively right now, and it seems like they're recognizing that. Sitting back, playing calm and comfortable. I think it's going to be far more on Thundertalk to just get away back into this game. They need a foothold somewhere.
Maybe that somewhere can be On, maybe it can be Keshi. Both of them been looking good so far. Again, for Thundertalk, just another chance to try to prove yourself in Group Ascend. Sure, BLG is going to be a tough opponent. Perhaps down the line they should be able to pick up other opportunities for real good chances at winning some series and getting up into the standings. Again, you have to be top 6 here in Group Ascend in order to get an automatic bid into the playoffs. Take a look at some of our former Nirvana representatives, Thundertalk, EDG, and LGD. One of those teams will clinch one of those auto spots at the very least, maybe even more.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, looking at these splits between the groups, seeing NIP, IG, Weibo down in Group Nirvana, it just feels wrong. It just looks wrong, but this is the new order of the LPL right now, and as we've been talking about, all of these former Group Nirvana teams are really going to be looking to make it stick. They want to put themselves in as good a position as possible to pick up those playoff buys, keep themselves in the top group, whatever that may look like coming into next year as well.
And just opportunities for your organization to move up the ladder a little bit here in the LPL. A lot of things are staggered. Again, this is the first meeting between ThunderTalk and BLG all season long. A lot of that is because of the different groups that these teams are placed in throughout the regular season. And of course, ThunderTalk and BLG have not faced off in the playoffs yet. But now in Group Ascend, ThunderTalk, alongside some of these other teams in LGD and EDG, are finally going to get the opportunity to play against some higher level competition throughout the regular season, right? They'll get to play their BLGs, the JDGs, the tops, really test themselves as younger rosters against some teams that are maybe a little bit more proven.
Indeed, indeed, and it's always exciting to see. One of my favorite bits about it all is just getting to see these newer players, these younger squads, really being able to shine versus some of the top teams. Still, not so much shining in this one from ThunderTalk. BLG stepping up once again, looking to steal away some of their camps, although On taking a decent chunk of damage right here. On, at this point, certainly does hurt with the Ludens completed. He is going to be able to walk himself back away from this one. BLG need to cede the pressure.
20 seconds until that Rift Herald spawns. You know BLG would very much like to have it. All the role quests are completed except for supports. Man, that's not surprising at all. So they have not been the bot lane one bit at this point in the game. Looks like some resets actually coming through from BLG at this point. Knight and On both returning to the top side of the map to try to fight for Shelly that is spawning about now.
Getting those quick resets coming on through, and big first items fully completed over on the side of ThunderTalk. They're fully looking for this one. Both top laners down in the bottom side of the map could potentially come and join these fights. Teleports are available.
So for now, going to be a 4v4 opened up. Keshi and Wenbo instead going to duke it out down to their tier 1 turret. Actually, could be an opportunity for Wenbo to claim that tower, but instead backing away, joining a fight could be the play. On going to be the target immediately, as it will be Junhao and Feather trying to lock him down. Crescent Guard doing a lot to block out the damage coming back from BLG, and now Haru and Knight are stuck in a 1v1. They're rising the Akali, duking it out. Haru sees the perfect execution away, and now Shun will go for an engage himself. This time on to Junhao with the Cataclysm, but he's taking a lot of damage, nearly goes down, but will end up surviving with the help of his flash. Knight gets the first kill on the Feather. On flashes forward and helps him get a second, and BLG win yet another team fight. They're backing away as the teleport's coming forward from Keshi to try to claim one back. He's got a lot of damage, but it's a 4v1. It would be a dangerous spot for him to engage upon, and so it will be ThunderTalk backing away and BLG gaining control around the Rift Herald pit.
Indeed it does, but we spent so long playing around this fight that actually... Hang on.
Taunt nearly connecting, and now Keshi gonna nearly take him down, and the bouncing bomb from On will do it. The Shen dies for the first time in this game. Spirit's Refuge not going to stop that Vig's Q. And now ThunderTalk have the upper hand in mid lane, forcing a TP out of Wenbo, getting a couple of plates for themselves. Hey, ThunderTalk playing a competitive game. They're finding their picks. They're getting opportunities, and they're going to actually claim a dragon for themselves.
Indeed, that was what I was about to say before On steps up and gets himself a little bit caught out. The fact that we spent so long around that Rift Herald in the top side meant that actually the Drake had enough time to spawn, and it meant that you had an out, something else to go and play around right here from ThunderTalk. Still, this team fight not going to be ideal from them. The Crescent Guard really is the big thing. Over on the other side of the map, though, Knight just winning out on this 1v1. He's been an absolute sniper right here. The Flux doing so much damage for him. And then this lovely Realm Walk forwards just completely scatters the members of ThunderTalk away. And he's able to pump the damage once he arrives on in. The fact that you do lose out onto that Drake, not going to be ideal. Not everything you were looking for as BLG.
Gold lead only at about 1,000, but Junhao getting targeted by the Flag and Drag of Shun. Won't be able to get much more than that. TT doing a good job staying in this one, although Wenbo now going to collapse upon the bottom lane tier 1, take that one down with the help of his Demolish. Simultaneously, Knight takes the tier 1 down top lane, and the gold lead has swung right back up to 2k. Keshi lands that accelerated shock blast, goes to the skies, but Knight actually flashes away from it. Keshi's still looking for the play though, onto his former teammate, will take him down. Keshi with a solo kill onto the reigning MVP.
There we go. Let's see if Shun's going to be able to get in there and find a kill back. No, Keshi's just going to be able to walk this one away. And not only does he pick up that kill, but he critically blows the flash of Knight. So Knight's now going to be in a far worse position overall. when it comes to surviving or being able to play aggressively in the coming fights. Really nice right here of the top laner from ThunderTalk.
And it's a big moment here for a young player like Keshi. Last year, a part of BLG's developmental system, moves over to ThunderTalk alongside Haru in the LPL, getting a shot, a tier 1 opportunity, and now taking advantage of it. In a bit of an up and down split, or season I should say, for Keshi and Haru, some of these younger rookies, but they've really turned it on as of late. We're seeing that now with that performance from Keshi here on this Jace so far.
Oh, good hook as well, going to land. Big chunk of damage out of On already. He's just going to go down.
Spirit's Refuge, a lot of healing though. Comes back up on him. He will eventually get dropped. As On gets another kill. That's his 4th of the game. ThunderTalk once again keeping things competitive. Herald has been dropped. On was probably trying to get into that to try to escape. Instead, will get smited down before doing a single lick of damage to the tier 1 turret mid.
After all of that, the fact that they used the Rift Herald for absolutely nothing means that they just lost out onto it for that kill in the top lane that we're going to have a look back at right here. And also for that Drake down on the bottom side of the map as well. ThunderTalk kind of just playing the map slightly better than BLG at the moment. And this is just nice right here from Keshi. Flashing in, making sure he can close that distance. Bit of a stat check more than any real specific expression of skill on this champion. But hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, kill's a kill, and now it's got that on his resume. Solo killed Knight in the LPL. Shout out to you, Keshi. Picks up his 2nd completed item in the Youmuu's Ghostblade, and will be the strong point alongside On for ThunderTalk, who are once again keeping things competitive against our defending champions in Billy Gaming.
Indeed, the fact that they've even been able to play the early game this competitive, this back and forth, already fills me for a lot of hope with this team going on forwards. Obviously, the Baron now going to be the big thing for both of these squads to be looking at, and with the item breakpoints coming on through for ThunderTalk, they're beginning to get to the point where they can truly fight back. Right now, more than anything, Keshi is a monster. 2 items completed on him. On as well completes his Shadow Flame, so he's going to be wrecking whoever's in front of him. You've got to be very respectful as BLG, right? You've seen now a couple fights in a row where On goes to look forwards, and Grapes, he's getting caught out every time.
Yeah, I mean, when ThunderTalk can collapse upon somebody, find a pick, that is where their composition really shines, right? 100 to 0s, little, all-ins from players like Keshi on the Jace, like Haru on the Akali. But BLG in a full-on 5v5, they're going to do a little bit better for themselves. They have the Knight Rise, the Viper Cassiopeia. They're going to scale up. They almost have their Rod of Ages completed as well. That's going to be a late-game win condition that it's going to be difficult for ThunderTalk to try to match up against.
Indeed, it's going to make things quite the acceleration, and they're going to have to be very careful about that one. And 30 seconds until the next Drake will spawn. Currently, 2 to BLG, 1 for ThunderTalk. ThunderTalk are able to grab themselves a soul with all 4 of these Hextech Drakes. That would be a massive boost of damage for them, potentially. So something to keep on tracking. Mid lane priority going to be established by ThunderTalk, but there's plenty of wave clear back and forth.
Looking for a flank again. Remember the synergy between that Jarvan and the Cassie. We might just see it here. There's the Cataclysm forward, and the big carry for ThunderTalk is down. Keshi in the Death Chamber means that ThunderTalk are in massive trouble. They get another kill in the mid lane, another around the river, and Wenbo's chasing Haru down bottom. It is an all areas domination for Billy Gaming around Summoner's Rift. Haru is forced to flash away on the next target as Knight will try to shut him down here. The Zig's not long for his world without a flash. It'll be Knight picking up the kill, and BLG with a team fight win.
There we go. All of a sudden, BLG explode back onto the Rift with a really nice team fight. And ThunderTalk, they just misstep. They don't have enough vision in the river at all. They tried to step up a little bit too close, and they get collapsed upon instantaneously. Jinhao as well tries to get into the backline, tries to deal his damage, but the stand united from On more than enough to stop that from coming through. And this was the other thing. Teleport cancelled by the cage. Really well played from Wenbo right there.
Oh, and now Haru is looking to try to make a play in response. Teleport comes in from Keshi as well, buying a lot of time in the Twilight Shroud. Eventually will go down, but Wenbo will be a trade, and Knight sure to follow. It's a 2v1 here for Knight. He pops the Hourglass to try to stay alive, but it'll be a shutdown going the way of Keshi as ThunderTalk answer back.
And I wonder if this is just going to be the Baron right here for BLG. Anytime you've got yourself a Cassiopeia, you have massive and fast Baron damage available to you. They have a look, see if they can potentially steal this one away. ThunderTalk recognize this, and so won't lose that as well. But all of a sudden, things balloon out. About a 3.5k gold lead. We'll have a look back at this one. On really nice angle right here. Sneaks in behind the pit. gets himself a great taunt into the combo as well. Flag and drag from Jun, beautiful right there. And it's very tricky to play these teamfights as ThunderTalk without the vision. As you said, they're a bit more of a pick composition, and they can't just step up 5v5 into the meat grinder that is BLG.
Realm Warp in, takedown on. The backside, Junhao also died to the likes of Viper, who then immediately went over to take the dragon. And then we, of course, saw Heru almost go down as well. The back end of things ended up being more favorable to ThunderTalk because, again, as you mentioned, Bloxer, scrappier situation, not a full-on 5v5.
Exactly. When it's the full 5v5s, that's where BLG's composition is really going to shine. And again, the tricky thing about their composition is that they can force the 5v5s through so much mobility across the map for these champions. It means ThunderTalk, they're going to have to be very careful about when and where they decide to find these fights. Right now, all 5 members stacked up around this Baron. Somebody's going to have to go bot side because Wembo is pushing.
Now Keshi might get caught out by Shun as well. He was hiding in that bush. Nice. Done. Very patient from him, but he might run into the Jarvan all the same. Flag and drag comes through. The Sand United as well. It's going to be 3 members going down onto Keshi. They know he's the win condition for ThunderTalk, and they will make sure there is no win condition available, at least for the next 47 seconds.
Really well read right here from BLG. Knew somebody was going to have to respond to Wembo's push down on the bottom side of the map. They get this pick. Now, what can they get out of it right here? They're going to have a push going on in the mid lane and on the bottom side of the map. Do not feel confident despite killing the enemy top laner to start going for the Baron, however. So they're just going to keep pushing through these lanes.
Tier 2 tower in the mid lane going to go down. BLG kind of righting the ship after that last sequence of plays. ThunderTalk have been able to find their off kills here and there. But in terms of the objectives, in terms of just where the gold is situated at this point, it's still Billy up 5k. Now maybe even looking for more as Shun goes with the flag and drag onto Feather. Still does not have the Cataclysm available. The depth charge lands on tonight. Could be a re-engage for Junhao. A 4-man Crescent Guard. They're going to try to single out the Jarvan. Nearly take him down. The Scorch not going to do it as Knight gets kill number 8 instead. Heru looking for a flank. Petrifying Gaze finds Feather. And now the Akali is in the middle of 3 members of Billy Gaming and will not be able to find a single kill until he finds Shun for his 2nd death of the game, but it will come at the cost of the rest of his squad. Knight goes forward, takes another one down, and that will be another team fight win, and likely, nope, not the Baron, as Shun is dead. They will instead just go to reset here for BLG.
Small little thing to start that fight off, but Viper hits a Noxious Blast over the wall, and it means when he's able to step in within that Crescent Guard, he rips through Junhao's health bar right here. Between Knight and Viper, the amount of damage output this squad has available to them is crazy. We'll have a look back at the replay of what ended up happening down on the bottom side of the map, because, yeah, things went a little bit wrong. This is just a straight-up Jace moment. We saw one for Knight, so Wembo, don't worry about it, bud. I mean, if it can happen to Knight, it can happen to you.
Take a look at the rest of this fight, though. Junhao had the right idea, just a little bit too early compared to the rest of his team arriving.
Reading, I mean, the damage is huge. Actually, we jump back out, and Keshi almost
more
dead.
Fighting. Keshi in trouble. Keshi is, in fact, dead as Knight goes off. One-shots him and goes up to 11-3. The rest of ThunderTalk in some trouble now as Viper is hunting on down. Gets himself the kill with the Twin Fangs. Wenbo a double as well. No Baron, no problem for BLG. They might just push down mid right now.
Yeah, I mean, they could potentially try for the end. Instead, they're going to play this one a little bit safer. No need to over-aggress on this one and head up towards the top side of the map. This will be Baron for BLG. And as much as ThunderTalk, they fought back, they found angles in this game, it is just not enough. The overwhelming force of Knight in this game has been crazy.
Yeah, he didn't have the craziest start, I don't really think.
No,
he's 11-3. 11-3
Yep.
and 7 right now. That's just kind of the
Rise
player that he
gaming.
is.
Just Rise Gaming. We'll have a look back at what it was that we had missed whilst being in the replay. Keshi just so low already. Chunked out, gets taken down through the burn. And again, as much as I think Knight has been playing beautifully, On has also had a great game so far. Those taunts have been beautiful.
Classic top laner, one more wave syndrome. trying to stay for a little bit longer than he probably should have, results in him and the rest of his team losing a big fight. Something that a young top laner like Keshi going to have to continue to learn throughout his young LPL career. Soul Dragon now available for BLG. Knight has to go golden as Junhao dashes forward on him with the audacious charge. Gets bursted by the Mega Inferno Bomb, but still will be able to live. 2 kills already for BLG as Wenbo's eviscerating the backline of TT. Already takes down On. Keshi, his next target, might not win the 1v1, but he's got the rest of his squad on his side to hunt Keshi down. Ace for BLG as they'll march down the bottom lane to try to claim game 1.
This should be the end of game number 1 right here. BLG looking clean enough in this first game. 10,000 gold, suddenly the advantage, but there's so little that you can do as Thunder Talk. Viper, damn, he looks good on the Snake.
The mage bot lanes for BLG continue to shine. Might not be the full end of the game as BLG instead backs away, claims the Hextech Soul, and will look to try to play things out just a little bit slower. Regardless, it'll be another tower taken down in the bottom lane for Viper. Maybe the inhibitor, depending on how much work these minions can do. Should not be actually that full structure going down. I think to Viper's credit, didn't want that to end up happening.
I think they were more than happy to just back away at this point, wanting to take down all of these outer towers first. Now it is just the Thunder Talk base left up available for them. For Thunder Talk, if they want to get back into this game, they're going to need a bit of a miracle right now. Heru into the backline, Junhao into the backline. Keshi does have plenty of damage available to him, has also completed that Serpent's Fang, so he is going to be more annoying than you would have previously imagined. Just don't know if it's going to be enough.
One more inhibitor tower still left available. It is on the top side. That is where Wenbo stands. Baron buff available for another 45 seconds. BLG looking for one final push to try to claim this first game. Keshi throws at the Shock Blast, not connecting onto anybody. He really needs to have a great fight if Thunder Talk want to stay alive. Underneath the tower they go, and the tower is now gone. Shun with the Cataclysm forward on the Feather, and already Junhao has fallen. Flag and Drac connects. On gonna get targeted underneath the Miasma, and Knight picks up yet another kill. Guardian Angel has been procced by Shun, but it should not matter, as the rest of Thunder Talk are trapped in their own fountain with nowhere to go but back underneath their base. Nexus down in 30 minutes, and BLG claim game 1.
Nice and quick, pretty easy looking overall. I was impressed with how close it was kept for the first 20 minutes by Thunder Talk, but BLG, the overwhelming force of this squad, really came to show in the end.
Hey, didn't look too bad to start off this one. Wenbo, a very successful debut, I would say, for him in that first game. Still has the rest of the series to close out, but on the York, did his job, right? Staying active in the side lane. Sure, died a couple of times, maybe where he couldn't have or shouldn't have, but ended up helping BLG get to that win. I think that is a blueprint for how BLG is going to have to play out the rest of the split until they figure out the rest of their top lane situation.
Yeah, exactly, and I was impressed with Wenbo. I didn't see anything right there that I thought was particularly egregious. He gets solo killed by Keshi, but as we said, right, Knight had gotten solo killed by him earlier on in the game. At some point, you do just get Jaced, and the Jace was in an incredibly strong position right there. Everything else was really nice, cancelling that TP from On, keeping a fight far more even than it otherwise would have for BLG. Constant split push pressure as well. Be interested to see what he's able to do on a less split push focused champion, on a bit more of a tanky teamfight orientated champion. But so far, so good.
Hey, they got the win, and really wasn't a disaster by any means. Sure, Keshi got fed. I think a lot of that was because of the CS lead that he got, but, you know, part of it, not necessarily Wenbo's fault as well. He did what he had to do to help his team out, and when you got Knight on your team, things generally go pretty well. He again had a tremendous performance there on that rise. Viper steady as ever on the Cassiopeia bottom lane, on the Shen, going alongside Shun, going every which way around Summoner's Rift. That is exactly the blueprint that BLG need in order to pick up another win.
Absolutely. Over on the other side of things for Thunder Talk, again, Keshi played that one really well. Junhao just was getting bullied around his jungle. He tries for that early gank in the bottom lane, and things just begin going wrong from there. Never really stop going wrong. I mean, ooh, baby, 40k damage coming out of Knight as well. So this was always going to be a very, very tough one to play out. But the fact that Junhao loses out on the bottom lane, then gets pushed out of his jungle topside, just not reading the map situation well, thinking he was stronger at that point in the game than he really was.
And I think there were good moments from Thunder Talk here in this game. Obviously, Keshi shined with some of his solo kills. they got a lot of stuff into On's pockets, right? On the Sigs, he was 4-0 at some point in this game. But when it comes down to it, BLG just the better players of the map in that mid game, really able to break that game open despite, a couple mistakes going their way, allowing for TT to get a couple of advantages in certain areas.
Absolutely, and I would just also like to mention with Thunder Talk, I'm not sure I love the idea of on these APCs. We talk about how we really like Viper on them, and I agree with that. I think he is pretty good with them. Arn just doesn't strike me as being particularly great. We've seen him play a couple good games of these APCs in the past, right? I remember a good Syndra game out of him once, but overall, I think he's a lot better on these front-to-back mega carries, hyper carry kind of things for him, rather than this sort of style. The Ziggs is the most within his wheelhouse, and it still didn't look great here. I think if Thunder Talk want to win, they really need to step back to a more traditional ADC situation.
Yeah, it's one thing to play weak side Mage for Viper, who has Knight, Shun on his team, right? Able to go to other areas. For Thunder Talk, really has been on being the main carry for a lot of their wins. Again, the big upgrade for TT from Split 1 to Split 2, really helping them get into Group Ascend throughout their season. So having him on more of a supportive player, a champion, maybe not as good. Sure, Keshi had some good moments in that game, but would love to see something like, the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, whatever it is, get popped out here by On, as Caitlyn has also been really good, to just see if maybe that can be a difference here.
Yeah, exactly. See what they can do, because it is unfortunately going to have to be back to the drawing board for them. They played a competent enough game as Thunder Talk, but if you want to beat the likes of BLG, you're going to have to play a really damn good game, or you're going to have to catch BLG napping. Maybe the top lane can be focused into heavier. They obviously did play very heavy into the top lane with this matchup, the Jace doing well for itself, as we said, but Junhao didn't really gank top lane particularly. He didn't look towards going into that lane very much. Feather as well was more worried about having to help Junhao out in his own jungle than being able to make something happen specifically in that lane. And I think it's always worth, when there's a rookie on the other team, giving them a test, seeing what they're made of, making sure they have their real welcome to the LPL moment.
And you know what? He did.
He
Shout out to Wenbo,
Yeah,
able to pick up a win. I'm sure there's things he's going to look back on, but at the end of the day, hey, made his debut on the LPL stage, got to play with some really high-tier players, and at least win your first game. Sure, there's still the rest of the series to be played. BLG certainly looking good in terms of their chances in games 2, 3, and beyond. Take a look at what could be our player of the game. I think there's two ways you could go with this one, Blockster. Probably Knight for the KDA, or On for the early game playmaking. Any thoughts for you?
I'd prefer to go to On. Knight's gonna win MVP at the end of the split anyway, so whatever. We'll give it to On. I was really impressed with the way On played early on. The fact he survives that initial gank, then roams up and punishes Junhao in his own jungle. That was everything to this game. That is what set up the rest of the squad for success. That is what allowed Knight to be able to have these fun team fights and then pump the damage, pick up the kills.
The LPL is a lot of the time looking at the KDA numbers, looking at the best scores, so could end up going towards Knight, but I think I agree with you. On just a monster on the Shen. They banned out so many of his champions that want to be able to go for these early game roams, and he still finds something that is able to have that high impact in that early game from the start, and they're going to give it to him. Shout out to On. Yeah. Your player of the game here in the BLG's opening game of Split 3.
Absolutely deserved right here. Like you said, they had taken away so many of his champions. If you accept the Camille as a possible support pick, which we've been seeing increasingly, right? They take out the Poppy, Camille, the Bard, and the Alistar from him, and he still has a champion to be able to play incredibly well on. The roams were beautiful, just playing in his individual lane was nice, and every time it felt like Thunder Talk were going to find a pick somewhere, Stand United came through, and that was stopped.
First player of the game, first game, going over to BLG. Our defending champions end with a 1-0 lead over Thunder Talk. Gonna take a quick break here on LPL English. When we return, we'll see if TT can even things up, or it will be a clean sweep to close out our second day of the split. Back here on LPL English for game number 2 of our second and final series of the day. Reminder, the next 3 days here on LPL going to be 3 series days. It means we're starting 2 hours earlier. We're going to have a lot more fun League of Legends over the weekend here in Shenzhen. Grapes and Blocks are here for the call of BLG versus Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk had some interesting stuff in their debut in Group Ascend this year, but BLG end up shutting the door even with their rookie support Wenbo on the Yorick.
Indeed, everything not quite as we were hoping for Thunder Talk, as much as it was a better game overall, and I can't fully point to one specific bit where it went wrong. BLG were just an outclassing team. For me, I would like to see a little bit better out of Junhao. I think he showed us some really good stuff in the previous split, and in this game, he was kind of pushed around a little bit more than you would hope for, tries for a gank early on in the bot lane that doesn't end up working out, and loses control of his jungle from there.
I mean, in all honesty, Junhao outplayed Wei in that 3-game series that sent Thunder Talk into Group Ascend to begin with, and Wei is a player that has had a lot of success historically, even on IG this past season. So seeing Junhao now in Group Ascend is going to be very exciting. Again, a former BLG junior player as well, was on that team in 2024 before being a part of Ultra Prime in 2025. Now over on TT, looking to make some magic happen. Didn't necessarily in that first game, but still lots of opportunities. It is a long season, and you just have to make sure you are ready for that playoff bracket once it eventually comes for Thunder Talk. A bit more of a higher bar for them to climb now that, you know, championship points are involved for Worlds, but that also can be something that these teams can look forward to as a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised, of course, if we end up with Thunder Talk making it to Worlds, but crazier things have happened, and it would be really fun to see. It would set them off well if they can at least pick up a win right here versus BLG. BLG obviously going to be looking to slam the door on that one, pick themselves up a nice, easy enough 2-0. And let's see what BLG decide to go for, because in this game it was very much a calm, collected, front-to-back team fighting composition with some great map mobility. Obviously, this is Fearless, they're going to lose all of these champions now, so where they're going to look towards, and specifically where they're going to look towards for their top laner, is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, Wenbo on the Yorick was a champion that he played a lot in the LDL and the Asia Masters Invitationals over the past couple of years when he's been with BLG. Other champions very much still in the running. Things like the Gnar and the Ambessa, which are more standard, could go towards the Gwen or Fiora, which are slightly off meta at this point. Maybe make things a little bit exciting against Keshi. I think they had some overlap as a part of the organization, so maybe a little bit of history there.
Yeah, know each other, know what the other likes. So far in this series, Keshi very much had his number, was a really good performance right here out of the Thunder Talk top laner, even if it is an eventual loss, and I'd love to see that continue on. I think if Thunder Talk want to win, we talked about how the solo lanes could potentially be issues for them. Mid lane, it wasn't actually as easy for Knight as we potentially had originally expected either. The bot lane was actually the big problem overall for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, perhaps surprisingly, even though we got some early kills there. Viper and On really just were able to dominate across the map, most specifically for On in his roaming Shen playstyle. As we get ready for our Game 2 draft, Thunder Talk will have that first selection. We'll see what they end up deciding to do. And maybe it's locking in something spicy, doing something a little bit weird. They're going to have that first pick, I believe, so opportunity for them to get out onto into the right thing. Oh, actually, no, they're going for the last pick here. They selected second pick here with their first selection choice.
Indeed, so we'll see what their final ban is going to be. So far, things looking relatively similar in a lot of places. Relatively similar bans, although kind of flipping the sides over quite a lot. Obviously, makes sense in the end, right? As the blue side team, you really don't need to be taking away something like this Orianna. It's just going to be this Camille banned away again. God, the threat of the Camille support really is looming large over a lot of these teams' heads.
So another option for On, what would it be? Instead, they're going to get Shun, something that can dive that back line, whatever it may end up being, in the Vi. Which has been a champion that he's done really well on. Junhao going to get his Lee Sin. That was banned away from him in Game 1.
Indeed, and by something that was banned away previously as well, so both of these two picking up things that they didn't have access to previously. Going to be the Annie locked in right here for Heru. I really like that because that shuts down a lot of the traditional picks that Knight really likes to play, and it's going to force him onto something a little bit different here potentially. Currently hovering on towards the LeBlanc, which is one of those champions where, yeah, if you want to just roam around the rest of the map, go get involved elsewhere, and look to blow up the backline could always be fun.
never would complain about a Knight LeBlanc pick, but instead going to get something safe for Wenbo in the Rumble. Another champion that he has definitely had some experience on, and there it is! The first lock in Tier 1 competitive League of Legends will be played by none other than Knight.
I'm sure you've all experienced the lock gameplay recently, whether it be a lock on your team not knowing how any of the buttons work and running it down, or a lock on the other team who seems to be Knight playing this champion versus you. It's really strong at the moment. The base stats on it are kind of crazy. The overall kit, super snowbally, super aggressive early on. You want to get this champion rolling as quickly as possible. Those stacks off of the ulti as well means that it can scale beautifully into the late game. And it loves squishy champions, which so far, ThunderTalk not exactly putting themselves together a particularly tanky opposition to it.
And a lot of mobility, a lot of ability to push and roam alongside Shun. Maybe a difference in playstyle a little bit. It seemed like a lot of the times BLG wants to focus on getting Knight very fed in the mid lane, specifically with the help of On. I think this time Knight will have the ability to impact his side lanes a little bit more. What will that mean in terms of Viper's selection, On selection as well, as we're still waiting for the bot lane to be picked up? Not 100% sure. Do also want to call out that I think lock bot lane has maybe been a possibility as well. I don't want to like say that.
Don't say those
thing,
words.
but it is Viper, and he's been known to play some interesting stuff.
It could happen in this situation, but I really hope that we get to see Knight right here on the lock, because this is just gonna be so much fun. The Annie matchup specifically is a pretty interesting one overall. The lock looks like it does really well into it so far. Obviously, we haven't seen it in competitive yet. We haven't seen how all of this is going to shake out, but got to see a little bit of the lock previously on the NLC yesterday, and it lost in the end, but it was destroying people. I mean, the backline access this champion gets was crazy.
And you see BLG banning away 80 carries that are safe and can potentially escape a lock, making sure that On has very little options to do just that. It'll be a Bard lock-in for Feather, so potentially more leaving on an island. We'll see what exactly that final pickup ends up being. At least at this point, Bloxer, we are seeing more draft resources be thrown into this bottom laner for TT, which is a good sign.
Yeah, very much so. They are looking to potentially try to play around this lane as quite an aggressive look for them. They obviously need to be careful, as we've been talking about, right? The roam potential out of the lock could change things up. I like this out of BLG as well, grabbing themselves this Jhin, recognizing that unless you're going to go hyper-aggressive right here, you know, grab a Kai'Sa that can jump into the backline alongside, you kind of need some extra safety. You need to be sitting pretty far back. Out of the support right here, I'd love just to see something tanky. Yeah, I was going to say, the Alistar would be perfect. That, the Leona, the Rel, any of those pickups would have been ideal to round this composition out. And BLG, they have themselves another teamfight composition, looking for picks, looking to blow people up. From ThunderTalk, we're talking about needing some survivability out of your ADC. There's a chance, right? Spell Shield does help, but I would worry a little bit about the Sivir's ability to continue staying alive in this game.
Yeah, you know, you Spell Shield 1 Q, he throws 2 more at you. You know, he's just got a lot of ability to close gaps, to take down and backline carries. Tough task here for On and the rest of ThunderTalk, but I will say, I do like their 5v5 teamfight composition if they get to an even point of the game. That's something that BLG's comp did better in Game 1. I think ThunderTalk's comp might do that a little bit better here in Game 2.
Indeed, indeed. These are really interesting back and forth, and for ThunderTalk, it has to be the pick potential. This is why I'm, again, a little bit dubious in this situation about this Sivir. You're looking for picks. You're looking to blow someone up to start this team fight out, whether it be through the Annie, whether it be through the public execution, or you separate someone out with this Lee Sin, finding a great insect. All of these things don't necessarily play super well into the Sivir, and without some proper frontline in front of a Sivir, that can also be pretty worrying. At the same time, you look on the other side of things, and BLG's composition, they know what they want. Front-to-back team fight with a bit of extra backline access for Knight. I think it just works overall that little bit better.
We've been waiting 3 series, 2 days here on the LPL for the newest champion in League of Legends to make its debut on Summoner's Rift. A lot of hype about it. You see the Kespa Cup, you see the NLC, as you're saying, a lot of these secondary tournaments and leagues getting a lot of really good gameplay out of this champion. Knight now has the opportunity to debut it on the LPL stage. Try to close out this first series of the day for them, first series of the season, I should say, and to send ThunderTalk home with an 0-2.
Indeed, if they are able to do this, it is going to be Really, really fun to see. I was hoping for a Thunder Talk win before the lock was locked in. Sorry, not anymore.
Let's do it. Game number 2 between Billy and Thunder Talk. And the first game of Lock here in the LPL. Going to be electrocute, sudden impact, all the things that you need here, Blockster, to one-shot your opposition.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is just full all-in. We are going to blow somebody up to start these fights out, and it depends a lot on which team it is that gets caught out in these situations, right? Both teams have the ability to blow somebody up. Right now, early on in the laning phase, Hero going to take a good chunk out of Knight, actually. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep this pressure up. I mean, even once you get to that level 6, still, in the straight-up 1v1 situations, the Annie should be able to play.
And here's the thing about the way BLG's composition works, especially with Knight. Very snowbally champion is the Lock, and also with just the single target damage that BLG has, they're not going to do as well in team fights if things are more at an even state. So unlike a lot of games for BLG where we kind of are expecting the rest of the team to kind of collapse around mid lane, I think Knight's really going to have to be active on this map, help Viper and Wenbo get ahead in their own right, and get some snowballing for himself once he hits level 6.
Absolutely. It's very much going to be on his head to see if he can push this team forwards, find potential angles to be getting on in. So far, both of the junglers going to be starting towards the top side of the map, working their way on down to the bottom lane. Could potentially be a gank angle for Jun if he wants to look for it. Thunder Talk's bot lane pushing really far up, but I would be surprised if they go for that. More likely to just take those resets and head back towards the top lane. Keep on with this early farming, because the level 6s are going to be really important.
No shenanigans this time around for Junhao, instead opting for a full clear, making sure he's in a good position to fight. Speaking of fighting, that is what BLG are going to do down in the bottom lane. Feather can't even take the magical journey, instead allowing Jun to go over its first blood once again for On, and Billy off to the races once again.
Never mind, if you step forwards like that, you are going to expose yourself now. Junhao could potentially be caught out, should be able to just dash away back over to Heru. And it is going to be that as a little bit of survivability. Still, you are going to lose out onto this top lane Scuttle Crab, and the early kill going over to BLG. I didn't think Jun was going to go for it, but hey, if Thunder Talk played that aggressively, why not?
This is a great start here for Billy, continuing to get that snowball rolling, and even though it wasn't on the roam, it was him alongside Shun impacting that bottom lane early.
Indeed, and we see it so much. Jun and On together, playing, making sure things can happen. Feather now looking top lane, but he's just going to be sat right on a ward. That gives a lot of extra safety down on the bottom side of the map as well over. Viper knows that he's chilling, doesn't need to worry too much about stepping on up. We'll see how long Feather's going to spend up in this top lane.
Not too much longer, as the wave not in a great space for Keshi, unless Wenbo tries to overextend. Maybe wasn't expecting this bard to continue to be in the area. Not fully committing yet, just waiting now for the rest of his team to arrive as he overheats on Keshi, gets him to 300 HP, on the way as well, looking for that headbutt pull, doesn't find it just yet, only on to Feather, and in goes Shun as well. It's going to be a 3v3 opened up on the top side of the map, and Wenbo, very low on HP, is going to force BLG actually to go on the defensive, and it's a small win, all things considered, for Thunder Talk.
It is indeed the fact that they're able to just keep things going right here, keep themselves just about safe enough. Playing a couple of summoners as well is going to be useful. This fight continues though.
Fighting up here. On a half HP. He's definitely taking very low.
Lives.
Junhao's going to ward hop forward. Make it a 1-for-1, at least for now. Resonating strike from Junhao. Makes it a double kill for the Lee Sin. Shun trying to even things back up though. He dodges away from the ball breaker, but in comes Knight, dashing forward, and with the nails, will be able to secure the first lock kill of the LPL season. Knight off and running, BLG up 3-2.
There we go, and of all the champions to be given early kills over to, the Lock is definitely not one. There's so much available to this champion. The backline access is really crazy as well. The Ashen Pursuit, so annoying to try to deal with. The fact he's able to just jump in there, grab somebody with the nail, it wasn't even a particularly difficult situation. Why you stick around for so long, though, is kind of criminal here.
Yeah, I mean, it actually ended up working out a bit for ThunderTalk if it was an isolated 3v3. Problem is, Knight got pushed, Knight roamed. That is the textbook definition of what this champion should be doing.
Yes. Push lane, roam into one of the others, and go and pick yourself up some kills. I thought Jun had killed himself right there by missing out onto that Vault Breaker, but just not about because Knight arrives. The fact that you also have to blow the TP as well, making things that much harder to potentially play around. Viper, I don't know that you want to be here.
Resonating Strike, Feather using the Magical Journey. Viper flashes into the Dragon Pit, gonna get knocked right back down with the help of the Boomerang Blade from On. Junhao evens up the kill score. They're gonna actually take the lead as On will go down as well. 2-0 plus the Dragon as ThunderTalk hit themselves their first lead of the series.
There we go, and that's a couple of kills right here onto Junhao as well. One of his signature pickups, I'd say, with this Lee Sin, a champion that he really likes to play, although hasn't been able to express too much on recently. Now going to be able to grab this first Infernal Drake for the squad as well. And so far, early game, looking pretty ThunderTalk favored. Things not massively one-sided, but most of the gold lead is on this Lee Sin.
And hey, we wanted to see something from Junhao. You said it, going into draft, he gets his Lee Sin, and he has delivered. Definitely easier to play the game also when you don't get screwed over in the first 4 minutes. So exactly. better situation here for Junhao, who's playing in his first group of Sen games of his career.
I mean, when we talk about things that we want to see out of ThunderTalk, we wanted Arn on a traditional ADC that he's able to play well, Sivir, Tick, and Junhao to do better throughout the early game. He has already got that Eclipse completed. That is super accelerated in this game. He's going to be an absolute menace when it comes to the skirmishes and even potentially the team fights that we may well see. Grub's going to be the next big thing on the cards. Both junglers hanging around near enough the mid lane. Jun doesn't quite hit the Vault Breaker once again. Does have the level 6, but decides not to use it in that situation.
Instead, backing away, maybe making that next fight the Grubs spawning in 20. Actually, gonna go down to his bottom side, take the red buff, just continue to try and farm things up, which is maybe a bit surprising as we, in our opinion, think that BLG need to, try to snowball their lead in the early game as ThunderTalk's team fight. He's very good once we get there. BLG not panicking just yet. They're not going for any desperate plays just because they feel like they have to.
Now, recognizing that there's no real need at this point in the game, Jun just continuing to hang around on this bottom side as well. Feather could potentially get caught, actually decides to sweep and should keep himself safe because of it. Instead, it's just going to be a trade of this Gromp and a bit of bot lane pressure over for the Grubs from ThunderTalk. I'd still be happy enough with this one as ThunderTalk, right? If he's able to get a few more, although I like Junhao was walking away. No, he is actually going to complete these Grubs and at least pick that up.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Ooh, that would have been bad. Grubs for not getting the enemy grub. Now that's definitely not a worthwhile
Definitely
trade.
not worth it. Even the one grub, not necessarily worth it, but you get a couple of plates here for Viper as well.
Yeah, that's
also
the
see that
critical
Haru,
thing.
he burned Tibbers just to make sure that that play ends up working out and trying to deny Shun the opportunity to steal the jungle even more, going further into the blue side. So, hey, that's a small win here for ThunderTalk. They are currently in the lead at this point in the game.
They got themselves the first Drake, all of those Grubs as well. And as we've been saying, Junhao in a very strong position overall. Still, this composition would like to skirmish at this point. Now that level 6s have come on in, at least on their top side of the map, this is the point at which they can find picks. They can look to go a little bit more aggressive. You do have to be careful. You don't want to give too many kills over to Knight or to Wembo. Both of these champions can also take over a game. But there's not really too many opportunities at the moment to go for anything. A few pings going down on this top side of the map, but there's nothing really to fight around.
Just going to be Junhao trying to snowball his lead even further, taking that Scuttle Crab. Also see Keshi once again generating an early game lead, up 20 CS, much like he was against Wembo earlier. Junhao smites away the Gromp. And actually, ThunderTalk could be looking for a bit of a play for members here on the top side. Target could be Wenbo. There's the stun that connects, but does a nice job clearing the wave out and making sure that his team will win.
Indeed, everybody just going to be able to get back away from this one. Still, they could get collapsed upon a little bit underneath this tower. On, kind of getting left to the wolves here.
Yeah, they might just go for this kill. They're waiting maybe for Knight to arrive with a teleport. He's going to channel it and allow for BLG to try to go for something. A double knockup lands for On, but not before he ends up dropping. Wenbo does not have the equalizer. A public execution forward from Keshi. It looks like ThunderTalk actually want to continue the play. In goes the Purgatory as Knight's looking to try to execute some members of BLG, but he gets executed himself. Gets hit up by Tibbers and shut down by Junhao. And Wenbo and Shun are forced to run for the hills.
That's not going to be ideal at all. You lose out onto multiple members right here. On dies, Knight dies, and you don't get any trade kills back. BLG overly aggressive right here. Shouldn't at least going to stop the reset of Heru, but not going to feel confident enough to step up. And Grapes, that's just over-aggressive from BLG. They think they're stronger in this situation than they are.
Definitely did not work out for them. Now in the bottom lane, curtain call open here for Viper, just using it at this point to clear the wave out as On pops on the hunt, and will make sure he does not go down, despite being down about 20 CS.
Indeed, indeed, and we'll have a look back at what ends up happening on this one. Knight is teleporting in, but the kill goes down onto On so damn quickly. I'm just not able to survive at that point, doesn't have his ulti available to him at this point. It just doesn't buy enough time. Nobody's low enough. Knight jumping in, thinking he could go forwards, but immediate Annie stun. This is the worry about having picked the lock into the Annie. If you jump in and you just get bear slapped back, I mean, there's very little you can actually do. Hard CC is the big problem for this sort of squishy AP burst champion.
Yeah, just immediate lockdown from the Tibbers prevented Knight from getting anything off of that play. Not there just yet, as he has been off to a bit of a slower start in this opening lock game in the LPL. Now Dragon going to be the target. Shun goes forward with the ball breaker, forces the magical journey away from Feather. BLG ceded that first Dragon to ThunderTalk, remember, so they are really on the backside in a lot of different situations. Knight hunting down Heru, but won't be able to close the gap as BLG claim that Scuttle Crab, but ThunderTalk will claim positioning around the Cloud Druid.
They will, so it's going to be a bit tricky for BLG. Where is their angle to go in? On does now have himself that ulti available, so he can afford to tank a little bit more.
There's TP advantage for Keshi. Wenbo's not going to be there and under any circumstances. Will be the execute and the secure for ThunderTalk as Junhao gets the Drake and the one-shot Shun as well with Tibbers on the next target. And the teleport has come in again for Keshi. A 2-0 for TT as they are routing BLG in the early game.
Yeah, they are. This has been a real bad look from BLG so far. The composition just cannot stand up to the hard CC available to ThunderTalk. The damage as well between this Annie and this Lee Sin, so much. Knight never even got in that game. Never even got to step up in that team fight.
And it means that ThunderTalk are now up 3,000 gold in their first matchup in Group Ascend. Take another look at this replay.
And I understand what's going on from On right here. On and Jun looking to step up, buy a little bit of space, see if you can potentially steal it away, but Junhao just gets the smite off, and then the fact that you're using the Vault Breaker into the background, yeah, exactly as the Tempered Fate hits, there's no damage available to you. The fight does a tickle of it, but Viper's not doing anything, Knight's not doing anything. Beautiful right there from Feather.
Feather, the longest tenured member of this team, was with TT back in 2025 when 1XN was on this roster. Everybody else is gone. He's still there. They decided to make this guy their cornerstone, and so far has delivered in this game on the Bard against On. Again, a player that really has shined over these last few months in the league. And now it is ThunderTalk off to a big advantage, and again proving that they belong here in Group Ascend.
Absolutely, and as you said, right, as much as it has been On who's been playing better overall, it felt like Feather got revitalized once On joined in the previous split. All of a sudden, he felt like he could really play his game, and let's see if he can get a few more big Tempered Fates off as we get further on into this game. Second item now going to be completed onto Junhao. He is a monster at this point, as Knight jumps on into Heru, but isn't really going to be able to do that much damage at this point. I mean, he's got Rocket Belt, but nothing else.
Yeah, very defensive build so far from Knight means that you don't have the 100-0 power at this point in the game, especially when he is not snowballed the way that you're hoping a lock to be able to do at this point. Ooh, Shun gets hit up by another nice tempered fate from Feather. Gonna get collapsed upon by 3 members of TT. He flashes away from the Tibbers, and Knight is here to try to re-engage, but Junhao just does too much damage. He flashes over the wall to take the Vi down. Knight looking for the assassination onto Haru, but he won't be able to finish the job. He flashes right into the waiting arms of An, and makes it another 2-0 for TT. Could be looking for more, as Viper is a bit out of position, gets hit by that Sonic Wave, Resident Strike as well. Viper knows it's a one-way trip, looking to try to land that forced shot onto An, but he will not let it happen. Thunder Talk are on fire in Game 2.
It looks like Thunder Talk are going to be in control of this one. 5,000 gold now going to be the advantage. And again, 2,500 of it sat on Junhao's head. Some great collapses coming through from these Thunder Talk members. Potentially a collapse going the other way round as Wembo looking to get on top of Haru. Does at least
Haru
tag him with the equalizer.
I think On's collapsing upon him. This should be it. Blast Cone? Maybe? They're going to give the kill to Knight. There you go. Big shutdown. Good. Maybe that's something, but right now it's a 5k gold lead for TT.
Absolutely correct to be giving that kill over tonight. He has been really weak so far in this game on the brand new champion, not showing us the best of it at this point. As we'll have a look back at this one, and like you said, Feather just beautiful with the Tempered Fate to start things out onto Jun. And from this moment on, you could see that it's just scrambling to catch back up for BLG, needing to get members involved. And Knight does nothing. Look at the damage he's doing to a support, to Feather, just nada.
Not there. Not at that point in the game just yet. It's been an underwhelming start here for Locke in the Tier 1 League of Legends space. Of course, we know what this champion can do when he snowballs, but right now, Knight is not very snowballed. He has a slight CS lead, but the rest of his team is underwater at this point. 2,500 gold lead for Junhao. 1,500 gold lead for Keshi. Even On has the advantage over Viper at this point with his second item in the Flicker Blades completed and a call on the way. This is all Thunder Talk all the time in these first 17 minutes.
Yeah, the fact that that is the cull only just now popping as well. Thunder Talk. Such a big injection of gold as looking to just get a kill here.
Out of position once again. He gets collapsed upon by Haru, who gets back on the board. Now Keshi looking to collapse upon On with the teleport. Public execution not going to connect, but it's still TT with the advantage. They take down the opposing jungler, and it means it's sole point for our underdogs here in this second series of the day.
Sole point in just 18 minutes into the game as well. This is an accelerated one right here out of Thunder Talk. 6,000 gold, the advantage as well, and it feels like BLG are just scrambling. They don't really know how to make this team composition work overall, which I'm surprised by. It feels like it should have been a little bit more front to back, a little bit more based on finding a pick at the start of a team fight, but they just haven't had the players in position to do that yet.
Very shocking situation here. Obviously BLG trying something a little bit unorthodox with the first lock here in the LPL. But just really nicely done by Thunder Talk to hold steady and to know that they have a chance here in this game, even against the defending champions of BLG. Junhao on the Lee Sin has been spectacular. 6-1-6 so far, has that second item completed and could even be looking for more. And BLG's chances of coming back into this game are running out by the minute.
Oh yeah, this is not exactly a composition that is good at getting back into games after falling behind. The Vi, the Lock, even the Jin to a certain extent don't want to fall super far behind and can struggle to get into games in which they have done so. The Lock specifically. This champion needs to stay ahead of the curve because the second you start finding some extra health to make you a little bit tankier to it, it can be such a struggle. Feather just going to be able to magical journey his way away from a potential threat situation as we watch BLG losing more and more of their map right here.
Steal the red buff. Shun has had a tough game. Every time he tries to go in, there's stun after stun after stun, and there's not a ton of follow-up for him either. So BLG down 7,000 gold at the 20-minute mark. I don't know if there was even a game at MSI where they were down this much at this point in the game.
It's really early on, and this is exactly what we were hoping for from Thunder Talk. As we talked about, we didn't necessarily need them to win this series overall, but if they're able to pick up a game, if they're able to show some good fight back versus a team of the quality of BLG, even as diminished as they may be without Bin, that is going to be a great sign for Thunder Talk going on forwards. A great sign for them here in Group Ascend once again.
Only time will tell how much this will mean for both Thunder Talk, if they can take this positive momentum moving forward, or for BLG, who weren't expecting to lose this series coming in, even with a new top laner. And honestly, it's been more than just Wenbo in this game specifically, so things to work on. Even for a team that has won the last 2 splits of this season, been to international final after international final. What can they do here to try to come back into this game, to try to make sure they're in a good position for the rest of the regular season?
And you know that BLG can find a way back into this game. Even this one is going to look pretty tough overall. Team of their quality up against Thunder Talk should be able to find an angle. They just have to be very careful about what that angle is going to be. Currently looking like it wanted to be Keshi down on the bottom side of the map, but the collapse is going to be spotted out. With the Baron available right now, Thunder Talk in complete control of this top quadrant of the map, the top half of the map even, really. Look at the vision available to them, Grapes. There's basically nothing up there.
Keshi 1v1ing Wenbo, soon to be 1v2 with Feather arriving. Another pick onto this rookie top laner. Wenbo gets away from the Tempered Fate. Going to be matched alongside Shun, and Viper's on the way, but Feather will flash forward and make it an even trade. It's 1-for-1 so far, with Knight teleporting in, and Feather away from the rest of his team at this point. Knight tries to dash away from that Cosmic Binding, but ends up not dashing away far enough. Thunder Talk looking to continue to chase. Sonic Wave not landing onto anybody, and now a re-engage could be in tow for BLG. Once again, Feather out of position, and Knight will be able to eventually take him down, but Viper's assassinated on the other side, as it's finally a 2-for-2. Knight still has that ultimate available, has opportunities to execute, and might have found one here. Headbutt pull from Haru, who goes way too far forward, and now On is flashing on to the backline. On's in trouble now, as Knight will land that execute, get another shutdown, and there it is from BLG in this game 2. Looking for the final kill onto Junhao as the teleport comes back in from Keshi, and that means that Billy will have to escape.
Yeah, they're going to be able to use this blast cone away, get themselves out of any potential extra threat, and there you go. BLG find a way to fight back. It's messy. They still lose out on a couple of members as well, but critically, Knight gets a bunch of kills, a bunch of shutdown gold, and that has accelerated him ahead.
Knight, all of a sudden, looking a little bit more strong on that lock. Picks up the Shadow Flame, gets an arm guard, and let's see how we got that fat stack of cash.
Indeed, having a look back through this one, and I think it's just over-aggression right here from Thunder Talk. They realize that they can find a couple of picks, but at this point, they really needed to just turn around and run away. Haru not recognizing that there was a waiting Jun in the bush. The fact that the kills get picked up where they do, that Jun gets some, that Knight gets a couple as well, is just massive right here. Really good to see, and that Purgatory, damn.
It's going to be Soul for Thunder Talk if they pick it up at the 3,000 HP, so another team fight already in the weights. On lands a 2-man Pulve, and it will be the Soul denied by Billy for now. On the backside of things, Keshi ends up going down. He'll be traded for On the respective backline here for BLG. Feather goes forward. Another poor magical journey will result in him likely going down, but he's still able to survive. Shun finally has to over the wall. There's the Purgatory from Knight. Will find and execute onto Haru eventually, but Junhao's looking to chase him down as well. There is the kill. Dashing over is Knight. Now stuck in a 1v1 against the Fedley Sin. Goes into the stasis, but eventually will go down. Thunder Talk lose the Drake, but they still end up winning the fight.
Yeah, they still end up with a bunch of kills right here. Still, enough members have gone down that they are not going to be able to turn around and grab the Baron, unfortunately. And they're pinging on towards it. This would be risky. I mean, yeah, you got to sieve it, but I mean, look at what BLG have got coming back up. Yeah, they realized that that would have been way over-aggressive. Instead, backing back off again. Like you said, the fact that they lose out onto that Soul right there is crazy for them. BLG really needed to avoid that one, otherwise it would have been so much harder to keep everybody locked down, actually land the damage that they needed to.
BLG staying in it, but it's still Thunder Talk not bending the knee. They know that they still have a gold lead. They still are in a good position, and they have the team fighting power alongside Junhao on this Lee Sin, who once again is looking for the rookie in Wenbo. Tempered Fate gonna buy some time as now Shuna's Force Feather out with a magical journey. Knock-up lands on Keshi. Deadly Flourish to follow. They will one-shot the TT80 carry if he's not careful. Send to the back line as he flashes away on really dangerously up into the front line here, as Baron now is still a topic of conversation for either team. Thundertalk trying to be escorted through the mid lane. Back issued here by Keshi. He does not have a teleport to join his team again. And TT still playing aggressive here, knowing that they have power and positioning around the mid lane.
Feather has had some really good Tempered Fates in this game, and that one was really bad. Wembo having that extra time in the Tempered Fate for his team to arrive around him drew Keshi in way too far, who nearly got locked down. I mean, I don't think he was going to survive unless he just about got the Eclipse shielding off for himself, and he only just about is able to limp that one away. Still, it doesn't cost Thundertalk too much in the end. The gold lead remains at about 4,000. Knight still the only one with an advantage right now, but with his broken stopwatch, he is still under some massive threat in this game too.
He might get the Zanyas here upon his reset. That would be big for a potential upcoming team fight. There it is. Full hourglass now completed. And now Wenbo's going to get targeted. Feather just whiffs the flash, but it's not going to matter anyway. Keshi lands the public execution, and it will be Wenbo going down. 4v5 now for BLG. On has to pop the Unbreakable Will. Flashes underneath this tier 2 tower, which has now been denied by the Tempered Fate. Curtain Call not going to find a kill, as Thundertalk doing a nice job to body block. And with the top laner down for BLG, Bloxer, maybe this is the time for TT to start up the Baron.
It's at least the time for them to bait the members of BLG in. You can see there's lots of worry about what's happening in this bush.
He dashes forward. He's right into a stun from Harrow. The CC lock is pure, and TT play the vision game to a T. They're going to head over to the Baron, and they're going to pick up a blue-purple buff for the next 3 minutes.
Baffling decision right there out of Jun. I mean, they were scared of that bush. They knew that bush was scary. And he decides to just jump straight in on towards it anyway. I mean, you're playing into an Annie. You cannot do that in that situation. It's going to cost BLG the Baron. And now BLG up by 6,000 gold. The gold lead just continues to expand out. You can really see it reflected in the items coming through at this point as well. The jungle item gap is massive. Same thing happening in the top lane as well. And it's just going to keep getting worse and worse as Thundertalk. They have a composition with plenty of scaling available. On is now hitting like a truck.
Situation for BLG where they're the ones who need to find picks to have their composition succeed, and they're the ones getting picked out, notably Wenbo, multiple times. Might not always result in a death. It has resulted in some bad things happening for his team in his second game on the LPL. Shun looking to re-engage, but a nice spell shield from On will cancel the cease and desist. Knight tries to assassinate Haru, but does not have the damage. Junhao dashes back in, kicks Viper to his doom, and Thundertalk might have just done it. It's a double kill for On. Wenbo will go down for the 4th kill of the fight, and it's only the lock available now for Billy Gaming. TT are 5 strong. They're going to push down mid, and they're going to win their first game in Group Ascend.
There we go. We're going to get a game number 3 here. Long day of games so far. Knight, the final one remaining. He's going to jump back underneath his fountain, but he's going to have to watch as the Nexus falls. Thundertalk send us to a game 3.
The lock not the best look for BLG in its debut on the Tier 1 stage. Knight had some interesting moments, but the composition for BLG Bloxer never shaped out.
No. This is what I've seen from the couple of locks that we have gotten so far in the NLC. It gets fed. It might find some moments, but it just isn't giving the team very much extra as well. It's a bit different to something like an Aurora or like an Akali or even the Kiana, where you give something extra to your team. You've got some lockdown CC to give, or as the Akali in the Shroud, you're just super annoying to deal with. If you get on top of a lock, it's gone. It dies. It means you're under a lot less threat from this champion than from a lot of others, unless it gets Omega fed, which we just haven't seen so far. Like I said, BLG just not playing that entire one particularly well, whereas Thundertalk recognizing that, punishing mistakes, catching Wenbo out multiple times, making it so every time Jun jumped in, he regretted that decision, and dealing with the fact that, yeah, Knight had a couple of kills, but he wasn't able to get anything off the back of that.
Tough go of things at the end of it. Felt like Knight was in certain positions, but just never got to that proper threshold to fully take over that game. And a lot of that could be attributed to just the way the composition worked out for BLG, not necessarily snowballing fast enough. It was ThunderTalk and Junhao specifically really having a good early game, and that resulted in them being able to just grab a hold of that game and never let go. And congratulations to ThunderTalk now. Hey, you're in Group Ascend. You're proving yourselves against some of the top dogs. You have that opportunity, and they are sending us to a decider. They're trying to prove that their entrance into the top 8 was not a fluke last split.
Absolutely, and the fact they're able to do it versus BLG here is going to be massive. Having a look at the goal graph, I mean, it was never not in control for ThunderTalk. Junhao, what a monster performance. Even when we see good Lee Sin performances, you often don't see them topping out the damage charts for their teams, and certainly not when there's an Annie or a Sivir or even an Ambessa over on the other side, but Junhao was everything to this squad. He is absolutely my vote for MVP here.
Almost 1k DPM on a Lee Sin. You don't see that every day. He was from minute one active and involved and really outplaying Shun in a lot of situations. And BLG seemed like they hadn't played from behind in quite a long time. Maybe that's just because of how dominant that they've been. Weren't able to properly read situations where they had to back off or they were going to get singled out and picked off, or can't go for vision in certain instances here. ThunderTalk really just putting pedal to the metal here in this game.
I mean, absolutely they were. This was overall a really nice performance out of ThunderTalk. It was messy, right? It wasn't a complete domination, one-sided stomp. There were kills going back and forth every time, but overall, really well played. Lots of praise onto Junhao, lots of praise onto Feather as well. His Tempered Fates were really nice. He was finding a lot of good angles to help the team out and wasn't getting caught out too much for himself either, something that, plenty of bards, even the good ones, can fall foul of.
All growing pains for a rookie, or not a rookie, but a younger player like Feather, still in his first opportunity up in Group Ascend with ThunderTalk, or actually no, Feather was in Group Ascend last year, I should say. But still having a good opportunity here to prove himself once more, and making good use of it on the Bard against a player that really likes Bard in On as well. A lot of these team fights, this was one that BLG actually ended up winning. It was because Feather was caught out just a bit. The rest of things, though, went all TT's way, and now they have a chance to take the series. I mean, I know BLG are dealing with their own issues right now, but that would still be a massive statement if you're a ThunderTalk fan.
At the end of the split, it counts as a win. Nobody's going to look at the little asterisks next to it and go, but Bin wasn't playing. We'll see if we're even going to get Bin back in BLG at any point. This may well be the top laner that they have for the rest of this split and beyond, potentially. Obviously, as you've been saying, right, lots of rumors about looking externally, looking internally, trying out a lot of different things, and nobody's going to care about that. If you beat BLG right here, that's a win in your column, and that puts you in such a good spot going on forwards, right? All of these individual wins are incredibly important to a team like ThunderTalk, who are expecting not to be competing for the top spots, but for trying to just get themselves a bye into the first round of the playoffs.
Would be a pretty big opportunity for ThunderTalk to try and deny that, and hey, maybe this is a sign to some of the other teams in the LPL as well. We just saw AL and JDG duke it out in a full 3-game series.
Yeah.
Maybe everybody is a little bit vulnerable at this stage in the LPL. That #1 seed we thought was just going to belong to BLG entering this season just based off of how well they have played all year. Even they are showing a little bit of showing some cracks in their form. Not really able to come back in any way here in this game. Wenbo definitely showing some of his youth and inexperience. This could definitely be an open season here in Split 3, which makes things very exciting as we're only in our second day.
Exactly. If this is going to be a sort of a renaissance for some of these younger teams, but some of these less successful teams as well, that could be really, really fun. ThunderTalk, long history here, not necessarily the most fun history for them in the most recent couple of years, so steadying things off well would be great. Now, I wouldn't mind a complete banger of a game #3. Not sure you want another hour-long matchup to round your day out.
It'd definitely be a memorable experience. I don't know if it'd be, necessarily a good one, but memorable to say the least.
The sun is fully up in your apartment.
Yes, it is. You can see my lighting has shifted over the last couple games.
Yep, very, very much so. And we will see what it's going to be. I hope that ThunderTalk can really take it to them in the next round. And as we were talking about, Junhao, I'm particularly impressed with this performance because of how limp the performance was in the previous game. He turns it around beautifully in this one.
Yeah, statement game from Junhao, making his way from BLG Juniors up to take down BLG with a 9-1 Lee Sin performance, and evening up our series at 1 game apiece. All of a sudden, next game wins our opening series, gets up to 1-0 in the Group Ascent standings, and takes one closer step to Worlds 2026. We'll see who that ends up being after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on LPL English. Welcome back to our final game here on LPL English. BLG and Thunder Talk locked into a 1-1 tie. Winner takes all here in this decisive Game 3. Grapes and Blocks are here. Not what we were expecting from our defending champions. The competition didn't work out well. We tried the lock, didn't work out. Thunder Talk, though, you have some things that you're excited about from them.
Yeah, I was really impressed in that game. In the first game, it felt like there was just kind of nothing that Junhao was able to get going. He tries for a gank early, things go wrong, and it all just snowballs out of control from there. In this second game, with the Lee Sin, he is all over the game, a well-deserved MVP for him. But it wasn't just him. Keshi also playing a good game as he had in the previous one, and Heru keeping Knight in check on what could have been a tricky champion to keep a handle on.
Could have been a bit of a sticky situation. Ends up being very good for TT. Junhao on the Lee Sin having a really good performance and something that we can hope to see him build off of. I think a lot of us here at LPL thinking about Thunder Talk as a team. We like the bot lane, want to see what the rest of the team, these BLG junior veterans are going to be able to bring. So far, they've looked pretty good. Even Heru, despite being kind of put behind in gold against Knight, very valuable in some of those late-game team fights. Finding those anti-stuns, denying Shun the opportunity to dive the backline. Did his job, ends up resulting in his team taking the win.
Back to the drawing board right here for BLG, and let's see what they're going to do to respond to this one, because that wasn't just a loss, that was a pretty bad beatdown for them in that game. And as we've been talking about, right, this is a team whose mentals maybe aren't overall in the best of spots. Specifically, I want to see how Wembo fights back from his first proper LPL loss right here. He was able to play pretty well in the first game, couple of mistakes, couple of moments where he was over pushing in this second game, and he needs to correct that if he wants to help out his team.
God, it would be such a crazy sequence of events to go from being one game away from an MSI title against Hanwha Life to then losing to Thunder Talk just a couple of weeks later. BLG don't want to have that happen. Obviously, it's a bit of a different roster, but regardless, these players, these experienced players on the bottom side of the map should be able to outclass a TT when you look at them on paper. But right now, something is not clicking ever since that loss, and we're hoping that BLG are going to be able to bounce back and turn it around, regardless of who exactly is in that top lane position, because when they are on, when Knight is playing the way that he can play, when Shun and On are coordinating together, they're one of the most fun teams to watch in the whole world.
Absolutely they are. And so jumping on into this game number 3, the drafts so far have been very interesting. Two very different look drafts between these games, but some through-running themes, mostly that you're just looking to gank as much as possible from Jun. He's looking to get very aggressive. Now, we've seen a lot of bans going on towards the supports and towards the jungles so far in this series. Be interesting to see if that continues on.
Yeah, I mean, On has continued to have that champion pool pinch bit by bit. Now, the Bard and the Alistar both not going to be available. They were both played in the last game, alongside the other stuff that has continuously been banned away, and of course On Shen that he played in game number 1. Lot to target here, from a player who really has been one of the better performers on his team over these last couple of weeks. Excited to see how this draft does end up unfolding. BLG opting for that second pick here, going with the right of first selection. So it seems like that is common trend that we are getting here in this series.
Yeah, it seems like people want to get themselves a little bit more of a counter coming on through, and so the initial sets of bans really aggressive towards the ADC role, actually something we've not seen so much of so far in this series. Getting rid of the Ezreal, the Caitlyn, and this Lucian gonna go off of the board. I wonder if that's indicating something specific that you're wanting to move towards right here as Thunder Talk. In terms of ADCs that have been really high priority, there's been nothing specific that jumps out to me as an Arn special that he'd be wanting to move towards. The Kai'Sa has been fun. We've seen the Vayne move around into a lot of lanes. The one I've been most excited for, really, has been when people have been going towards this Kai'Sa.
Haven't seen it really prevalent in the meta recently. Would be very fun to see it make a return. Instead, going to be a Syndra early lock-in. Okay. Could go to On, could go to Heru.
Could be Arns. Probably Arns, in fact, if you'd have to look at what they've been banning out. In terms of the bot lane champions, right, a Caitlyn and Ezreal, both of those could make it pretty annoying to play with. Looks like BLG might be pulling on the strat.
The Camille left open. So is the Mel, I believe, still available. Not going to get selected here. It'll be the Nefiri for Shun. Double backline diver is going to be very crucial here for BLG.
Indeed, and as we've been alluding to, right, it is not necessarily that the Camille is going to be in the top lane as you would overall expect. It can go there, but it's actually been popping up significantly more recently down in the support role, and that's been pretty wild to see. It's pretty interesting counter into these APCs because you could just close the distance onto them so effectively. Not actually as easy though when it comes to this Syndra if we do end up with a Syndra down in the bot lane.
Explosivity with explosivity. Kiana for Junhao to match up against that Nefiri. We're going to be diving backlines. We're going to be taking names. Speaking of another champion that Knight can help roam around the map with alongside his jungle support could be the Talia. LeBlanc lock-in would be fun as well. There's a lot of different options still available here for BLG.
There really are. When it comes to the mid lane champions, right, that previous game when we saw the lock picked up right here for Knight, that was his 26th individual champion of this year. He's played basically everything you can play in the mid lane or elsewhere. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see what it is that he's going to be playing, unless of course it's a Cassante gaming angle. Would be very surprised by that one, and this does give us further evidence to support the fact that this Camille should be ons for the taking.
Yeah, unless you... that would be the worst timeline, I think, Knight playing in this Game 3. After all the exciting stuff that he could have whipped out. But as we enter the second phase of bans, I think those bans from BLG signifying that, hey, we're going to let Wembo just scale up a little bit, play the Cassante, be a tank, instead of, you know, trying to be more of a carry for the team in this game specifically.
Indeed, and I think that makes a lot of sense, right? He had his fun with slightly more carry-orientated champions, wasn't quite able to make things work as well as he would have wanted to. Right now, BLG just banning away a couple of the different champions that are really bad for the Cassante matchup. Do not want to allow this Vayne to go on through. Now, looking on into the next round, they're still needing an ADC for themselves and are most likely still needing a mid laner. There's plenty of interesting mid laners available, but I do wonder if you just want to go for something a bit safer, something like the Victor to sit a little bit further back. Well, when we're talking about sitting back, the Xerath would also do it, as with the Mel that you highlighted earlier.
And this is, I think, if this lock gets locked in, we're expecting this to go to the bottom lane for Viper. Xerath getting locked in game number 3 with the Camille. You need champions that can sit back in the bottom lane, wave clear, and just become impactful at later points in the game. That is exactly what the Xerath provides. We saw, you know, BLG have a good time on it earlier at MSI. Now they're going to try it here in the LPL.
Alrighty, so Thunder Talk, what do you do? For right now, you've got yourself the beginnings of a composition that can team fight very effectively, and you've got some plenty of lockdown as well. Be interested to see where things are locked in. Twisted Fate picked up right now, and hovering on towards the Victor or the Mel.
This is very weird. What's going on here, Blockstar? Are we going to see Twisted? So this is Twisted Fate top, are we assuming?
That's where it would be in that
top
situation. The Twisted Fate top, the Syndra mid. If an AP champion is locked in, I don't know. This could still go mid lane as well.
It could still be Varus top. It could be Varus top, TF
as
mid,
well.
Syndra bot lane. I have no there's a lot of different ways this could go.
Now, we're going to have to see when we get the proper lock-ins of where these champions are going, and that's going to make it equally as tricky for BLG right now to decide where to put everything. As you said, right, most likely going to be the Xerath down in the bottom lane, so you're still looking for something for Knight to play. I still think you want something pretty standard, plenty of damage available to you. You've got the Cassante as something to give you some level of tankiness. You don't need that out of your mid lane here, and it will just be the Ahri to round things out. Ahri Nefiri, a combo I do really like. It gives you a lot of pick potential in the early game.
It's less wave clear overall with the composition, but you can follow up on the dive really nicely here now if you are BLG. You can dash in with On, land that ultimatum, Knight follows up by dashing in, you have Viper throwing the Ready Arcanes over the top. A very well executed team fight will do wonders for Billy Gaming. Thundertalk, on the other hand, have a lot of interesting tools at their disposal as well. They are very squishy, but that also means they do a lot of damage to some of these players that could try to dive onto the backline.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, the lockdown is going to be really important right here. The thing is, when you've got yourself in a Fury, the lockdown doesn't necessarily work. That dog gets to just keep on running through, goes immune. It's going to be a very tricky overall game, you have to imagine, right here from Thunder Talk, but they really do have so much damage available to them, and I'm thrilled to see what Keshi can do right here on this Twisted Fate.
Thundertalk trying to pull off an upset that almost nobody would have predicted coming into today. A win against BLG. Your defending LPL champions, your MSI runners-up. They got Wenbo, their new top laner, rookie, coming in, playing the Cassante here in this decisive Game 3, allowing for the rest of the team to have a lot of avenues in against a very aggressive and volatile ThunderTalk composition in its own right. Should be a very exciting way to cap off our second day here of LPL English in Split 3. It's been really fun so far. Hope we get a incredible Game 3 to wrap this one up with.
Oh, absolutely, and I really do think that we will. Once again, jungle pathing, going to be that first thing to watch towards.
Oh, might be the top lane we're looking out for. An early 3-man play onto Feather, of all people, who went for a roam himself. Has the Ignite ticking, forced the flash away. That's both summoner spells down on the ThunderTalk support.
We don't even get the gyos. We don't even get any of the cheering yet.
We've seen, like, Gyos getting interrupted by level 1 plays. I don't know if we've ever seen a level 1 play and then the Gyos start. That's a new one for me.
Yeah, that's really fun to have watched, and like I said, kind of critical right here. Feather losing out onto both summoners right at the very beginning of this one. It'll leave him extra vulnerable, and On immediately recognizing that, stepping up, taking a good chunk of damage out of this Leona. I think possibly more importantly than losing out onto the flash is losing that heal early on. We see teams blow so many summoners early looking for big trades, and that's something just not available to you now.
Always a free target now for on the hook shot. We'll say something that does counter this Camille support style and pick is just immediate hard point and click CC, and you have a lot of that specifically here on Feather. You also have the Kiana and the Syndra that will be able to kind of brush back and the gold card from Keshi. So a lot of different tools to try to deny this Camille support. You wonder if TT had this in the back of their minds, preparing for the way this draft was going to shape out.
Could well have done, and it has been really fun to watch the Camille support getting higher and higher priority as we've been getting further into this split. A very interesting, a very different look to a lot of the traditional supports, even the engaged supports that we end up seeing, and it's nice to see a champion, a player like on a champion like this, where he really gets to express some level of skill for us. We'll see obviously how it's going to work out in the end, as both junglers just moving through the map nice and slowly. Nothing too explosive coming through from either of them. Still, both junglers will need to get things going early enough, because you don't want to fall behind on either of these champions.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the Nefiri being a snowball-oriented champion all the time. Kiana, very similar situation. A lot of mouths to feed, though, on the ThunderTalk side, which is going to be interesting to watch. Wenbo, clearly the weak side here for BLG. The rest of his team going to be able to kind of consume those resources. ThunderTalk kind of need everybody to come to play here in the gold department, and that's not going to be the case for On. Gets hit up by the tactical sweep. 100-0 first blood for Viper and On in the bottom lane.
There we go, immediately BLG looking to get back on track after the previous loss. Like I said, that tactical sweep just enough to pick up the kill, and Feather had wandered away just for a little bit, taking a reset, trying to get a little bit of vision down, paying a pretty bad price for it as his ADC does fall. He's going to lose out onto a good couple minions right here off of this wave. At least the reset timers are pretty short at this point.
On had his flash available and just wasn't able to use it in time. Ate a full combo from Viper off of the hookshot, and that is the power of this Xerath Camille bottom lane. Ghost popped by Keshi up in the top lane, as Wenbo now has to be a little bit careful with that lethal tempo fully procced. Just another reminder, this is going to be an AD Twisted Fate with him being up in the top side. You see that with the lethal tempo, as well as the Doran's bow as his first item.
Things just, like you said, feeling good, feeling interesting. Big chunk of damage coming on out in that top lane. Bot lane pings coming through again, but On shot wall dive, just going to be able to jump back away. Junhao going to find ganking this lane a heck of a lot harder than he did in the previous game, unless On steps up like this.
Yeah, takes a chunk of damage, but not going to result in too much. Still has the passive shield as the wave goes underneath the tier 1 turret. Heal pop by Feather. They are looking for the dive this time onto Viper, who is without a flash. Will go down, but he'll be traded by Feather. Regardless, though, the wave will go down underneath Viper's tower. He'll lose out on that CS and force On to collect the XP.
Indeed, that's at least something right there. Like you said, On at least able to pick himself up the kill in that situation. Now Jun trying for a little bit of a play back.
On once again, no flash, and Shun is here to capitalize. Junhao, the next target. It's already a 1-for-0 here in the bottom side. Junhao goes forward. One more Q. Should be able to take down On, and Shun is looking to chase him down. One more proc of the Q will give the Nefiri a double kill.
There we go. That's going to be 2 quick kills right here for Jun. And the gold beginning to sit onto a couple of very interesting champions right here. The Nefiri getting off to a great start so far. And Thundertalk, as much as they're trying to be proactive about this, really not recognizing how much threat this early Camille support can really do.
Speaking of, right back to the mid lane as Knight has a Spirit Rush as well. Looking for Haru. Feather flashes in front of him to try to get away from the hook shot, but he's still going to go down. Shun gets kill number 3. Feather has half of his HP still left, and Junhao looking to try to re-engage as well. It won't result in anything going down just yet, other than that 1 kill for BLG.
BLG going to be happy enough with picking up that 1 kill. It's a 3rd into the back pocket of Jun. He's now got a decent little shutdown sat on top of him. He's just in a good spot early on, and exactly what you want to see. The Nefiri, one of those champions with the scaling where if you're ahead, it's just impossible to kill this champion. Always able to just jump away, not the Eviscerate available and everything, and just such a frustrating champion to try to deal with from a deficit.
3-0-0 for Shun on the Nefiri, on a part of every single kill on the map so far in this game. I mean, at this point, Carry and Delight obviously have played it as well. This is a signature pick for On in the support position now.
Absolutely. It's been really impressive to watch what he's been able to get up to so far with this pickup. Now looking to go top lane is Keshi. Decent chunk of HP missing, but Feather is there covering off for any potential plays. We've got a Drake available down on the bottom side of the map, and with all of this early pressure that BLG have able to get for themselves, or the early roaming coming through from On as well, you have to imagine they want to move towards this Drake sometime soon.
He's on the picture about a minute ago. Wenbo actually burns Keshi's flash by popping the all out, so not necessarily ahead in CS, but still able to pressure this Twisted Fate. Going to be a small victory for the rookie in his first career series in the LPL. Right of the Arcane getting issued on, dodging away from 3 of the 4 shots and keeping himself rather healthy. Who might not be healthy now is Haru, who is once again focused down by On. Knight flashes forward, lands the charm, and will be able to finish off the kill. Keshi, though, teleporting down with a Destiny. Gonna have a lot of damage back down on to Knight, who doesn't have any way to defend himself, and a Twisted Fate gets on the board for TT. 1-for-1 overall.
Still, Keshi is just going to abandon this top lane, so you're going to get a good bit of push off from Wenbo. Junhao might have to go undercover onto that lane. I love the proactivity from On. Again, involved in every single one of his team's kills so far. Now with the grubs up and available, he's going to be trying to help out his team for those as well.
Yeah, already Junhao starting this one up, but Wenbo forcing his way back down. Already 1 grub secured for TT, but BLG can make sure that they at least get the advantage in the grub field. Shun sensing that should be just a free take. 2-1 for BLG at grubs.
Indeed it is, and the Drake still remains. Bot laners be duking out by themselves for a while, as both of their supports have been roaming around, getting involved elsewhere on the map. Haru, I don't want to be stepping up right now, and you could see a lot of these laners are playing with just that extra level of fear whenever they don't see On their screens, whenever he's lurking away on the sides. One of the joys of this champion as a roaming support is you can make ganks happen from such weird angles that people are not trained to expect.
What will those end up looking like? I mean, we've already seen some really creative pathings that On has gone for, alongside Shun, who also has very long-range engageability of his own in the ultimate. On throws at the Chain of Corruption, forces Viper to flash away. First Dragon still not taken by either team.
Everybody happy to just keep looking for these potential kills right here. Pretty big to get the flash out of Viper. Obviously pretty squishy and immobile if you can close that distance. And you do have some decent closing the distance champions on Thundertalk. Not to mention the Destiny just helps get you close whatever the actual setup for the fight is. Bot side of the map right now for Jun. Right, the Arcane. Oh.
Almost. Now Knight's actually looking. He pops the ulti. He's going. Spotted out by Feather, and so will mean that On likely is able to generate enough distance, but now Knight can make his target the Leona instead. Lands the charm, but doesn't have a lot after that. And so will just be an opportunity for Viper to take a reset.
Yeah, but they're able to push this bot side of the map away. That's going to be some turret plating going over into Knight's back pocket as well. And you're able to, as Viper, quickly teleport back into the mid lane and catch this minion wave. Now, potential dive happening in the top lane. Wembo, obviously, still pretty tanky with this Cassante.
Has his flash and his ultimate. Supreme Display of Talent already hits, and the rest of the squad has arrived. Shun and On to the rescue at the perfect moment. 2 procs of the ulti result in 2 kills for the dog.
Nice quick kills, and this is a monster game right here from Jun. 5-0-0 at this point, just an absolute beast with the Cyclo Sword. And this is the problem with ThunderTalk's composition. As much as they are looking for potential plays, they needed to do that a heck of a lot faster before the collapse can come back on through.
Wembo playing perfect bait once again, as Shun unstoppable so far in this third and final game. Then if Fury needs to snowball, that's what we said in the start of this game here, Bloxer, and that has absolutely happened. Looking for that second completed item. It should come sooner rather than later, which is ridiculous at the 11-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, the fact that you can very, very soon have 2 items down should end up being that axiom, and at that point you're just going to be in such a strong position to keep the pressure up on the opponents. ThunderTalk looks like they're going to lose out onto this Drake right now. You've got a couple of ThunderTalk members in the area, but going over the wall in this pit surely just spells your demise.
They threw a lot of spells over, and Shun barely able to secure it with a smite. I think it was sub 100 HP.
Yep.
My calculations were correct. Still secured by Billy. They get the first dragon of the game.
They do it. It was a little bit closer than it necessarily needed to be, but that's kind of been the name of the game so far, the name of the series from BLG. Moments where you're like, wow, that definitely could have been cleaner done, but they are able to come out on top in this game. 5-0-0 for Jun, just going to keep tracking where he's at with his builds and how far ahead he's able to keep going. As Knight now also getting himself into a good spot, still working on grabbing that first item for himself. Once that comes through, Jun and Knight together is going to be a nightmare combo.
Especially, yeah, once Knight continues to get further and further ahead. A bit of a difference in that playstyle, playing more around other areas of the map for Knight. He's spent time bot lane, for instance, looking to try to feed Viper. And so has Shun, looking for another play onto Haru, dashing forward again. Goes invulnerable right under the turret and will be able to pick up yet another kill. Now in the mid lane, it's Knight with the help of On. So 2 for 1s in 2 different locations result in 2 more kills for Billy Gaming.
And this is too early to say, Grapes. We've still got plenty more of this game left to play. But if the game ended right now, would you be voting for On or for Shun? Hang on, let's see.
Well, it might depend how this fight plays out. Looks like On. Not a team player. Playing for the KDA a little bit there, letting Knight die. Or, maybe just a smarter thing, all things considered. Speaking of not smart, that's what Viper is feeling right now as he is getting collapsed upon after trying to take that final shot of the turret. Haru gets on the board. It's 2 more kills into the hands of ThunderTalk as they try to stabilize things.
Hey, I knew I was going to commit a caster curse by asking about which of those 2 you preferred, but I didn't expect it to happen as I was saying the words. BLG just playing overly aggressive there, stepping up, but Keshi now having to flash away, and he will be able to get out of that one. The threat between Jun and On together is massive. I've been talking about Knight as well. Now has himself that Malignance completed, so he's ready to go play ball as well. And as much as that was a good couple kills back for ThunderTalk, BLG still in firm control of this one.
Gold lead just about 2,000 at this point. Shun 5-0-1. Looking for a play onto Feather. Ends up getting hit up by the Scatter of the Week, but doesn't really care at this point. He's still able to pick up the entirety of the Krug camp, jump right back out, and keep BLG in a good place. Shun has been a big driver for Billy here in this game. Has been throughout a lot of this season. He's really been a valuable addition back to this roster since returning from JDG.
Indeed, things have been getting a lot better for them. Things have been working out. But still, I mean, in this game, as much as BLG have the lead, they've been making a few odd decisions. Viper specifically is pushing way too far forwards in that bottom lane, then getting himself caught out. They need to avoid mistakes like this. If they are going to get punished by teams like ThunderTalk, I mean, when they're playing some of the other top teams in the league, that could put them in really bad spots.
TT looking to try to find an angle back into this one. Will it be Shunhao? Probably Keshi again. I mean, he's on the Twisted Fate, which is not necessarily a hard carry champion, but with this AD build, could potentially pump out a little bit more deeps. Has the gold advantage over Wenbo at this point. And maybe have a bit more impact.
Yeah, the only person right now on Thunder Talk that has a gold advantage for them, and it is not an insignificant one. It's the only thing kind of keeping the gold gap between the two teams overall even and in check, as we have the Rift Herald spawning on, just going to get jumped right here.
Yeah. He's getting focused down. That is a bad death if he ends up going down, but maybe not with the help of the rest of his team. On is still alive. Solar Flare finally going to take him down as the shutdown goes Feather's way, but BLG collapsed beautifully upon the rest of Thunder Talk. On looked like he was out of position, but ends up baiting TT into 2 more deaths.
And that's just well played right there. I mean, the amount of extra shielding you're able to get as well through the sweep, just really helping him out to be able to survive in that situation, and that should result in both the Rift Herald and this top lane tier 1 tower going down. BLG will crack this gold lead wide open off the back of this one.
Just some magic coming out of On. Just got aura, man. I don't know. He can walk wherever he wants. He can win any fight that he wants, seemingly, when he's on this Camille champion, on these picks that can roam around the map, have high impact. Hard to believe this guy was playing Enchanters the first half of the year.
I know, and he was playing them well, too. This wasn't even necessarily the big problem that we ended up seeing. Yeah, I mean, that shield is going to be massive right here. Also, really good use of the Hectech Ultimatum and the invulnerability that comes with it for a second to dodge away from a bit of extra damage that Junhao was looking to pump in. He's unfortunately still caught by Feather, but the fact that Feather dies for it too makes that a well and truly worthwhile trade. Let's see where the Rift Herald ends up going. Jun does have it, and the mid lane tower is only on 2 plates remaining, so it'd be great to just crack this one open and fully set themselves up for this upcoming Drake.
Got 1,000 gold leads in mid, bot lane, and now support, as On has a Sundered Sky and a Bloodsong. That's the core build for this Camille support pick. You're going to do a lot of damage, as well as just being a massive nuisance, all things considered. The second dragon has now spawned. Mid lane control still belonging to BLG for now, but On's trying to change that with a couple of piercing arrows. BLG regaining control of the pit. Nobody fully starting this Drake up just yet.
They are going to pull it out now, our BLG, and do Thunder Talk even feel confident enough to step up into this one? They've got no vision. It's just darkness ahead of them right now. They are going to try go in.
Zenith Blade lands onto On, who immediately pops the ultimatum in response. Knight forces a flash out of Haru with the charm, and it's already the first kill going on to On. Wenbo with the all-out onto Junhao. In goes Shun onto Haru as well. Both carries out of the picture for Thunder Talk, as it's a double kill once again for the Nefiri. Keshi chasing down On, should be able to finish off at least 1 kill onto the BLG support. But BLG still feeling very comfortable with how that fight worked out. Junhao still on the wrong side of the rift, as Knight will try to hunt him down for at the very least an execute.
Yeah, see if he can at least force him back. I think in the end it is just going to be him surviving, able to get back away. The Drake, more importantly than anything else, goes on over, and Keshi does he get stunned up?
Yes, his TP cancelled. Unlucky. Thought he could get away with the TP instead. Gonna get fed to the wolves once again. Feather might be out of position as well now, as he tried to save his top laner. Might end up being a bit of an over-aggressive play. Thought he might have had the defensive capabilities. Instead, it's Shun getting yet another kill.
Thunder Talk in the previous game show us that they can play. And Thunder Talk in this game show us that they are still well and truly Thunder Talk gaming. I mean, that was just an egregious couple of plays from them. No reason to be giving so many extra kills over on the back end of that fight. And when we resurface off of all of this fighting, 5,000 gold now going to be the disadvantage Thunder Talk find themselves in. Teleporting in to potentially try collapse right now onto Wenbo. But, I mean, you're out of mana, yes, but you are a Cassante.
He is very tanky. Might be a while until he goes down. It could result in maybe BLG making a play on the top side of the map. What exactly that'll look like, we'll have to wait and see. Teleport's certainly not an option with all the crowd control available on TT's side. It's 4 members to eventually take the Cassante down for the first time this game, as you already see moves towards the top side for BLG.
Indeed, they've been able to establish themselves into that top quadrant, but it's pre-20 minutes. We've still got 30 seconds or so until the Baron will join us on the Rift, so well-timed play right there from Thunder Talk to at least get something for themselves back. As this is what I was talking about, we're just infuriating champions to be trying to play against. Hang on, picture.
On, getting taken down, will be Junhao securing the solo kill, as the teleport comes in from On as well to make it a 3-man squad on the bottom side. They'll be able to pick up an objective bounty after catching out the Camille. Nicely done by Thundertalk, and they could be looking for more. Viper forced to flash underneath his tower as Keshi is starting to ramp up. He flashes forward with a gold card to make it another kill going towards the TF.
And that's just more and more kills that Thundertalk are picking up, but they're still not coming out on top in any of these fights. BLG continue to find ways to grab something back in every single situation. Still though, the gold was 5,000, now it's only 3,000, so Thundertalk, they are closing the gap.
There's a big problem though for TT, and his name is Shun. We'll get to that in a second and take a look at this replay.
It's BLG just thinking they've got a little bit more power than they do, and On, if he doesn't get caught by that Supreme Display Talent, he might be okay in that situation, but he just does get fully caught into the wall right there, taken out. And this, as you had been talking about, right, Keshi, he's had a really good game series for himself overall, and at this point with the ADTF, he is pumping the damage.
Was it worth it? I don't know. Was it cool? Definitely. Keshi's
Hell
had
yeah.
a couple of highlight moments here in this series against BLG. Once again, his old team, him and Haru, coming from the junior squad just a year ago, Junhao a year before that. Now they're trying to take down their former parent organization. It's not going to be so easy as BLG still up 3,500 gold. They're going to try to snowball that lead forward by taking down this tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Still have that Baron up now, Dragon in a minute 30. Would be sole point for BLG if they pick it up.
Indeed, and sole point would be really nice for BLG, giving them a lot of control over the pace of this game. Baron obviously also going to be the next big target, big focus for both of these squads. Neither has the fastest, just quick steal this one away ability, although Thundertalk, if they catch BLG napping, could potentially try to take this one out. Right now though, they're having a real trouble with being able to step up far enough forwards to get some vision down. Knight hunting in a bush right now, waiting to see if somebody squishy's going to walk to him.
Oh, not someone squishy, but somebody. It is Feather. And so taking about 20% of his health.
It's Chunk. It's something. It does mean Thundertalk also stepping up, grabbing themselves just a little bit more vision. They're currently in complete control of the vision over this Baron pit, whereas BLG hunting on the other side of the map.
This guy's a little more squishy though. Keshi gets 100 to 0'd with the help of Knight's Charm. On ends up finishing the deal, and now BLG have that numbers advantage on the bot side.
Indeed they do. 30 seconds until the next Drake will spawn. Not really anything else to get off the back of this play though. Can't turn that one around into a Baron. Instead, some quick resets coming on through, and with these Hextech portals, they'll be able to rejoin the rest of the squad for the upcoming team fight. For Thundertalk, yes, you're going to have Keshi available to join you with the ulti soon enough after this Drake spawns, but I think they're just going to lose out onto this one. Instead, could potentially try to play around the top side of the map. As we said, can try steal this one away.
Doesn't look like that's happening. Instead, Junhao is on a mission into the enemy jungle to try to steal away a red buff that On is going to sniff out rather easily. At least I think he is. Taking a control ward instead, actually. Not going to go in. So it is a small victory here for Junhao, who's now spotted out On. Chain of Corruption goes wide. Nice hook shot here for the Camille. Make sure that he is all out nice and safely.
It's a pretty big cooldown as well, as long as we don't get a big fight in the next couple of minutes. Shouldn't cost Thundertalk too dearly. As BLG resets coming on through, as we said, soul point collected for them, slowly but surely pulling this gold gap back out once again. And you can see so much of it still sat on the heads of Jun and Viper, really reflecting in the items. 3 items now completed for Viper. He hurts so bad. If you get caught in that right of the arcane, there's nothing that you can do.
Especially if your name is not Feather, right? Remember, we talked about at draft. TT's composition, apart from the Leona, incredibly squishy. Will get 100 to 0. That's why you see some itemization choices like the Shadow Flame for Viper, the Lichbane for Knight, to just add a little bit of extra burst, specifically to some players that, don't necessarily stack a lot of resistances. And that's going to be a big benefit for BLG as we try to continue to see them dive onto the back line like we might see here. But who's getting dove by who? It's Junhao assassinating on the Kiana and making it a big fight here for TT that can potentially be turned into more. Wenbo teleports forward, but he eats a lot of damage with his
charm
shield.
lands.
Charm lands onto Haru, and Shun looking to maybe close the gap. Right of the Arcane, not going to be dodged away from that final shot as Viper gets back on the board. Diving onto On is the Nefiri. She's able to jump back up and keep herself alive. Feather with the last tick of the Comet will burn down as a double kill goes Viper's way. 3 kills in favor of BLG as they'll make their way towards the Baron Pit.
On with the real somebody call an ambulance, but not for me moment. Gets caught out in that situation, but it baits the members of Thunder Talk in way too far. That's going to be the Baron picked up right here for BLG. And it's been back and forth. It's been risky so far in this game, but it looks like BLG finally beginning to get themselves some firm control over this one.
We've had to ask a lot of questions if this series was not a win for them. But BLG still feeling comfortable, proving that that game 2 is a bit of a fluke. On, has a bit of an oopsie, but it allows, again, as you said, the rest of the team blocks her to follow up.
Indeed, and Wenbo teleporting in really deep, super tanky right now on the Scasante, and the Charm just about tagging Haru is what sets all of this fight up. The right of the Arcane, he doesn't even hit that many of them, but still, plenty of damage.
Shun dancing around all of Thunder Talk, finally eats a full Solar Flare, and the 11-0 Nefiri is no longer. Viper gets a trade back onto Feather, though, and Wenbo has dove onto the backline. On is down. Knight looking for more. Charm not connecting, but Keshi down to 500 HP. Haru on the run as well, as BLG still have the numbers advantage.
They do. The test's going to have to keep pushing right here. And with the Baron buff available, and now 2 members dead for Thunder Talk, these inhibitor towers are under massive threat. They only have a wave in the mid lane right now, so they're only going to be able to grab this one. And we'll see if they stick around for the inhibitor 2. Looks like they will.
Options running out here for Thunder Talk. They have the ability to one-shot some players, but it comes at the cost of more members, more than likely, dying on their side of things. Baron buff still available for another minute and 30 seconds. That lines up right when this dragon will spawn. It will be the Hextech Soul for BLG if they pick it up.
And if they're able to do that, that extra level of damage that comes through from a Hextech Soul will be massive in this situation. You get tagged by one of those ultis off of the Xerath, you get hit by a Charm, and there is just no way that you're going to be able to survive this one. Yes, they're able to grab 1 kill onto Jun. He's not going to have a deathless game here in this one, but still, it has been an incredibly impressive performance right here from the BLG jungler. And where can they find that final angle? One more team fight should do it here for BLG.
Yeah, 4 items for Shun. I'm sure he's not taking that death too seriously. He's got still a lot left to play with as they take down the tier 2 turret up in the top lane. On the other side for TT are some big item spikes coming through. It's a 3rd item for Haru, 3rd item for Keshi, 3rd item for On and Jun. So everybody on TT has a 3-item spike. Problem is Shun has 4, and that might be a bit of a problem. Yep. So does Knight with that 12-stack Medjais. Well, there's no other opportunity here for Thunder Talk. You're going to have to fight this soul one way or the other.
Absolutely, you are. 20 seconds now until this one will spawn. Wenbo looking for a little bit of a flank right now, will be spotted out. Still, that's going to make the Thunder Talk members turn tail and run. And they are just so zoned away from this pit at this point. Stepping into the objective, going to be incredibly difficult.
Who wants to make the first move? It looks like Knight might end up getting focused down. Oh, he dashes away from the Chain of Corruption with his Spirit Rush. Really good reaction time from Knight, who still has 2 more procs to the ulti to look to make a play. Misses the charm at the right of the Arcane. Really forcing Haru down, forced to pop the heal just to keep the Syndra alive at this point. Teleport comes in from Keshi. In goes Junhao, lands a big Supreme Display of Talent, but it is the Hextech Soul, secured by Billy. And Shun's diving onto Junhao as well. Wenbo soaking up a lot of damage, but eventually will drop as Knight makes it a 2-for-1, looking to try to finish off some more. Call the pack forward from Shun, and On will look to finish the deal as well. The Nefiri pops off. It's a triple kill for Knight, and sooner rather than later, BLG are going to wrap up this series.
They've got these super minions in the base right here. They've got a clean ace to play around as well, and they're going to walk this one down. It takes 3 games. Thunder Talk do pick themselves up 1 in this series, but BLG 2-1 over Thunder Talk.
It wasn't the cleanest, but the defending champions are going to survive. New top laner Wenbo comes in, win comes in all the same. BLG complete the 2-1, and they go up to 1-0 in the LPL standings.
It's not the cleanest series. I think we can still give a lot of praise over to Thunder Talk and still have some pretty big questions about BLG and what it is that they are going to be able to do this split, especially with a potential rotating door of top laners. For right now, to get this win, they've got to be very happy about that one, but not the cleanest, not the 2-0 of domination that you would have really expected from the defending LPL champions.
I think a lot of people would have come in here, say TT, going to lose 2-0 unfortunately in their debut, but you got to be really excited about what they can now look like, Bloxer, for the remainder of this split. They're in Group Ascend, they're going to be playing up against a lot of these top teams, and for rookies like Keshi, like Haru, like even Junhao and Feather in their second years, opportunities for them to really grow as players. We saw it with a team like WE last year. Getting a lot of reps ended up helping them out, and maybe one of these teams towards the bottom could go on a big run.
Indeed, right? It's really interesting to see which of these teams that we're getting promoted from Group Nirvana are going to be able to do something. Because in the previous splits, Group Nirvana, in that playoffs matchup that they had versus the top teams, they really didn't do anything. It wasn't very much about them getting anywhere. It was sort of, hey, you got that, you've not been eliminated from split number 3, but beyond that, not the case right now. We really do feel like you've got a chance, and it's going to be really interesting to see as well. BLG, their next game is versus EDG. If they struggle with EDG as well, maybe these Group Nirvana teams are just better than we expected. Maybe the gap is closing.
Felt like that in certain aspects during the Knights Rivals tournament, but of course it was not the same opponents that they're playing up against. But you know, you think about IG, Weibo, NIP even. NIP took a series against BLG last year. Yeah. They ended up losing in a 5-game series to EDG. So that could be like the kind of litmus test here for some of these formerly Nirvana teams that have made their way up into Group Ascend to really see where the level of play is at. Because in the playoff bracket, it's one thing, right? BLG ended up kind of running the table down there. TS kind of cleaned up down there in the lower bracket. But potentially, opportunities now for Thunder Talk, for LGD, for EDG to really grow from this experience and to try to turn this opportunity into something that really can take them into the next level, not only as a full team as 5, but even for the individual players.
Absolutely. As Thunder Talk, I'm taking heart from this one, and they've got themselves a tough next matchup as well. They will be playing against TES in their next game, so you know, if they're able to take another just single win off of them, I think that would overall make a lot of sense. And as we mentioned earlier, things are getting intense here. We've had 2-game sets for the first couple of days, but we're on to 3-game sets for the next few, so tons more action here on the LPL English.
Gonna look at a lot of these teams returning to the LPL stage for their second matchups. AL, LGD first up. Then we get WE up against JD Gaming. Not a matchup that we saw in the playoff bracket. And then EDG versus BLG, which was a matchup that we saw in playoffs. Down the line, the weekend's going to be fun as well. Reminder, 2 hours earlier than usual. That is 12 a.m. midnight Pacific time here in the United States. Over in Europe, I think it's, what is it, 9 p.m., 9 a.m.?
9 a.m.
9 a.m. Okay.
For the first one.
I'm learning the conversions. 9 a.m. GMT over there in the UK. So going to be a fun sequence of events here over this last couple of days here in the LPL.
Wait, I'm trolling you right now. I don't know my own conversions.
Is it 8 a.m.?
7 a.m.
Wow.
Minus, yeah, it's 7 a.m. I'm straight trolling you right now.
I thought I could trust you, Foxer. I thought I could trust you.
I don't know what planet I'm on, let alone what time zone. Jeez.
Oh man.
Okay.
You know what?
It's
been a long
7
day.
a.m. British time. 8 a.m. European time. There we go.
You know what they say? Never do math on air.
Yeah,
that is what I failed to do.
Don't do time
I
zone
learned from my
conversions.
mistakes. I will be better in the future. Anyway, wake up early regardless. Maybe stay up late if you're over here on the west coast of the United States to watch some of these amazing games in the LPL. It is kind of crazy. We're going to get, like, by the end of this week, 3 full games, out of 3 full series out of a lot of our teams. Thunder Talk, LGD, BLG, all going to play 3 full series very quickly.
Really intense, and really intense for the teams that we've had promoted from Group Nirvana, because Group Nirvana doesn't get a lot of games. They really play a lot less. I mean, if you're an IG who's gone from playing through the gauntlet you had in the previous split to all of a sudden you get to play, what is it,
maybe a game a week if you're
like,
lucky.
It's just nothing for them anymore. Whereas for these teams promoted, tons more series, and I love how intense it is. It feels like we are just getting straight back into it.
Taking a look at some of our post game here of Game 3 between BLG and Thunder Talk.
Viper. Whew. Yep. That's a Xerath. That's a Xerath.
He did his job. It's kind of the Ezreal syndrome, right? Where you get a lot of
Yeah.
poke damage down, not necessarily the kills. Shun came to play as well. You got to shout out Junhao, who I think had a really good series overall. Keshi as well, with some shining moments. And then, of course, on the Camille. You're going to have the silly deaths. That just comes with the territory of being a psychopath, which is what On is when he's playing some of these champs.
Absolutely. And now that we're not in the middle of the game, we can do this question again. Jun or On for your MVP of this game? I know who the LPL voters are going to want. This is too big of a KDA gap.
I know.
They're definitely going to go towards Jun in this one.
Okay, you know what? I'll do Shun player of the game, On player of the series. I think is what we're gonna have to go with here.
I like this. I like
Surely
this in
that's
this
fair.
situation. I think that's very fair, right? Because that is two brilliant games right here out of On. He played incredibly well in the first game, was able to just set his team up for so much success. And the same thing, again, in this third game right here. When he's given a playmaker, when he's given a champion that can roam around the map, get involved everywhere, he is so good for the team.
Definitely able to show off a little bit of that MSI flair. Again, put the LPL on the map with those styles of champions just a couple of weeks ago over in Daejeon. Now here in Shenzhen, able to do just about the same thing here with BLG. Still some questions about what this roster is going to end up looking like. You thought that they were just going to be so solid as a team of 5 sweeping through the LPL. A little bit of a wrinkle thrown in with Wenbo thrown into the fire. But he's able to at least get this first win, and we'll see what the rest of the season ends up looking like here for BLG.
He's got himself a pretty easy enough way into the split, as we said, right? Just playing up against Keshi, who actually kind of gave him a run for his money. Then he's got ZDZ to play up against versus EDG in their next matchup, and I think that's a nice enough way to ease yourself into the split. If you're not getting destroyed by these players, you're going to be okay. The thing is, things are going to get real tough real soon for them, and soon you're going to be playing against some of the top laners that we've been super excited for recently. The Flanders, or Breathe, not sure which one.
Yeah, I don't know about Flandre anymore.
Yeah,
it's been a
probably
weird day for top laners today.
Yeah, it has. More importantly, though, I think the Zion matchup's going to be really interesting between these two. If anybody's just going to sort of take him by the lapels and say, hey, welcome to the LPL, buddy, I think that might be the matchup.
Yeah, very volatile top laners that are both very early into their careers. Could be a fun one to watch as we take a look at the final highlights here. Imagine, again, we'll go down to Shun and On. I think my vote would be for Shun on this game. I think I don't remember even the exact number of kills he finished off with here on the Nefiri, but it was a very high number and a very low number of deaths.
Yeah, it was a really impressive look overall, and for BLG, the expectations are so high. That's why we're always so disappointed when there's team drama going on for them, because they've got the makings, they've got the bones of this incredible team. If they were able to just keep things even-keeled for a while, imagine just how good they could be.
I mean, we've seen how good they could be. They could be international champions good. They could be LPL 3-time champions in a row good. When you have players like Night, Shun, On, and Viper, we'll see what the rest of the season does look like, as it is Shun 12-1-9, winning that player of the game. I'd imagine On getting player of the match. If I had to vote, that'd be my vote.
Yeah, I mean, I really want On to get it. I mean, yeah, in game number 2, it was pretty bad look from him overall, but it was just a not particularly good overall set of games for the lot of them, and he still was able to find some moments on the Alistar, just he was put behind early on and it was tricky, and it's hard to really shine as a support in a game that your team is losing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the nature of how On ends up playing a lot of the time. As another 2 votes for Wenbo. You know, shout out to you guys. Trying to give the rookies some love over there. So yeah, congratulations to BLG. Not the way they probably were expecting it or wanted it, but it is still a win for them all the same to go up early in the standings with a win over Thunder Talk. Again, they're going to be playing tomorrow against EDG. You can catch us here just a little bit earlier than previously on LPL as we enter our triple header, triple day weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all going to be 3 series days here on the LPL as we wrap up our first week of competition. Player of the series also going to Shun. You know what? He played all right too.
I disagree, but yeah, I think this is fair enough, right? As much as I do disagree, I think that it was an overall better look from On throughout this entire game, throughout this entire series. This was still a really good performance. The Jarvan performance was beautiful, the Neferi was also great, and he tried his best on the Vi. There just kind of was nothing happening for the squad in that game.
Good start for Shun, good start for BLG, and good start for us here on the LPL. Blocks are pleasure. Once again, big shout out to Kai, who is working our production, as well as all of the mod team and socials team that has been working behind the scenes for us here as well on LPL English. Before we go, we want to give a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. That man on your screen in Wenbo ends up getting his first series win in his LPL career. Final score, BLG 2 over this one. Thunder Talk, just one game in our second series of the day. Thank you very much for watching. My name has been Grapes. We will see you next time here on LPL English.